I'm not even sure who would win this in the end in the ACS team.
I think Big Time is winning overall right now. We're one apiece for each of the days, but Big Time's winning on points. I think the person who's leading overall is Chopra right now.
Is he leading?
So apparently delusion leads to results. is what I've gathered from that.
Let's see what they pick. Oh, they both got Munchkin. Oh yeah, because they're sharing. They're sharing it here. We got Jemkin on the duelist for Quack. That's solid.
He already
pick as
carried
well.
me.
Cruz, I think also Cruz is one of those players.
Sophie's the best player สวัสดีครับผม
So wrapped up in
What's up, man?
his calling. You can see it happening. But the days where he can kind of focus less on the mini map. He is actually an
อังเปาสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ
first matchup, and in the meantime, you guys get to
นายสวัสดีครับโมชั่นสวัสดีครับทานาสวัสดีครับบอลดิ้งสวัสดีครับ
between these two.
Don't rub it in, okay? Look, I didn't get any offers, Vic. You know, that's really upsetting for me. I was really hoping. I was crossing my fingers and my toes.
That's why they're here.
ซับโบรซับแมนสวัสดีครับจีนจุดสุดหล่อสวัสดีครับเจมสวัสดีครับเจมสวัสดีครับนั่งงงสวัสดีครับ
Please help encourage that by voting for
ใคร
your
ดีกว่ากัน
favorite
ครับ
coach
จัด
and
โอ้โห
basically
ทารอนอยู่แล้วไอ้เหี้ย
process
กินนิ่มวันเนี้ย
and what you like. Okay, so we got the first
โดน
matchup
กิน
of today. Talon, we haven't seen them yet play
หยอก
in the official VCT Pacific kickoff. It's
เชลโอ้โหหล่อจัดเชล
Global Esports. Now, Talon, they qualified for champions last year after they slipped to Premium in the last.
ดีครับดิสกุลสวัสดีครับ
But you know, have
เพิ่ง
they-
ซื้อมันมาเลยของ GE อ้าวไอ้เหี้ยแปลกแข่งกี่โมงครับเดี๋ยวจะเริ่มแล้วครับ
Talon is one of those
ทารอน
teams
เป็นตั้งแต่ GE บ r ฟอชัวร์ bro
in some ways. They made it to champs last year. Like we can't forget that. That was an amazing achievement for this roster. Bringing in Primi seemed to really shore that up for their
เชลนะครับวันนี้เชลนะพ่อแม่พี่น้อง
looking for most with this
ผมเปิด
Talon
แข่งกันแบบโท
is
ษ
consistency in their individual level of play. I think from a macro perspective, they're very strong. I think the coaching staff do a great job. But what lets them down is this individual level of play. Even Primi in the offseason looked fantastic. So I think
แบนเข้มจังอะขอหน่อยไอ้แบนบอกไม่ไหวละกูขอหน่อย
because I think they're just that type of team. But if they start to slip, if they start to make these individual mistakes, that's when they can look to absolutely crash out. So I think they're a bit of a coin toss, a little bit hit or miss. So it's about that prep work that they've done in the offseason.
วันนี้ท่านได้กี่ตัววันนี้ท่านได้50 ตัวเลยไหมสวัสดีครับผมสบายดีไหมหาดีครับอันนึงครับเมาส์พังอ่ะพี่จัดเอาไปทำอะไรมาทำไมเมาส์พังชาเตอร์สวัสดีครับพานิชสวัสดีครับ I'm good bro how about you bro
on each map I don't think that's going to lead to a lot of consistency there are
Blue Cat สวัสดีนะผม
never know what to expect when it clicks it
เปิด
really
ดันเปิด
clicks
แทง
and
ดัน
they
ไอ้
can
เหี้ย
catch teams off guard not only macro wise but also the individual players I think Jip Boys is you know everyone focuses so much on Primi but Jip Boys is really sick as well like that guy's been amazing for a while he's great at finding those lurk timings and like I said with Ban when I picked him for my team as well as Governor like these guys can also have their games where they really take over
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ Blue Cat สวัสดีครับ
secondary duelist and Cruiser you know he's
รู้สึกว่าพี่ทีมหล่อขึ้นเทปพี่ทีมเขาหล่ออยู่แล้วดีคิวใส่เสื้อใหม่ทารอนอย่างเท่ช่าแล้วกูล่ะกูล่ะ
Yeah, so
Hello,
they
look
are
who
gonna
made
be
it all.
facing against Global Esports. There's so much to break down for Talon, but Global Esports
Bigyan lang, wala,
finally
hiwa,
made
hiwa,
a showing with
hiwa.
their brand new roster.
Siyempre,
And these
hotel.
guys, a lot of them are new in the franchise Pacific,
yes
but technically they're not rookies. It's different than when GENG had rookies. They're very, very
นี่
experienced.
ครับนี่สวัสดีครับ
you
พี่
know,
จุดยังไม่ออก
coming
สื่อไง
from
อ๋อพี่จุดยังไม่ออก
Ascension
สื่อ
here
ใช่
and
รอ
winning
ก่อน
of
รอ
some of
ก่อน
these
ใช่ไหม
players having won.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, they're fresh to Pacific, but as you said, they're still very experienced. I think we saw that with the bounce back that they had against Secret. I think a team full of rookies, it's hard to lose a map one and then do that full comeback. So they clearly understand themselves quite well in what they need to do to reset. So you're absolutely right.
นิวเจอร์ซีย์โซคูบอกจริงไหมเพิ่งฟื้นหรอครับใช่ครับยูมิสวัสดีครับผมให้ไฮเจอเป็นจัสหล่อวิทูลสวัสดีครับเห็น EDG 13 0 2เกมมันกูเห็นละ
Literally 9 years ago, they've been playing.
พี่ไลฟ์ช่องทางไหนบ้างครับ Twitch กับ YouTube นะผม Where can I buy ครับ JJ ใครสนใจซื้อเจอร์ซี่ใหม่นะครับสามารถไปซื้อได้บน Shopee Talon Esports นะครับผมไปซื้อได้นะครับ Talon Esports ครับเป็นร้าน Official นะครับจับเหมือนพาหนีบวชเอาแบรนด์ออกแล้วจัดเข้าแทนโอ้โหหนักกว่าเดิมกูดูทรงพูดว่าซับโบนมโตสตรอเบอรี่ฟินมาโอ้ the best เลยสวัสดีครับ GEJaz Today I will install lock me on let's go manเดี๋ยวนะ Mr. Consistent แรงวันแรง1มา6แอดล้วนนะครับคนนี้แล้วคนนี้เพิ่งมานะครับคนนี้เพิ่งมามันถือซ่อมมาเฮียฉายาว่าเพิ่งมานี่เป็นจ้าสวัสดีครับ
of
มาเป็นจันวิสวัสดีครับผมแม่ขโมยแผ่นรองเมาส์ไปตีดอททำไงดีครับจะเล่นคอมเพลทีฟหรอไปแม่นี่กูอ่านวันนี้นะครับผมไอ้นี่เป็นซองเหมือนซองจดหมายคืออะไรครับนี่แชทมีอะไรมาอวดมีอะไรมาอวด
Oh, you were on the other side.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Great.
You know when you queue into that game, it's over. 30-year-old man can't aim versus some, ranked superstar.
มีปากได้มีปากเลยเท่วะ
I think if Udadan has had a taste of Radiant top one, then Premier's had.
You eating it ยังนะครับเพิ่งตื่นเลยอาบน้ำเพิ่งออกมาห้องน้ำ
I mean, it's no mean feat coming top 1 6 times.
So in some esports, one might argue.
โอเคไอ้กล้องมันฟลิปมึงมันไม่ใช่ ZAJJ สามมันคือ JJaz ยี่กูมาเป็นครั้งๆเลยเหรอไอ้เหี้ยจะเอาผ้าเช็ดตีนมาใส่ทำไม
From rank now, and I think there's an importance to grinding rank as well. We're gonna be getting our
ขอเสื้อเซ็น
map
ปาก
draft
ชื่อ
now. I think
JJaz ห
this
น่อ
is
ยครับโอ้โห
gonna be really interesting. We obviously only really saw a global play in the kickoff. They started with the BIS last time.
เฮ้ยเรื่องแมปแล้วยังไงสปินนะครับโกลบอลเลือกมานะผมทารอนเลือกแมปอะไรครับเอาบิสครับผม
Global did pretty well on
เหมือนเป็นแมปใหม่เราหรือเปล่านะครับ global นะครับแบรนด์ fracture ทารอนครับแบรนด์อะไรดีนะครับแบรนด์บายนะผมดีนะครับแบบไม่ดีของเรานั่นเองนะครับผมแล้วก็ดีไซน์ด้วยแมปเป็นโลตัสนะครับ
So I'm kind of wondering if Talon picking attack, they previously played slower comps with double senti. I'm wondering if they're going to bust out like a double duelist or something like that and try to play attack that way.
Yeah, I also feel like
น่าสนใจมาครับแชทใครมาใหม่ครับฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามกันหน่อยครับลุยนะผมแมตช์แรกของปีใน VCT Pacific ถ้าเราชนะ3เกมรวดนะครับก็คือเกมวันนี้และอาทิตย์หน้าแล้วก็อาทิตย์ต่อไปนะครับ Master Bangkok มาแน่นอนนะครับผม
with the Astra, pretty slow moving comp to offer that kind of initiator pressure.
มาดูกันว่าเราจะทำได้หรือเปล่านะครับ
Global looked lost on Abyss the other day.
วันที่วันเป็นบริกใครชนะครับพี่จัดฮะมันเมื่อวานเหรอวะ
Who haven't had the best of results, but they are
เดี๋ยวนะ
the team with
ทีวันเป็นบริกมาที่แล้วหรือเปล่าทีวันชนะนะครับเฟียส
so they can flex the map pool a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious as well, going back to Talon and what comp they're going to pick. You're saying they change their comps all the time. Sometimes they have multiple comps per map. And they are infamous for having a triple duelist on split. I'm kind of hoping that
จะซอทารอน
for like
จะซอหรือซาวเวอร์ทารอนเอาดิเฮียมา
Now we were talking about predictions.
3 เกมไหมโอเคปะ
pretty 50-50.
3 เกม
Actually
นะ
all day today, both matches.
วันนี้
I see you're
วันที่
on
31 แล้วก็วันที่
Talon.
7
Is this a bias pick? Big time, or you're
นะครับ
like you're
ชิวๆนะผม
Of course it is. What do you mean? Is this a bias pick?
I liked what I
ปึ๊บ
saw. They
มาสเตอร์แบงค์ขอบ
covered well against Secret.
แชทอย่าลืมโพลอย่าลืมแทงกันนะผมโอ้โหวันนี้แพนเนลสูสีครับ
They don't have this slow start.
เชียร์ทารอน4 คนเชียร์โกลบอล4 คนนะครับแต่ว่าที่แน่ๆมันจะมี4 คนที่แพ้นะครับ
I think this is
ก็คนที่เชียร์คนที่เชียร์โกลบอลนะครับผมโกลบอลนะครับ
Talon's been together for longer. They should have a fleshed out map pool, a deeper playbook.
นโมดิหาบอสซัมแมน
If the individuals can hit hard
ไอ้ที่เป็น
enough
ซอง
to
ที่นัก
pick
แข่ง
Talon down.
All right. Well,
เขาถือมาเหรอ
we
อ๋อ
are going to
ใหญ่
find
ๆคือแผ่นรองเมาส์
we're
ครับ
gonna go
ถ้า
to
ใหญ่
week
ๆนะ
2 of kickoff. The first time we're going to see talent. So let's
เสียครับ
welcome
จูที่
them
ดาว
to
ดี
the
ครับ
stage.
ดีครับ
Talent
จ้า
versus
ด้วยดีครับออมเล็ต
Sports.
ลุยดิวอะทาเลนเอ้ามาลอนเอ้ยทาลอน
ทารอนเลยครับปอนมาดิครับลุยรอก่อนสับมึงกูเข้ายิมแล้วนะเว้ยมึงรอกูก่อนไอ้ทีเคอยู่กันซีเลยยูเวทคัมมิ่งนะฮัลโหลทีเกบอลอะไรยังไงทันแล้วก็ได้แบบแบงคอกใช่ปะจริงครับผมดีจูดก้าวดิครับแต่มาในฐานะผู้ชนะหรือผู้แพ้ผู้ชนะดิวะไอเดอร์ไฟเปล่าจัดพรุ่งนี้นี่ไม่ใช่หรอกูเห็นไม่เป็นในโพสต์อยู่เจอกันในไอเดอร์ไฟนะครับ
ช่วยกันกดซับหน่อยครับ อยากได้สูตรโรตีแล้ว
อุ้ยขอบคุณครับมูมิดด้ามนะโอ้โหมิดด้ามเลยน้องโอ้โหนะครับขอบคุณครับที่บ้านครับฝากกดติดตามมาหน่อยนะครับฝากกดติดตามมาหน่อยครับ YouTube นะครับ100,000 ซับอยู่ไม่ไกลนะครับ100,000 ซับนะครับผมอุ้ยมาเริ่มแล้วแชทเปิดตัวแล้ว20โอ้ยไอ้คนมันเปิดตัวมันอนิเมะเลย GE 20เฮ้ยทารอน20อยู่วะ
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025.
Everything matters for Talon. It's the Thailand team who wants to represent at Masters Bangkok.
Oh.
Beginning for Talon's roster as they qualify for champions, and with all this off-season time, had they finally fine-tuned
What the fuck?
for success, and we
What
see now
the fuck?
players from the charades
เปิดมาก็หลั่นแล้วมึงเปิดมาก็หลั่นแล้วมึง
cool sunglasses.
I want some of those.
You know, we're gonna do that. We'll get prizes out.
วันนี้โปรสบอกกินนิ่งต่อให้ไม่ใช้ไทม์เอา
จริงครับผมแต่เปิดมามีทรงไรเหี้ยเปิดมามีทรงไรเหี้ยมึงว่าไง
You probably scratch your head. No offense, big time. But instead, this fresh new roster has some of the best from the Ascension teams in the Tier 2 across the regions, and they have been.
พี่จ้าเดี๋ยวน้ำฟ้า
In fact, Kelly S said in his interview he's not really worried about Talon because he's an Oasis. So to see them match up, this is really a big question mark. A lot of us were 50-50 on who would win.
Yeah, I feel like we're down to, you know, one-head Twitch chat analysis at this point. Who's topping the ranked leaderboards? Who's winning the scrims? Send them
ใส่
to
เสื้อ
Bangkok.
งี้เชียร์ GE ทัวร์
That's a very good point. Having scrimmed against the team is nice. You get to see the kind of ideas that they want to play, but the results are not always necessarily accurate. So playing them on a stage is a very, very different.
เฮ้ยเอาไอ้ฟอนไม่ใส่เหรอ
I'm very excited.
เฮ้ยไม่มีแบบ
potential for both of these teams.
ไอ้นี่มันแค่หมอไอ้นี่มันแค่หมอ
season for Talon, but you know that could just be them experimenting.
รอก่อน
They will need to perform on this stage, and given that they're already seated ahead in the upper bracket,
ลัตตี้วันนี้ครับผมมาแมปแรกนะครับเป็นแมปสปินนะครับผม
in this round is got to be one of the easier draws to actually make it deeper into the bracket here.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a bracket draw where both teams are kind of happy. This is a game that feels very winnable for both sides. The people supporting Global will say, of course they can beat Talon. And of course, the people supporting Talon will say, of course they can beat Global. You know, it's kind of it goes both ways. I think. So both teams.
จัดถามเลยสิว่ารอบคิกออฟจัดที่ไหนอันนี้เกาหลีครับผมก็แต่ละโซนจัดที่แต่ละประเทศของเขาอะครับ
ทุกคนไม่ต้องแปลกใจนะครับกับฟอร์มทารอนวันนี้โค้ชฟอสใช้แผน 30%
แค่ 30% ใช่แล้วก็ชนะใช่ป่ะบอกกูทีดิใช่ป่ะ
Here and how important are assistant coaches?
Oh, the most important. Far and away, the number one most important role on every team. No, I do think if you've head coached on your own for a long time and then you bring in an assistant, it's someone to split that workload with. When it comes to preparation.
Okay, Talon pulling out.
Yoru double duelist with the Teo. You got the breach. It's a very explosive comp. That's what I expected with them picking attack on split over on the side of GE. They're going to back themselves with the slower comp. They're playing again the double senti. I like the fade as the flexibility with the prowler. So this is right off the gate.
Is he about to cook? Is he about to cook, chat?
Very slow wally defense.
It's Primi on the Teo.
I know. I wanted to point out Primi is now becoming that flex player. He is
จะ
now
เข้ากลุ่
playing
ม
an
นินทา
initiator.
เซโอทารอนต้องดูเท่าไหร่ครับจัส
He's not on a sentinel.
100 ก็ได้ครับ
Paired up with Cruz as the breach. I thought Cruz was going to play Teo, to be honest. They've definitely cooked
เสื้อ
something
ทา
up.
รอ
Are
น
you
เหมือน
guys
ใน
thinking
ฟรี
this
ไฟ
is
เลย
crazy, or does it make sense?
They've definitely seen the split comp before. Playing this Teo
เสื้อส
against
วย
that
ขนาดนี้
double
มึงบอก
sentinel, you have a lot of stuff to break that util. This seems like a deliberate plan to come into split.
Well, I am very excited for this matchup again. We have not seen Talon yet, and we saw Global Esports have a really great showing. Even with I don't even know if I should call him a there, but they've been playing really well. And we are ready to get into map 1. We're going to toss it over to casters. We got Quack and we got Chobra to take it away.
โอ้ยแล้วเฮียกูชอบนักพากย์2 คนนี้ด้วยดิ
Thank you very much. Yes, Quack and Chobra here for the first match of the night. Talon versus GE. The desk broke down, you know, all the history, the players and whatnot. But right now we got to focus on this team composition. The Teo coming out, not too shocking. But who's playing it is maybe the surprising part.
Actually
You actually had a really interesting point about that.
อย่างนี้ซื้อสกิน JJ ครับ100,000 บาทนะเธอ
with a sentinel. So that means, you know, they're
วันนี้ทาเราสูตรไหนคะสูตรรูเตี๋ยว
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, personally, I think especially with Teo coming out, maybe Vice and Deadlock, obviously.
พี่เบลสวัสดีครับสบายดีไหมฮัลโหลแชทอย่าลืมโปรอย่าลืมแทงนะจบพิสโตลาวเราปิดนะครับ
like they're losing a bit of their power, and especially with Talon now
แมป 1 นะแมป 1 นะอันนี้
and then you have the Teo, and then you have the Yora as well with the decos against the Cypher. I'm
มา
just
มา
not
มา
quite
มา มา
sure how much value Darien will be able
โอ้
to
ย
find
โอ้ย
here
โอ้ย
on this
โอ้ย
defense.
เราเล่นบุกนะครับเราเล่นบุกนะครับ
Just a
เราเล่นบุก
very standard default setup, just a trip to try to delay them into A main, and then you've got the 2 stars over by B from the Astra. Poppy once again being tasked with anchoring down a site on his own.
Possibly the Baron
แบนครับโยรู้นะผม
as well, but Talon does start things off.
อู้ไอ้เหี้ยนี่
Trying
มี
to
สู
see if
ตร
there's any type of push out.
เฮ้ย
Obviously,
สูตรมันโง่ปะเนี่ย
double
มันผ่านได้ปะ
Sentinel and the Astra, there's got to be a lot of delay. So Talon just gauging, is this a stack? Are you trying to delay only on one side? What's going on here? Barry Mesh going to be taken down. Obviously takes a while on that pistol round, but they still prefer to keep that open, and Poppy gets taken down immediately. And then there's a follow-up.
Hello, man.
Just
Hello,
on both
man.
Sides, all of a sudden, it's just Talon being able to kind of sneak through.
And I love that it's going to be Primi on that tail. The more I think about it, as we see, it's just a slow creep out, but it's a double.
อะไรอ่ะ
Distracting Darien.
อะไรอ่ะ ฮัลโหล ฟังแล้วนะครับมีปืนหรือเปล่า
Just 2 people? Never mind, it's just the round done right there and there. Talon going to be leading 1-0.
Almost a flawless pistol. I mean, Baron Cruz, who just fell, but at the same time, that's just so impressive. You start things off a little bit slow and steady, but
เปิดดีเปิดดีเปิดดีครับเปิดดี
find players from GE. You know, I don't.
โอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ย Primi show me
Maybe they baited out just through baited out
Bad
from
one tap.
PCG by trying to spam down the barrier mash and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the crosshair placement there on the replay.
เสียงเกมเพิ่มแล้วเพิ่มไปแล้วเสียงเกมโอเคไหมเสียงเกมโอเคไหมผมเพิ่มละ
Because it was going to take so
ผมเป็นแทงละ
long. So I love that extra investment.
ผมเพิ่มละผมเพิ่มละ
The buy 5
ขอ
man
ต้อน
buy
รับทุก
4
คนเข้าสู่
rifles.
เก
They
ม
want
ที่
to
สนุก
snowball
ที่
this
สุดที่
lead
ทุกคน
as
ตั้ง
much
ตา
as
รอที่ทุก
possible.
คน
Trips
รอ
just
คอ
going
ย
to be
เกมทุก
destroyed.
คนคา
All
ด
the
หวังขอ
pockets
พ
being
บกับ
destroyed
เก
as
ม
well with the
ฟรี
salvos.
ไฟ
And then it's just the
One.
judge and close range carry on. Okay, that's the right click, but he's not going to be able to survive for much longer.
And now it's on to Primi as well. I mean, they already have the site swarmed, so it's not too bad. Just the judge lost. It's all up to GE with some upgraded pistols to try to find their way through.
Yeah, the most important thing, obviously, even as a judge, that's not going to be able to be picked up here by Global Esports. So it is going to be a tough retake. I mean, GE, yeah, it's 4v5. Yes, it's close quarters. It's split, so you could try, but at the same time, you just don't really have much to work with. I would mind if they just went this way. They're going to give away so many points. Talon once again surviving with 4 people.
Yeah, trying to flood through
Elbow,
but just everyone from Talon able to read the situation. Of course, with the firepower, why not go for the line of sight and just spam away into screens? It all works out.
ขอเนี่ยครับ
Yeah,
เก
I
มนี้
think
ครับ
also
เกมนี้
perhaps
สำคัญนะครับ
not really
ถ้า
realizing
ดู
that it's
ขอ
4
เพิ่มนะครับขอเพิ่ม
rifles
รา
on
คา
top of that judge, right? So their Talon's obviously
เอาเรา
just
โฟ
able
กัส
to
เกม
keep
ก่อน
their
นะวันนี้เราโฟ
distance.
กัสเกมนะ
Nice and calm from Darien. Darien obviously had a bit of a slow start.
เพราะว่าเราจะมามาสเตอร์แบงคอกเว้ย
Right back into form
โอเคป่ะ
later on in the series. See if he's able to keep things up a bit higher from the get-go. Now the matchup, you're just going to fill that buy of the judge with the Bucky. And it looks like once again, just mid, you want to get rid of that wall as soon as possible. I love the salvos right in any control over mid.
And straight into vents as well, but unfortunately it's going to be Kelly's right around the corner. So once again, Global kind of aware of what's going on around mid.
Just a good block there, not being thrown off by the Yoru. Now, they haven't really explored the entire setup on B. Obviously, you see the stars, but that sonic sensor, you hear it now. Jetboy's going to wait for his team before they break it and go.
It's going to be quite tricky, especially if you are fully getting into this. All these stars are going to slow everything down, and it starts off with the gravity well. Global trying to fire on through into it. Crystal will be able to pick up the double now, and on to the last one, trying to fill in the gaps. It's just not quite going to work out. GE managed to put a stop to everything.
Yeah, this does feel like after losing the Yoru mid, Talon just focusing on saying, okay, we found the sonic sensors, even with the 3 stars here. I think the ideal scenario would have been Governor really making it past that gravity well safely so that he can create a crossfire, but he's just going to get right back in. He kind of lands on that edge, gets drawn into the center, same with Primi, and that's so at that point don't have much of an option. So they'll have to consider how to draw out that starting system Poppy just a bit more in future rounds.
However, at the same time, GE trying to keep things interesting. So this time the stars are a little bit more spread out.
Oh, I like the combo. Yoru TP flash stun. Okay.
Obviously with the flash and his own setup combo as well. So they're not quite sure. Was there any other follow-up right now? Prowler is going to tag ban, push him back. So you can kind of make an assumption given his position on ramp and where the Prowler activated, but no clarity just yet.
It does kind of buy the attention away back into the A side, but this deep bear mash down mid does kind of lure and Cruz will be able to take that. So possible A split now.
They
gotta take out Ban. Yeah, without Ban being taken out, Talon had so much control of the map, but with ramps being now pushed back out, you can kind of keep Talon trapped over in mid. Now, obviously, numbers not in favor of Global Esports, so do they choose to spread out? I would love to see them group up together. Yudotan just taking things upon himself. He wants to get by. He finds one. Can he follow up with two? He gets two as well. Is he ready for the third? He sees him. The Rays 1v1. Governor peeks out and he gets taken down and ropes.
And that's a spike dropped as well.
Oh, that's rough. I mean, the first two, sure, Yudo was ahead of it. But Governor, he decides he doesn't have an option. He needs to peek out, continue with the spike, and Yudo's just ready for three.
So impressive. I mean, just a bit more of the individual performances from this round on the side of Global Esports, right? I mean, noticing that Ben had the gate crash back into its ramps, they actually went back in to clear that out. So taking him down just gave them so many more options. But at the same time, like you mentioned, Yudotan going so aggressive just to take things into his own hands, right? Noting that they were up around mid. So being able to shut all that down, Global Esports picks up the round and we're tied up 2-2.
Okay.
Yeah, very heads up for Yudotan, but no, we're not gonna have much time to talk about that pass down as we see another fast hit coming in from Talon. Trying to push forward there with a half buy, just two stingers, one of them already dropped. And that's a quick shutdown. And some of these fast rushes, it's gonna be tough against the Denlock and the Cypher and the Astra as well. So much delay on the defensive side of Global Esports.
And information being picked up right now. Taking a look at the map, it's Crystal pushing out, so he doesn't spot anyone on the other side. But Ben is kind of circling back. Goes for the wide step, but Crystal
didn't quite catch sight of Cruz just yet. Cruz is going to close the gap quite a bit. Oh, a twist of fate, Yudo. He's going to back off. This is where he used to shine last week. Making smart choices. He still gets taken down, but numbers still advantage for Global Esports. Two people already on site.
Knowing where they are as well, up around the pillars. Darren is able to get down the first, but Primi still quite deadly with the Sheriff. Now picks up the Judge. Full util as well, but Poppy is very prepared for it.
If he had got, if he had made it a 1v1, Armageddon online as well, so much delay just on his own, that could have been just a prime example of how Teo shines in that post-fight situation. Which we haven't really quite seen yet, right? Not too many plants coming through successfully, obviously just aside from the first two rounds. And so Talon, they'll have to figure out how they're actually going to break through. Using these salvos, if you want to get mid-control, how else are you going to from one of the sides? Main. You got to be able to take a bit more control than just sitting in ban alone. And it looks like this time they are going to go for a stack. Armageddon online as well. We'll see if it gets used right away.
True full buy round for Talon, and it starts things off already. Together so much information. They're looking for some spams. The GE players haven't quite found just yet. The smokes are blocking so much of it off. Ben is able to at least take one down, but here comes the net, and it actually catches onto a couple of players. They're gonna have to try to tuck in between the smokes to stay alive. Nightfall gets sent out as well.
And you know there was only one heaven, so you know that the main force still should have been main, and you're able to reclaim B heaven as well. Great hold from Global Esports. That barrier mesh really just slowing down the entire team. Ban's not to come out from his ult.
Quick mid-round decision from Talon though, quickly trying to kind of transition over onto the A site, and GE does make a good read for it as well, splitting their defenses 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2 is the way you have to go right now when it's a 4v4. You still have some semblance of play, especially with the C still available for Crystal. But just because of the focus they had, all right, Haunt goes out. You should be able to regroup over by the A side, but they just don't have information. They decide, okay, we're just going to leave Darren on his own. He's just going to have to anchor. Crystal, does he wait or does he go for a timing spam into the smoke? Just going to hold.
Wait, yeah, for now. Meanwhile, Darren's desperately on his camera trying to spot them out. Definitely finding them. Screens up. It's a little bit too late. It's all up to Crystal, who has to push up a little bit further. Now manages to take down Jit Boys, and now trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to get back into this. As well, though. You mentioned that utility, and he still has a very good opportunity to use it. Just waiting in case they do peek into him, but nothing found so far. And this confirms they are all inside of Primi creeps on through, but unfortunately crashed down. It's Poppy who sprays all of them down.
Very good awareness from Poppy, because from the movement, it really felt like at the end of the day, this had to be a Governor round. Primi, you still suspect that just a bit because they never re-cleared screens entirely. But once you take down Primi, do you expect the last member to have already left the site as well? But they're both low health. Poppy just keeps his crosshairs trained, and he's ready for the last kill. And GE now continuing forward with 4. And this is, I mean, Ben had to come out. He had to try to buy time from back of sight. He had to open things up even further after the information. But that barrier mesh, it's an absolute pain for Talon.
Just kind of fully collapsing into them and slowing them down. Able to kind of transition over. Just kind of being broken apart still. GE. Playing grouped up together. I mean, they showed how they were able to kind of I don't want to say dominate. They did pretty darn well on this map last week.
Yeah, I mean, Yudotan, of course, having so many impact multi-kills on that map. Against Team Secret.
พวกคิดมันไม่ไหวกับเราสักคนไม่ชัด
It's
นะ
just been really good holds.
คือเราแค่ยังไม่เอาจริงครับเราแค่ยังไม่เอาจริงนะผม
on that deadlock. The deadlock has been finding a lot of value, and we'll see how TALON really plans to combat that. Early on, they were pretty good about drawing out that barrier mesh early, but then they didn't really have the clean mid round. Now they try to go for a rush. The barrier mesh once again blocks them off, and they're not able to support their teammate Ban in the site. So where do they find that balance? I mean, I would still love to see just drawing that barrier mesh out. It's just such a pain. It's the same thing with Vice, right? You gotta do something about the sheer wall. You can't just assume.
ใช่ใครมาใหม่นะฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามกันหน่อยนะฝากกันนิดนึงนะฝากกันหน่อยนะลุยไปด้วยกันนะผมยูสุสวัสดีครับผม
Absolutely, I imagine what this timeout is for. So needing to kind of draw out a
ฝาก
lot
กดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามกันหน่อยครับ
at the same time, their pressure, the stakes are rising. You got so many
2,000 คนนะวันนี้ 2,000 คนครับลุยไปด้วยกัน
That Armageddon still in the hands of Primi. Hasn't really found a good chance to use it on the attack just yet. Obviously, most ideally just to buy time in the post plant. Yoru still just gonna find space and time here in ramps. He's trying to push up. Getting aggressive, but there's just too many members. He doesn't expect the swing out off of the Prowler, and Yudotan's ready for it. And now you know, all right, it had to just be one. There's no trade-off. You're ready in vents, and then there's the ground, and there's just so much delay.
Oh my god, Annihilation as well, alongside the paint shells. The spam comes through.
What is going on?
In with a showstopper, but it doesn't quite connect. They're trying to push off of the space that they've gotten, and Yudotan unfortunately falls to Governor. Governor now pulls out his showstopper, but he's working against numbers.
Oh, it's all alone. I was gonna say, I mean, at the very least, they drew out a lot of the ults from the global side just to try to buy time if they can reset, but Governor was stuck, so the rest of the team of TALON tries to just buy time for him, and now he's the only one left. He's already used his showstopper, down to 86 health, trying to creep into the B site. If he gets a timing against Poppy, sure, but if not, this looks nigh impossible.
Oh,
Poppy's just ready for it. He doesn't need to watch anywhere else because the rest of his team, is watching.
Like instantly you would have spotted out the barrel, you know, Governor went up to check Heaven. And it's just the instant shot. I mean, definitely not kind of the impact you want to have from that coach timeout.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the coach cam looks like after that round. It's just an absolute mess, but really what it comes down to is the fact that G has the read. If they find the Yoru ahead, if they go out for the peek out and there's no trade against Yudotan, okay, we're going to make the read that it's only one person, that there's going to be pressure elsewhere, and they're immediately ready to just crunch onto mid with an absolute massive util dump.
That's just kind of what the comp truly affords. But now, okay, starting things off, Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, he's ready for the swing out. I mean, you use the Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Still, his teammate's going to be able to hear the sound from that grab net. Jit boys takes a lot of damage.
Trying to caterpillar through the smoke. However, G are already making such a good reaction to this. Poppy hanging out towards the back, watching the exits of that smoke. Crystal up around the corners with the Outlaw. Yudotan from the top of Heaven gunned down though. So a slight opportunity for TALON, but unfortunately still kind of pinched into the site at the end of it.
Crystal's Prowlers have been very, very good. I feel like there's always at least one that leads to a kill almost every single round. Even just now, it's being sent into the smoke and someone's already trained right at the edge of the smoke so that when the Prowler activates, they can switch right away to where that Prowler would be going. They're also just so aware of how the Yoru is going to play, trying to create space and trying to displace crosshairs from the back of sight. And the real big problem is that once again, sure, you take down the barrier mesh, but TALON has yet to really claim control. Of one part of the map while destroying all the delay utility.
Tried to push faster, but clearly that doesn't quite work out. Outlaw still in the hands of Crystal, and he's marking this. Spots out the shoulder and instantly Governor's down.
Just look at how confident they are as well, right? Holding this wider off angle.
ไม่ครับอันนี้ของโกบันครับ
And you know that they either have to invest a lot of resources ahead of time to try to gain space, or they're going to have to go for these dry peaks. It's a very confident move from Global Esports just to try to continue the snowball.
No answers found so far.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันคุมทุกไซส์ดีเลยเว้ยมันมีเดนล็อกกันมิดมันมีแอตตากันบีมันมีไซเฟอร์กันเอมันบุกยากนะเว้ยของมันเยอะแชทของมันเยอะจริง
Oh, they hear that again, and then there's the paint shells. You
Ui,
know,
giỏiพี่ดิม
okay, it's a good fight back, but eventually it's the paint shells. They just have so many
ของมันเยอะ
variations
จริงไอ้
between
เหี้ย
Neoton and Kelly, yes, and Talon just has not
มึงดู
figured
ดิ
out
มึง
an
วิ่ง
answer.
บีอ่ะไม่มีแอตตา
I want to say
มึง
that
วิ่
it
งมิด
might
ไม่มี
almost
เดนล็อก
be
มึง
worth
วิ่ง
it
เอไม่มีไซเฟอ
for
ร์
the coaching staff of Talon to call yet another timeout. I know it's already very late, but if you go into the second half with only 2 rounds, sure, it's split. You know, say what you want. But I just don't think they have good answers in terms of how their util counters the defensive util and the delay util from Global Esports.
It really limits your options. If you go into the defensive half this way, you're really trying to work with the retakes, especially on a composition like this.
ทีมเรามีเตโฮมีแอตตาครับเตโฮแอตตาและบีถ้าผมตัวกันไซนะ
an answer. I mean, previous round, sure, it's a little bit of an ego, but you
ไอ้
still
สอง
don't
เราแรก
want
เรา
it
โค
to
ตรเหลือ
look
เลยว่ะ
like this. And you mentioned
75
the whole
มา 75 มา
thing
75 มา
with
75 มา
Kelly
ที่ตาม
as
มา
alongside Yudotan. Right now,
75
it's just
75
so
ชิล
impeccable.
ชิลนะครับ75ครับชิลนะครับ
Absolute
รักเอ
massive
รวดเร็วนะครับ
first
รักเอ
half
รวดเร็ว
already
นะครับ
from GE.
รักเอแล้วโดนอะไรโดน
Obviously,
ทับไซ
with
เฟอ
a
ร์
couple more rounds themselves to really feel comfortable, then you can really just focus on that pistol. Now it's going
ไม่
to
อยู่เอ
be
3 ตัว
got Rolling Thunder.
พ่อ
You got
พี่ตาย
Armageddon.
ไม่รู้ได้ไง
You
วะ
gotta dump everything you can just to even get into the site. They haven't planted a spike in a long time, and Yudotan gets covered with the paint shells again.
Just trying to set up for it now alongside this time. But unfortunately, with their teammates down, you can't quite do too much with the utility. They're still trying to clear out ramps, and a bit of spam from Darren just to block things off out towards the exits.
And look at the fill onto the site from Global Esports. Because you had this trip over in heaven, they could buy time until someone arrived. And there's Kelly as he gets when he plays it safe. Once again, extra delay until he gets more support over from the rafters. Now it's a double angle over on heaven. Talon is trapped right now by ramps.
Stall locked off. Might even be an effective crossfire, but
He's
able to take one down, but straight back into the site. And that's Jit Boy's downed. All left onto Cruz. I don't quite know how he's going to work around this. The sonic sensor is still there. And Jit Boy's right around the corner too. I mean Poppy, excuse me.
Yeah, Poppy's just going to wait, but once he hears any sort of sound, any util, anything of the spike, it's got to be a creep out. He's going to play it safe. They're not quite sure. He doesn't want to take this 1v1, and this is so heads up from Poppy. Because Cruz has to check. It's a 1v3. He needs an extra kill. Look at this angle. It's so hard. He saw the gun barrel, and Poppy absolutely outplaying the IGL of Talon.
So smart. I mean, so many different ways that he could have played it, but knowing that his team had the numbers advantage, right? Just to play in such a defensive spot, knowing that Cruz would have to clear or get the spike planted, right? Dropping down from heaven, for example. But then that would have been a 1v3. So just so incredible movements from a lot of the GE players altogether overall.
Yeah, Cruz, I like that he just creeps into heaven. That was really the only option they had. At the end of the day, you already lost too many of your teammates. Again, just holding strong over by the B side. And Talon only 2 more chances to get some rounds in this first half.
วินแรกอย่างเหลือวินที่เหลือมาลองกันดิไหวไหมวะจัดไหวดิวะ
The gun's not
ไหว
quite
ดิ
truly on their side. A lot of them light shield, so this outlaw
ซับแมนเอลสวัสดี
still
ครับผม
wreaking havoc. Interestingly enough, though, the setup has changed.
Yeah, just a stack onto the B side. GE trying to get ahead of the read just a bit. You have that showstopper, and Poppy is going to get that first kill. Grab next use.
Poppy's
but
insane.
still takes down Ban. Still no control over ramps. Yes, you took Bin, but GE gifted it to you. They left it open. Barrier mesh still holding on B heaven. So much time bought.
Just so good on the variety of plays, the defensive setups. Still, though, Operator will be able to fire back, so maybe a slight opportunity now. Stealth drone just to check, but Poppy's able to react so quick. Smokes up, and Governor is now blocked off. Has to try to maybe use the satchels to get over ahead of things. Showstopper coming through as well, but Yudotan still able to stop and slow everything down. Dodging the bullets up for Crystal to slam it all down.
9-2 going into the last round of the first half. Talon, they looked confident picking up this composition. I mean, I don't mind it in theory, right? I love the Euro when it's paired together with something like the Teo, really supplying those flashes and acting as that half initiator. I love the Breach along with the Teo and the Race. It all makes sense up to that point. But you do have to go a bit all in, and they just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time, Yudotan hiding away in that corner. Never was quite spotted by the stealth drone.
ไหวดิวะไอ้เหี้ยแชทไหวดิวะแชทไม่มึงฟังกูก่อนเลยคือเราการเล่น3แมปโอเคปะ2แมปเนี่ยมันเดี๋ยวง่ายไปนะ2แมปมันง่ายไป
Time and time again, look at this! The barrier mesh! Oh no! They managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside! No! He hasn't checked for Poppy! Poppy still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Pachos, but he's going to skirt around it. He's still surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon scattering across the entire map.
Oh, and there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still flushed out of position. JitBoys is able to gun him down. He's towards the back now. It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with yet another retake. 2-on-2, Cruz out from Evan. Unfortunately, JitBoys falls. He swings, and that's Darian to pick up the double kill at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
Holy moly, I mean, on one part of it, when I saw the map draft, I thought, okay, but you did just show your split. So you're going into a map against a team that always likes to cook up some crazy things, a little bit of anti here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no, we're still confident that we know how to play this map, that we know that we have several layers, especially on that defense, as we just saw, on how to hold you off. And Global Esports, they prove it. And meanwhile, Talon, I mean, let's be honest, we can talk all about the theory, but the viewers aren't really quite seeing what this composition was cooked up for.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been able to show and stretch its legs right now. I mean, so many times they tried to make something happen. At times, maybe it's, Governor or Ban being able to slip through the cracks. But at the end of it all, you got players like Poppy who are able to slow things down. You got Kelly S on the deadlock, repeatedly annoying them with that barrier match. And at the same time, Yudotan is able to slay and strike a lot of them down. Not to mention, Crystal in with the outlaw attacks as well.
So now, flipping sides, I do think Talon would have loved to get just a couple more rounds here. Yeah, yes, it's double duelist, and so ideally a lot of people like to think they should have had more than 5, right? 6 or more on that attack. Quite frankly, I can still see a world where they would have been okay with maybe 4 rounds. But right now with 2, I mean, you lose the pistol again, you're just not given a chance to showcase what you wanted to do on the defensive half. So it starts with the pistol, and then once they go from there, again, whether it's things like the trap plays with the salvos, you're gonna have a little bit more control on when to use that utility rather than having to go blindly into an all-in with no info, right? That information lacking on this side.
คนเรามันผิดพลาดกันได้เว้ยพิสตอลเราชนะก่อนแล้วมันไหลยาวครับไหลยาวนะแชทไหวชิวนะครับ
just react step by step.
Definitely they're going to want to do. Just being able to have those double initiators just affords them so much. But right now, at the same time, Global Esports with a slightly more balanced team, perhaps, they get to kind of take their time with things and starting things off. It's going to be the Boombot down mid.
Oh, that's already a fault line out, though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move, and then you saw the blind side come out, too. So Flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol. Oh, shit, boys! Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE attack.
Still, though.
Chill, bro, chill.
Oh, and I like the group up here from Talon. They're not going to send everybody just because they want to know, are they heaven? Even if they plant A, are they all on site? So that getting that information is good, but you have the numbers advantage, so staying grouped up to try to make sure that they can combat wherever the push is.
And also using the drone just for added measure.
They don't know about Darian. They haven't actually gotten into heaven just yet. Ban is able to save himself, though.
Just quick as well. Baramash trying to fend off stairs, but the salvos are going to stall and slow them down. Everyone from Talon already grouping up into the site. Sight lines being held as well. Yudotan gonna try to play around the timing of it just to does peek out, but Ban still being such a menace towards the back of sight. Kelly, yes, now the paint shell's in his face. Stunned up, able to take down Primi at the very least, but then again comes Ban.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room. Now you've got, potentially, in theory, another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try to snowball that by. Good flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think the round starts to fall apart. But they're able to keep that numbers advantage.
Okay.
Starting things off with JitBoys especially. Okay. Side as well. But now onto the next round. I mean, we have seen how Talon started things off, not too shabbily, in the previous half, but how are GE able to answer back? Still, this round, all classics.
Oh, and look at the A setup as well. Gate crash into elbow so that if Ban gets first contact, he's still going to fill the site. That's something to keep note of in the future rounds as well. Giving up vents, though. That's why they're continuing to push out from A main. Talon, they just want to make sure that they have a multi-angle here on the retake. He's going to go ahead and take the gate crash, actually. Well, kind of leaves Cruz all alone, but Ban does get one to even the numbers.
Good team.
There it is, back in the elbow with the Marshall as well. So huge sightline, and he definitely spots things out. Goes for the retake. That's a third kill. Swaps over to the Ghost. Master. It is. He lands and slams.
Let's go.
It was all set up for Ben. The unstoppable menace.
Well, I mean, you know, you get an ace. I would say that if you're Cruz, you're okay with that sacrifice on ramps just to delay them just a bit. Try to funnel them into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window.
Bro's awake. Bro's awake.
You got to remember, Ban obviously used to play a lot of that jet as well. He used to play a lot of that op himself. He's used to playing these long-range angles. And that's something this team needs to try to get back into the game.
Imagine it's such a huge morale boost. Not to mention economy as well. He's onto the op this time.
So that op going to bounce back and forth. Look at the gate crash already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push out. They want to utilize the fact that they might have slightly weaker weaponry, but we're going to shove you into the operator's crosshair.
ของที่ใช้ไปคุ้มมากของที่ใช้ไปคุ้มมากเพราะอะไรรู้ป่ะแชทมันไม่ของเอ้ย
But GE thinks
พอ
better than that.
พออย่า
Around two, around mid. Oh, but Poppy actually peeks into the op.
A good hold from Poppy, holding that off angle close to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from Poppy to wait for that operator, and now that's a big investment gone.
Still though, GE trying to regroup back towards A, but look at what's happening on the minimap, boys. Quite a bit of information towards the mid side.
And Chip Boys pinching in as well. Wondering when they start to call Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information over by ramps. You're still seeing just the fade util, so no clear information. But Talon, the comms not quite there just yet. It's just Chip Boys trying to pinch through. So now you just have to hold and see if you can delay on the site and then go for a multi-pronged retake. Does he give the angle?
30 seconds.
Chip Boys!
สวยโอ้พี่ไม่ได้หรอ
Down onto the side, Primi falls. So Global able to flood down the site now. A little bit of screens pressure as well. Crystal up around the sides. Jit Boys with the Vandal now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a little bit more space for his team in with the stars. Bricks a little bit of down. Governor onto the Spectre, does a little bit more damage too, and Jit Boys swinging off the attention away, but then shut down by Kelly S. A bit of a spam through the screens, and unfortunately Cruz down to low HP will fall, and that is GE up to 11.
Neat little thing that Yudo does there, right? He catches sight and then he hide behind the screen, just goes for spam. Whether it hits him or not, it's going to force Governor to move. Governor actually gets tagged quite a bit there as well, so he's already weak. But a nice little maneuver there from Yudotan. Jit Boys, if they won this round, he would have been the MVP of the round. Gets so much space, gets so much information, picks up the Vandal as well. But unfortunately, they're not able to win that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork from Kelly S and Yudotan. And that's going to be the second time out from Talon.
That's one of those rounds where, you know, from the macro perspective, things look so good for Talon. They could have actually converted that bonus, but now with that loss, definitely needing to try to pick up the pieces with this timeout.
Something we also need to note is Frost and Juvenile, right, the current head coach of Global Esports, they did face off at Champions when Juvenile was still with Leviathan. And that was a match where Talon looked like they had a very good chance of taking it. But Leviathan, they wake up, they're still able to hold on to that win 2-0. And then, of course, Leviathan makes a pretty deep run all the way into the bracket. So I know that's something that the coaching staff of Talon Esports wasn't quite happy about. They thought they might have had a golden chance to try to break it into the playoffs of champions. Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they shake it off. They say, rebuilding, you know, around Primitive. Now we go through the offseason. They looked like they were experimenting a lot, trying to really hash out some of the issues they were having. Right now, we're not seeing a good result out of it.
คือคอมโบเตโฮกับบีทดีนะก็ดันเราได้แต่เราโอเวอร์ไอ้แค่แบนโอเวอร์แบบจริง
Once again
แบนโอเวอร์ฮีทไปจริง
It really is just Primi not quite having the opportunity so far. Hopefully on the defensive side a little bit more, and we start things off with just quite a bit towards mid again. Governor coming back into peak.
Yeah, very risky. Yeah, risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peaks there. Catches sight of one.
โอเคยังได้อยู่สองราวเนี่ยถ้าเขาโชว์อย่างเดียวเขาก็ไม่ได้เว้ยใช่ปะล่ะทำไมเข้ามาดูเป็นภาพนี้ครับจริงๆแชทผมจะบอกให้นะตอนนี้นะครับ
Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they peek out though? So many smokes coming out.
ก็เลยใช้ภาพลงตา
Still no contact.
มีดวงแหวน
Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot anything out either. Darren managed to stay and avoid it.
I'll handle this. Oh, the ult just to check. That's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming up from Cruz, but how long do you wait? Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're saying, okay, the Yora's behind you. Where do you go? But now over in heaven, Governor's able to get that 1 kill as well. Gate crash. It's going to be expired. And there's the fault line just delayed. Now you know with only 20 seconds left that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up. There's a gravity well as well. They're going to try to fill the site.
Hurt the time.
แล้วพวกกูอยู่ไซส์3 คน
Now you got to worry about the back as well. GE pressure is definitely on them. Trying to flood into the site. Look at the flash is ready.
Nice one, man.
Sight lines as well.
Nice one, man.
Down to the site.
Nice one, man.
Primi onto the other as well. And Talon manages to strike back.
นี่ไง
So Talon this time, the patience of holding on
Okay,
to
bro.
things like
Calm
the
down.
fault line
Calm
really
down.
scares GE.
Calm
into,
down.
Okay, where do we
Okay,
push
man.
forward to get some more information? We didn't really
Come
get
on,
clarity in
come on,
mid. We
come
didn't
on,
see
come
any
on.
reactions. They were
Come on.
trying to bait
Come
out
on,
some sort of
come on.
movement. Then you see the Ural come out, but you're not quite able to chase over because you left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he going to go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your raise as well, so now you're just caught in mid, and then it's a timing play from Talon, and they're starting to find some footing.
Just a little bit.
ใจเย็นครับทุกคนใจเย็นครับทุกคน
Guns as well, hopefully able to keep
ขอร้อง
a bit of a streak
ขอร้อง
going.
ขอร้อง
GE a little bit passive though.
They
the alt orb
สวย
goes in for the swing, but look at that.
ตัวแรกกูกลัวเลยอุ้ยเยอะไอ้กำเนิดบอกเยอะเพื่อน
Member spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells in case they decided to pile on, and Utah still gets a long range fight. He is onto the site.
A quick reaction. Jitboy is able to kind of come back and refill that space with the judge. And now towards the back now, Cruz unfortunately gunned down.
Huh?
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the grab net right into the repeat. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see it obviously some more for set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously weaponry not on their side, however. Annihilation available. If GE wanted to try from that point, which I would not mind. You're 6 rounds ahead. I would like to see a little bit of risk taking, because if you use the Annihilation, limit them down to a 2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
Still though, not too much
คือ
information
ถ้า
on
มันเจอ
where
ตัว
their
หนึ่ง
opponents
ใช่ปะ
might be.
แล้วมันก็จะกดอันติ
Right now, having to
Udo
check and
Tong
clear a lot of the corners, so a bit of a
ส
double
วยจิตบอย
but it's the setup high-low from Talon to kind of counter them.
Nice one,
Able
Nong.
to shoot them down.
Starting
เมื่อกี้
to
ต้องสัง
catch
เวย
up.
ท่านหน่อยเฮีย
Just to remember that they're not quite at 12 just yet.
ไอ้
However,
ไม่ยิง
once
ทะลุ
again,
ควันโคตรโหดเลยสัตว์เมื่อกี้
online. Is it going to be an ult dump on this round? It looks like it. They're set up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings of where they want to clear. Perhaps over for that deep range. Just trying to clear things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the play is.
คนเดียวยิงไป3 นัด
The
ติ
real
ดดอก
question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the scoreboard, you see all these ultimates online. They're going to leave A relatively empty. So it's going to be a retake. You have that Rolling Thunder, and you have the Cosmic Divide as well. I like the fast push out of mid. You really just want to force them into one of the sites.
Yeah, G makes a thing for it. So
สวยแบน
to the A
หนี
side,
น้อง
and instantly Ban kind of leaves it open. So a bit of a retake setup. The off shot does take one of the players down as well. So that's instant value too.
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
เอาใครเอาสักคนตอนนี้ไอ้เหี้ยเอาเถอะขอร้อง
Into the side, but Jitboys kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy avoids it for now, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity. Udotan able to spam and spray through as they all try to push out off the Rolling Thunder. Now it's all down to just Ban, and he's got the op, tries to peek out, but Udotan takes him down once again. It is GE up to Matt point.
Poppy with the perfect timing on the Cosmic Divide. Completely ruins the Rolling Thunder. Talon wanted to try to wrap into the site ASAP. You look at the angle, it wasn't just for ramps. It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk, we're going to push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divide, look at this. You peek out of it, you still have to take the 50-50. Afterwards, there's a little bit of that distance right next to the wall. It makes it such a nightmare to peek out, and now GE at 12.
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not connecting. So now, huge opportunity, especially with some of the ultimates right now. Talon, though, still trying to fight back. They take space outside of Garage.
See how long they wait, though. It's a double team, so they want to try to set up a trap play, but this is what Poppy's been doing the entire map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets information, and then he sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Primi catches sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle. Little bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for back. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
Trying to go in for it. I mean, all 3 of them going for the trade setup as well, right? Peeking off of each other. But the Boombot now comes out, just defend even more of them back. Peeking out of the cage, unfortunately, the timing of it all, it's just a setup for GE to react back into the utility that they sent through. Primi tries to stay alive into the corner. A bit of a one and done. He's able to get away with two, but it's still not enough.
Jit Boys still only a sheriff as well. See if he can get in range to pick anything up, but Poppy looks like he's ready to shut that down. Now look at the positions. I mean, GE all ready to just pick off these 1v1s. Over by Poppy. He's not looking. Jit Boys, does he find a timing? He does!
Right,
now a 2v1. 1v1 down to Crystal versus Jit Boys.
แล้วรัสเซียมันคมนะเว้ยแต่มันคมเท่าน้องกูหรือเปล่า
He peeks out, and that's gonna be the headshot just in an instant. 13-6, Global Esports ends the first map.
Really, really well played from GE, and I think we saw a little bit of the undercooked moments from Talon even in that last round. They're trying to peek out of that Rams control. They have to just invest with the explosions to take over areas and then hold on to it, but they hesitated. They sent Governor out alone with just the drone. It doesn't quite check the right corner, and Crystal's able to gun down the Rays and then take space on the site. And so we're gonna have to see a little bit of retooling from Talon, but for now, both teams will have to focus on the next map, which is gonna be Abyss, where Global Esports did look shaky last week.
เหมือนเข้าแล้วนะ
Was that 13-3 loss against Team Secret, so maybe a slight chance for Talon to really strike back, but I don't know if Global Esports has to really cook something back up.
I'm not sure if they're Yudotan's family or they're just father and son, but here to cheer on Yudotan. Could be family. Well, I'll have to double check with the production, but either way, Yudotan has a lot of family.
ไม่ใช่แมปเราไม่ใช่แมปเราครับทุกคนใจเย็นครับทุกคนใจเย็นครับมันไม่ใช่แมปเราแมปต่อไปครับสปินนะครับเอ้ยชิบหายแล้วแมปต่อไปอบินครับอบินครับแมปเรานั่นเองนะผมอบินนะครับอบินไหวชิวนะครับอบิสนะครับผมไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงโอเคไหมไม่ต้องเป็นห่วงนะครับถ้าใครมาใหม่ครับฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามมาหน่อยนะฝากอันนี้นึงนะครับเพราะว่าชิบหายมีคุยแล้วดูทรงกูไม่รู้เหมือนกันเนาะไหนดูนี่ดิดูไอ้เหี้ยมันเคยเล่นมาอย่างวะโกบอลอะไปเล่นเลนเน่กับมาแข่งเหรอ
ไก่จ้างางได้ยี่ไหมว่าสียังไข่สียังคอนร้องให้ไก่กุ๊กกุ๊กไก่จ๋าทาลอนมาเว้
ยไอ้แบบนี้มึงพูดคมเลยมันพูดชัดเลยนะเฮียพูดชัดจัด
คุยหน้าหีทีมกูแค่อ่อนให้เท่านั้นแหชอพอแมปใครแมปมันเว้ยกูขออย่างเดียวไอกอล์ฟมึงตื่นเถอะหน้าหีไอปาปี้มึงอย่ารู้เยอะเช็คสมองแม่งได้แฮกหรือเปล่าสู้ไม่ได้เสือกใช้ของช่วยไอคุยแมปหน้าโดนแน่จัสเชื่อกูเดือดละ
ไอ้เหี้ยมันรู้เยอะจริงไอ้เฮียมันรู้เยอะจริงอ๋ออบิดเหรอเฮ้ยโอ้โหเชี่ยว่ามันแก้มาแน่เลยวะโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้ยกูกลัวมันโคตรแก้มาเลยว่ะกลัวจัดเลยว่ะเฮียมันแก้แน่นอนอ่ะจิตยิง15แบนยิง15เราต้องเชื่อมั่นดีวะแชทเราต้องเชื่อมั่นดีวะในวันที่เราในวันที่เราไม่เชื่อมั่นนะแล้วมันจะเป็นความเปลี่ยนแปลงได้ยังไง
as well on the slide rounds from Crystal, and Yudotan is a bona fide star player. Like, if I'm Patrick who's sitting at home, I'm sweating for my position in the tournament. This is a guy who, he was playing Senti in the off-season for Global Esports, but Duelist is his most played role across his career, and he's already shown that he can take over games, and now he's doing it on the Tier 1 level in multiple different games.
Fun
fact about Yudotan, he actually used to be on Talon. Way back before franchise was around, Yudotan was originally on Talon Esports playing in the Challengers Philippines. But you know what, here, I think what sucks for you guys is that neither of you put him on your team, and he would have to it. Now here, Poppy, his control of B was excellent. They just Talon could not get in at all, and they just. The pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like Teo on your comp there, you should be pushing it a lot faster.
Yeah, I definitely feel like with this double duelist, I wanted to see them go heavy burst, especially more towards the sides. I felt like they were working mid a lot, and it just looked like they got picked off in their default so consistently, which is the one thing you can't do against this the comp of GE, because it allows them to kind of stabilize into that mid round, and then when you lose your burst power, it's nigh impossible.
I mean, even in this last round, Yoru gets isolated despite investing the ult. Look at all of this reactive utility, the Nightfall coming out, you had the grab well as well as the deadlock wall going down, before they can scale into the site and burst and actually get themselves into a comfortable post plan. And that's where, as the GE are going to struggle a little bit more, it's all about using that Senti util to be able to hold things down, to be able to stop them getting out of the chokes, and it never felt like Talon could get into a comfortable position into the game state that they actually want. And I have to say, look, the defense from Talon was a lot more convincing. They had a lot better ideas. Look at this A main control. They had a lot of set plays that they were using. You had Ban on the other side of the map that did get onto this deep op line. Yes, he did get picked by Poppy. Look, we don't need to show this part. This is kind of not really the point, but at the end of the day, Talon had some great ideas on defense. They just dug themselves way too deep of a hole, but you can't really blame anyone but yourselves when you choose to play attack first on split and you can't change into what you've already seen from global, and the read doesn't work at all.
And unfortunately for Talon, they just love to cook on split, and the comp looked right. Honestly, the comp looked right.
I thought it was good. From that initial select, I thought they had answers to what had, but this map seemed like a lot of execution mistakes to me, which is a real big issue. This is what I spoke about, where if you start down that bracket, you can come in slow, so now it's on them to recover.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have their chance on Abyss here. As Chobra pointed out, Global didn't have the best showing last week on Abyss. It was the first map, and some of us might say his first jitters, map jitters, but then, you know, they're a little bit of holes in their game plan strategically, so it's really hard to say. This data, of course, is from the off-season, I believe, so obviously this is why we're not seeing global stuff up here. But what are you making of this second map now? Talon's going to be stepping back up, or is Global
going to
I hope so. I'm expecting a map too. I think GE didn't show what their Abyss could have been. So I think they'll have gone away and refined some things, so I expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and I expect Talon to hard reset after this game. It's a dominate. You won both pistols, but you got dominated, so it's that same idea of you just want to throw that out of your brain and go, let's come into map 2, let's play our actual game here now, team.
มึงจำดีตอนนั้นเนี่ยมันโดนไปถึง3-3ด้วยนะมึงอ่ะมึงดู
They have looked shaky.
โอ้โหมันคัมแบ็ก
They had some rough games there.
มันก็คัมแบ็ก
Some of the Korean teams in the off season as well. So
เฮ้ยถ้ามันทำได้แล้วมันทำไม่ได้วะ
was it DRX
ทีมไทยมันขับเคลื่อนได้แรงด่า
one of the teams picking Pearl in the opening games where they didn't have great results in the off season. You know, you have to take at the end of the day, but then picking a map that they didn't perform well in the off season actually ended up backfiring. They lost it, and you had both teams trading their map picks. So look, Talon's going to have a lot better of a read, a lot better of an approach. I feel like both of these teams are quite inconsistent in general, though. So I really wouldn't be surprised to see the maps go one apiece, and then we head on to the third map, to be honest, especially given GE's showing, because like, you know, Secret made them look like they were completely lost, like they were just getting executed, they couldn't hold the execute. They're playing a very active comp where they actually need to interact with the game, go and take some map control, go and take some ownership on the defense, and it felt like they just were always behind the 8 ball. They weren't taking map control too much, they weren't making pushes, and I think they're going to have at least gone back and reviewed that and maybe worked on it a little bit since then, though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Kelly S had pointed out with the addition of Darion, it does enable them to switch their gameplay style. So without Patrick Hu here, I think now they're doing a little bit of push and pull. They're saying they normally would play this really aggressively, but now I'm pretty sure they went back and worked on Abyss. There's no way you're going to let Abyss come through a second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their homework, cleaned it up. Talon on the other hand, you're right, they look so inconsistent.
เชื่อใจพร้อมลุยไอจัสหัวถั่วเคไหมน้องเลิฟกูยังเชียร์อายุหรือมึงไม่เชียร์ก็ออกไปถ้ามึงกลัว
โอ้โหจริงครับเราต้องเชื่อมันดิวะต้องเป็นแบบอะไรนะอ๋ออบิดได้ไหนอบิดว่ามันยังไม่เคยเล่นเลยเหรอประสานไม่เคยนะครับอ๋อนี่เล่นเป็นรอบหนึ่งแพ้
ที ที่เขาแพ้13-3มันก็แค่อดีตแต่ตอนนี้มันคือปัจจุบันTALON โดนเขาตบอยู่
มึงรอดูปัจจุบันในอีก5 ทีสัตว์มึงรอกันรอพิมพ์มี่เล่นเครื่องก่อนนะเฮียนี่โลตัสไปไหนวะกูตาบอดไปเนี่ย
Stable comps, the same stable roles. It's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing, but then you have that split attack side, and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen from Frost in his interviews, his podcast, he's always trying to stay one step ahead, keep them guessing a little bit, have special specific teams. But you're right, it's really hard to master it at that point. GENG was so good last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it the same. They fine-tuned, they make it better. So
the Korean approach, you know, just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's consistent. I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your players can't execute it in the server, then that idea means nothing.
Well, you know what does mean something though?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is their 4th game in a row, I think, of changing up their comp. We're going the double controller with the Viper mixed in, and Primi is on the deadlock this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw him hopping on Pearl, so they're really backing the Darion op here.
I think it's a very natural fit for Darion. You know, he's played a lot of Jet, he's done a lot of opping, and I do think Chamber can provide a lot of valuable, I don't want to say utility, but a lot of valuable impact.
You're seeing other agent changes as well. Crystal is onto the server. You got the breach for KLES, so they're really swapping a couple of different things around for this Abyss game.
Yeah, I am liking this. I love when teams go back and rework all their weaknesses, and it looks like they both cooked something up, and I have no idea who's going to be the better chef. Let's go over to our task takeaway map 2 Talon versus Global Esports.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big changes in the composition on both sides. Now, I know, everyone in chat, Reddit, everyone's already still looking at Talon and saying, Primi's still not on Duelist, like what's going on here? But, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, because the current Neons we've seen is much more about baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if Primi's set up for some of that fighting power.
Okay, so food critic
Chobra
is kind of liking what Talon's cooking up here.
I didn't say like. I just said that we gotta wait and see.
Gotta wait and see. Right. We shall kind of give them a chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double controller as well. But right now, that impact from the chamber already coming through.
And we're just going to get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle, but Crystal's still here as well. And then there's the support from KLES. Once again, keep your eyes on the movement of KLES, because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well. Let's take a little bit of time to talk about that chamber, though. The Des touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information. So I'm curious what kind of positions Darion takes.
Especially how he holds sight lines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven. Governor down, Poppy comes back in for the trade. That's Primi gone, and you're working against numbers. At this point, Yudotan gets yet another. Ben, what are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with a ghost, but Poppy swings out after the fault line. That's instantly the round handed over to Global Esports.
Not the start you wanted after that first map, but you'll just have to pick it up once you get a chance to get some buys in. Meanwhile, Global Esports, Darion not missing those shots, gets the very first kill with the headshot, and then he's able to finish off the Neon as well. We should note, I mean, it's been a little bit, but Darion, he played a lot of chamber. They touched upon, he used to be a Jet player, he used to be an Opper, but you look at his overall career, it's still his second most played agent. So, I mean, this is going to be like the back of his hand for Darion on chamber.
Just one heck of a sniper. Especially on the B side of things, it definitely works out incredibly well right now.
Pistol out, chill.
All half armor, all stingers. It's just going to be a full push in. Okay, going for the barrier mesh as well. They want to go for a full wraparound onto the A side. I don't mind. They will able to. They punish KLES as well, and now Crystal all alone. Just against the stingers. It's one. Able to connect onto the second.
That's a flood instantly into the site. I mean, KLES heard the footsteps, but with the Guardian couldn't quite fend off. footsteps.
One tap.
The last player now.
สวยมาดิเฮีย
up that guardian,
มา
able to make it ring. Poppy down with the headshot. So
เห็น
Talon
ไหม
strikes
เขาเลยหลอกให้ตายใจ
force buy on the second round.
And that is a bit of a one-and-done force buy, but it's a very aggressive one as well. I mean, the speed that they're able to actually not just go through vents, but they wrap around all the way the bend of mid so that anyone in vents doesn't really have an exit, right? You go out their main, you're getting pinched. You come out.
มาดิบอกแล้วแบบนี้ของเราครับแบบนี้ของเราครับ
And that's only doable because it's the deadlock and the neon able to block off any sort of fast rotate from the defenders.
I think it's also a little bit of that Viper wall from Ben as well, though.
Okay,
right?
okay.
It's kind of impressive. They keep
Fast B,
doing the
fast
same
B,
thing.
fast B,
I mean,
really
that's
fast B.
kind of
Go,
that
go,
first
go, my
round
friend.
Right now, back into the B. Darren's already swapped sides over
โอ้ย
on
อิน
the
สโม
A
กิ้ง
side.
อ่ะอินสโมกิ้งตุ๋ยเจอ
He's just gonna get pushed away. Doesn't really take damage there. He's able to get out.
Still space afforded, and now Talon pretty much kind of gets the
สวย
side.
กูเนี่ย
It's just classic.
เอ้ย
Over, actually managed to land yet another shot, but thankfully
no,
Talon managed to
man,
bring
no.
things back to their control. So now it's pretty soon. Spike planted. How does GE try to deal with this?
Yeah, I mean, already you've taken too much damage that you shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the creds. Overall, in the grand scheme of things, Talon okay if they're able to wrap things up here.
2-1 ครับ
Just keep that advantage. Meanwhile, for GE, I mean, barrier mesh. Maybe you try to fish for some kills for Darren to try to get his tour de force online ASAP, but outside of that, it looks like it's going to be just going down to the
ไหวดิวะเคไหวชิลดู
Play around it still. Yeah, maybe trying to get that tour de force online. He had the sight lines, but couldn't quite react in
ไอ้
kind.
นี่เซฟกลัวแม่ผมกลัวไปมี่แม่น่ะดูสอง
Quick reactions from
หลัง
Talon
มุด
again. And now just high-low setup.
นะ
Crystal unfortunately walks
Nah.
into it.
Yeah, just trying to make it sound like he picks up the gun and leaves, and then decides, okay, well, if I have a phantom, if
ถ้า
I
คน
get 2 kills,
ถือ
maybe
บอม
some
ตก
extra
เขียวนี่
points
แพ้ไม่ครับ
over
บอม
towards
จะ
my
วาร์ปกลับมา
ultimate.
ครับผม
Not going to
Bom
happen,
กลับมา
though.
ได้ไหม
Everyone's still a little ways away on the side of GE towards those ults, and
yeah,
Elias wreaking havoc on the
สวยแบ
side.
น
But right now, Talon, they look a lot more locked in than they did over on Split.
สวยจัด
Definitely working a lot better, especially with how they're taking
สวยครับ
things
สวยครับ
in
สวยครับ
their
สวย
hands
ครับ
right now, being proactive. So keeping an eye again on that Viper wall. It's still blocking off quite a bit of mid, and you can see that it definitely forces.
แบบนี้เอาจริงแล้วนะโอ้ยยืดเดียวออปเปอเรเตอร์ไอ้ยี่นี่โดนชื่อกูมาแชทมาลุงเล่นเล่นน็อป
Recon for a very aggressive position. These are the things you can afford to do with that chamber. We saw some of that chamber coming out from the Americas as well, where you're able to take so many different off angles with that rendezvous.
โดนก่อนนะครับ
A little bit of an off angle though.
เจอ
Spotted.
อุ้ยเกือบตายเกือบตาย
Deal with the slide, so at least he gets away in time.
กลัวเลย
Yeah, that was kind of dicey. I'm surprised he even stayed for that first shot, just knowing that it's a neon, and you were just barely spotted by the drone, but perhaps hoping that they didn't quite recognize it.
That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of experience with as well, like dealing with neons. He did that in VCL just last year. See if he's able to maybe land some of those crazy shots. Now, we mentioned that toxic screen earlier. Obviously, just as any double controller, it's putting in a lot of that pressure, cutting off some of that rotate, and then Ban putting pressure onto Vents right now as well, trying to go for a deep wraparound. Annihilation is going to be able to catch Unoton. That should soften the defenses. He's hiding away. You're not quite sure. Has he dropped or has he not? He can't quite make up their mind. He's not going to get that kill.
Good bait.
Able to react in kind. Still, though, you're taking a look at how Ben is effectively lurking out from the back. GE, they try to push on through. They're still up and towards heaven, trying to make use of some of these sidelines. Crystal, he actually hears Ben. I mean, kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to take him down. And there, the final shot for Darren to slam down. GE, able to equalize scoreboard. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there was any sound there. I think that's just really, really big. The fact that they have yet to see the Viper. Whoever made that call and said, watch your backs, we haven't seen Viper. That is the calm of the round right there. That's the call you need. Because if it wasn't for that, Ban was able to get a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because you already have that off. You already have Darren watching the site. You trust in him to get that information. What a good hold from GE. Just being that spotter for Darren.
ดีครับไหวดีครับ2-2เองชัดเจนดิไม่ไทยนี่มันเป๊ะไว้ใครวะมันรู้แบบเป๊ะไทยนี่มันเป๊ะจัดไว้พวกเคียเนี่ยของจริงเว้ยวัดดอยสัตว์วัดดอยเอ้ยตัวน้องน้อง
Does he suspect the second? He's waiting for it. Crystal.
เฮ้ยเห็นเอาปืน
I mean, he's gonna have to back off now.
Yeah, Yudotan with a good hold, though. I mean, anytime you're playing against these double controllers, it's either you try to push out yourselves or you kind of just have to wait. You have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better.
Oh, this guy is
something they cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
Again, bro.
Yeah, able to work with it this time, especially with Poppy into the stars on the site, so he's able to
through.
But unfortunately, Talon this time managed to come in with the flood.
Nice.
2-3 players all through the smokes, and Poppy wasn't able to hold it back. So a bit of a retake scenario now without the numbers. GE gonna have to try to
get
some picks.
ชิวแล้ว โพสแพนมีไหม มีดาว
Yeah, something to consider because your econ is all over the place right now. The credits not quite evened out for GE. So if you believe that the operator is really, really important for those defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save, and Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky kills. But look at the wraparound from Governor. He wants to punish the op. Finds one. Oh, okay. We'll finish off the kill. Knows he doesn't quite have the opening anymore to chase for the second.
A little bit dicey.
Slap. Coming in.
That is a gun picked up nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
Didn't spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying, all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough. Just wait and not really take that risk.
Be able to keep things
in control. คมเนาะ
A bit of an improvement for Talon, but nonetheless, I mean, being this aggressive.
โอ้มันทะลุเหรอวะหรือเหี้ยอะไรทำไมมันเหลือ5วะ
able to take those guns away, being able to take the side
the
smokes that way, clearly shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon just now, round 5, is going to be very representative of just how every round should be played out. Get some information, if you push out, they punish GE, and then they divide them in mid, and then it's a flood with the Neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in mid!
Good for the fight, down to the tour de force, the first shot down into Governor, and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
ก่อนเล็กเหรอวะเมื่อกี้ Fuck.
A main already given up, trying to hide away from that
road.
Looks like Yudotan might have been hidden. Cosmic Divide. You do have your own to try to counter it on a retake. Oh man, another repeat with the op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal still holding strong on vent, so they feel comfy on the site. And Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, bit of a mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
Trying to use that little pocket that might have been available on the Cosmic Divide to fake them out, but I don't think, I don't know if G even heard them, because I don't think we saw Kellius pass that wall.
I mean, I don't...
Yeah, now they're second-guessing themselves, so surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh, no. But still, I mean, just close enough to the side.
We have side,
to possibly make something happen. Surely now they hear that spike tap.
Yeah, but the wraparound coming in from Crystal, that's going to be big. He might just let Kellius slip through and take out one of his teammates.
So in the position, a little bit far too
พี่ดิม
deep.
กูรู้แหละ
While the rest of his team just kind of holds out around the spike.
พี่ดิมกูรู้
Cruise farther back, so that marks Crystal. He gets off. Just to throw out the recon. Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and the angle. Crystal, unfortunately, shoulder spotted out. And that's then the Cosmic Divide.
สวยไปมีมีดูดน้องเตียน
They should now. Because you
มาดิ
not enough time, and GE
มาดิ 4 ต่อ 3 พวกกูก็เอาหมดอะ
They're on the hunt. They got to get out of the spike radius anyway, and Kellius will survive just barely with that Vandal. So once again, I mean, sure, you get shut down in mid, but it's the same idea, right? You're still able to push the team out, rendezvous out, then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of util in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out.
พี่ตีใหม่ใจเขาเลยลึกพี่
Being able to hold it from heaven as well.
ทำไมเวลามาค้างมาแชท
Ultimates being cycled online now as well. But okay.
ทำไมเหรอขอร้องไม่ไทม์เอาท์ขอร้องอะ
Presumably from the side of GE.
อ๋อไทม์เอาท์โอเค
Trying to fix things up. Now last week,
กูนึกว่าเทคพอร์ต
they really lacked the proactivity to try to go out on A main, get that information. This time they're doing it.
สวยอยู่นะครับไอ้โกเบิลถึงก็ต้องกดไทม์เอาท์นะผม
punishing them.
มา
No, you don't
แค่
get
ใครมาใหม่นะฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามมานะฝากกันนิดนึงนะฝากกันนิดนึงนะ
So what is the adjustment now? Do you invest even more
ยูทูบนะเรามี
util
กับ
to try to go out?
1,800 1,900 คนนะผมฝากกดไลค์กันหน่อยครับ
If you do at that point, you actually just have to commit to a fast flank.
เราจะลดทุน100,000 subscriber นะ
just put a barrier mesh and say nope, you're still trapped in A main, no information, we're just going to hold you there and trade util for util. So I think you have to start to think 2 steps ahead. I like the idea of the chamber in mid trying to get that first pick. That's fine. Maybe you repeat that, but the reaction afterwards, rather than just re-clearing mid, maybe a sudden push out somewhere else to constantly keep Talon guessing.
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able to fight for that neutral ground, but at the same time, it's just wondering how Talon's able to work around it, or if they're holding on the other sides, and especially again, working with that double controller setup.
ไหวเว้ยไหวแชทไม่ร้องไห้ครับเราไหวเว้ย
Kind of in
โอเคปะ
contention. Yudotan being stuck inside of B-Link.
Okay, just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and eventually they'll be able to secure that for themselves. And they make it sound like they left. So it's an absolute trap.
เอาดิวันกระทันหรอ
Peek out from Premium with the outlaw.
ท่านบอกกูมีฮาคิ
It's just shut down, but now this is the reaction from GE to try to come back in, thinking about a possible A site being leaked open. It is a bit of an eco round for GE, but still tough luck. I mean, starting things off that way.
Yeah, I don't mind the piling onto B, right? If you get a kill onto Kelly's, maybe even the Rolling Thunder if the time allows for it to try to just win the round out of attrition. But it's going to be a hard fake. Talon not taking any chances.
Fake ปล่อยกับเนื้อ fake ปล่อยกับเนื้อ fake ครับปล่อยกับเนื้อ fake
immediately go into A site, still creeping forward, but they start to see
ไอ้นี่ตัวตายของทีมจัด
So the main force will be going into
โอ้สวยจัดคอมเนอร์มึงเป็นอันตีมาน้อง
The Hunter's Fury baited out
W
onto that plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his job.
กุดโดกุดโด
So unfortunate with the ults being drawn out.
เฮ้ยแต่ปืน2 คนนะเว้ย
Rotations back into the A side. Okay, Viper's pit up as well, just for added measure, but now in towards fence, and Jit Boys holding it.
สวยน้องสวยน้อง
And now there's not much you can do. Poppy
สวย
not going to be able to find that kill instantly. Yudotan did pick up the Phantom, but the retake itself looks kind of impossible. Okay, Jit Boys, he might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Yudotan's going to get him from behind.
เอาทุกคนนับเจนับทุกคนนับ
Now
Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the spike. Looks like he's not going to be given the option to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a right for himself, so he could just save that over.
เม้นด่าคุณนิดนึงครับไหนๆมึงก็ด่าแล้วว่าไหนๆมึงก็ด่าแล้วก็กดติดตามให้กูด้วยนะแชทนะ
5-2 lead for Talon. What a choice there. I mean, you talk about fakes like these,
100,000 นะปีนี้เราวางไว้ 100,000 นะครับ
But just given the fact that, okay, we don't know where else to push out from, we don't know what the rotations look like, but they should be going for a stack. I don't mind it, especially because it's a Neon, right?
ไม่ไรชิวเรารวยประเทศเรามันรวย
And Governor, I mean, he baits out the Hunter's Fury. That's more than you could have asked for.
So much value. At the same time, I mean, a bit of an eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Yudotan pushing down mid to take down Ban.
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well. So yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from. So that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding on to that position. It's still a double stack. So this requires Talon to now use util. But the question is, if you have to use the Rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Yudotan push out from mid once more? Because there's still a full minute left on the clock. Just holding for now. GE pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a default position.
แล้วมีอันตีแล้วแล้วมีอันตี2 อันนะ3 อันนะแต่เขาก็มีอันตีอันเดียวตามหลักบีดอะ
It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be able to really displace that crosshair as much. But Teriyaki gets tagged.
เบตันมา
Fast lane up as well.
ไปนี่ไปก็ไม่ได้กูเข้าไปสวยก็ไม่ได้สวยก็ไม่ได้อุ้ย
Second rendezvous now. Animation time. Darren gets scunned off, and that's going to be now up to Crystal. Out from heaven, trying to work alongside it. Kind of avoiding the annihilation, which didn't quite connect into him, so not too bad for now, but towards the back of spawn as well. It's been blocked off. Yudotan, though, still able to land a bit of a shot.
Yeah, and sees Jit Boys as well. Jit Boys, you're taking so much damage. He's now going to have to hide away. You know he's trapped. And it's a 2-man push out from spawn. They got to take out Jit Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy, and then a re-peek from all 3 members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
losing players initially thanks to the Neon, but then at the same time just being able to hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot through, and then buying time, waiting for his teammates to come on through. The crosshair displacement at the end there, just perfect retake protocols.
Yeah, honestly, the site hit itself was very good. I almost thought Kelly maybe pushed out too far forward. He had the Rolling Thunder. You could have used that to buy time as well, maybe give time for Yudotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. But at the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch up from B side with the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give up so much space here. Oh, that's a toxic screen down. Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what GE wanted even last week, which is let Poppy do his thing on the A site. We try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
Anchor works out. Take flight. Drawing out the barrier mesh as well, so maybe regrouping, breaking that down, and using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven gives them more options into the site.
Nice pick out from Cruz, but they have to continue to play aggressive. Premier with a nice hit, but Poppy gonna utilize that rolling thunder to his advantage. They still hold as well for Talon. Make sure they can secure this round.
And possibly anticipating that they are playing that post-plant position with the ults as well. So maybe needing to kind of push out against it. But Cruz further back. Now it's the timing to set up that Hunter's Fury. Sends off those beams. Shitboy is able to hold out the front side of things as well. Poppy still able to fight back, now holding the angle. Spike getting stuck. Kelly-S gets it just in time for G to pick up the round.
I think Cruz assumed that maybe there wouldn't be enough time, but either way, he didn't get the tag onto Kelly-S either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kelly-S was never, ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kelly-S, and that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
At the same time, just so much impact from one player, Poppy, in these rounds on the map for GE. Next round coming through, and they're continuing to switch up their setups. It's Darien alongside Yudotan on towards A now.
Yeah, that's
gonna be, that was meant to be a trap play there for Yudotan, just hiding him away with that trademark, but now they realize it's not gonna happen, so you just leave the operator alone, trying to go for a fast rotate, but you're already a step late. Can you hold on to sight? Crystal, it's a double team between Crystal and it's a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets a third, and shuts down the entire entry. Spike dropped on sight.
Drone out to check as well. He dodges the shock dart, and that it is for Yudotan to come in with the blades. GE equalized the score thanks to Crystal's efforts.
What a good hold. The duo between Crystal and Kelly-S. 2 IGLs bonded together. They're on the site. Good trades. Crystal set up for the kills, and a good read as well from Kelly-S. GE coming alive now, bringing things up to a tied score of 5-5, and suddenly Talon, they look so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Figure out, you know, what Talon's movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks, really stifles their momentum. And once again, we're back to the same setup.
And this time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger, and he's just holding close next to his smokes. They will force Talon to move away. Talon has to start working the map. They've just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose it. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not working. A lot of room to re-clear mid and A main.
Especially mid, though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They managed to do it. Hunter's Fury out, though, and in kind from Crystal. And there it is, back in through. And Yudotan, just on the timing of it, spots out Ben as he tries to make the movements happen.
From Yudotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a forward position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main or not? Ooh, but that kill opens things up. Governor could continue to be bait. He's not quite checking for Evan. Too many angles for him to check alone. He's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make up their mind. Once Governor got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the spike gets planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Danger as well. He hears the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing out, gets the kill, and then the spike dropped. 15 seconds left, and Poppy still able to double back to hold down that site. 6 rounds for GE.
You don't ever assume you can break into Poppy's site. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor down. That's what he's done his entire career. I mean, Talon, it looked like they were starting to push and pull and try to find these gaps and creating these gaps, but they weren't able to actually thread it through that gap. The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
Ooh, man. Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, the first half right now. But then trying to come in with the stack into the B site now, just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into Kelly, yes, but Unotan with the off angles, a second kill, looks for the third. Trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the spray, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect. It's the annihilation that connects into Poppy as well. So back to
แฟงตัวแฟงตัวเฮเว่น
Last round,
draw
their attention, trying to get them to peek. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site, but they're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the op shots. That's a distraction. We gotta keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The timing's perfect for Crystal. Now trying to scout out where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE. They still need to get the kill and go for the defuse. Tries to jump and gets one kill. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half of and will barely tie things up in the first half.
Crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back into it, being able to find those two players. Uno trying to try so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon being able to work around all of it.
That was a crucial kill there, just to open up a chance even for GE. I mean, the back and forth was great between the two remaining members of Crystal and Darion, but at the end of the day, too little time left to try to leisurely spot out Ban. And Talon will tie things up. Now, I was imagining if we see that timeout come out before the first half ends. Reclaim some of those rounds, and now they will be going onto the defensive side themselves. Art Sentinel. Personally not really going to call Denluck Art Sentinel. I know she's got traps and walls and whatnot, but a little bit of a different category. The Cypher and the traditionally speaking. So what do we do here? Because it's going to be tough to just trust Deadlock alone to buy all that time. However, it is Primmy, right? So put up the barrier mesh. Maybe you get a kill or two. Peek back and forth, jiggle. He could be a great anchor. But how else are you using that Viper? That's going to be the crucial category right now, and how you deny information, but also delay. When is that single snake bite going to be used by Ban to make sure they get valuable information off of it?
Absolutely. There's just so much delay at hand. So you got to think, you know, starting things off 6-6 definitely is quite a bit of work.
ใช่ใครมาใหม่ครับฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามเลยนะครับผมเราพร้อมไปแมป3กันหรือยัง Yeah!
Mid to A toxic screen right now. That way you can always try to vie for mid control, but also push out of A. When they re-clear, they still have to spend a lot of utility. And look at that A setup. If they get contact, the Neon is meant to try to draw them into a chase, and then there's the sonic sensor to really delay. Meanwhile on the B side,
trying to spam through the smoke right now. Not quite able to find too much. But
Unotan, he's taking so much space. They suspect it. They'll push him back out. That's important. He's going to be able to give up that space now.
Relay back in. Craftnet out as well, just in case he was right around the corner. But hold out back far enough. Governor, though.
Yeah, big pickup from Governor there. just making sure that he's
เฮ้ยไซส์หนึ่งครับพ่อแม่พี่น้องครับพ่อแม่พี่น้องฟังผมกันนะครับไซส์2ครับไซส์อุ้ย
Yudotan gets the trade, keeps Kellyus alive for another kill onto the side of GE. Now suddenly a 4v2, Talon no longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay, and Kellyus is just dancing in between these members. Once again with Yudotan, it's 2 kills to each name, 3 on the board for Yudo for the entire round.
So effective at working alongside each other, being able to hold out from danger, allowing Kellyus to stay alive and continuing to wreak havoc towards the back of the site. Just deadly.
And these early kills really means a lot. I thought Governor did a good job of making sure he pushes Yudotan out. Then he gets control of boxes so that they can start the retake, so that it's not a very oppressive close plan coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kellyus is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
Oh, that's a good hit. Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these aggressive push-outs. I mean, he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold here until I get a kill. Oh, they get the spot. Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant Chip Boys. They're really committing out to this fake. I mean, if he can get a kill, it would be great. But do they?
น้องไปน้องมันไม่รู้แล้วน้อง
I was wondering if Darion maybe even tries to get ahead of it to peek below from above, but obviously with the toxic screen there, you're opening yourself up when that screen goes down.
มันไปเอมันไปเอมันไปเอมันไปเอมันไปเอ
spot out anything up or towards Ben.
วิ่งอัพเฮ้ยวิ่งอัพ go back
That should be quite a bit of information as well for Talon.
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the Bearmesh on A. However, they now realize Chip Boys being sent all the way deep for the flank. Nobody there. Bearmesh will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
เราเล่นโคตรทายหัวก้อยเลยเมื่อกี้ไม่หล่อนมึงใครว่าคือเขากล่าวว่าถ้าอีกฝั่งเห็นวอลเดนล็อกแล้วมันจะโยกกันเว้ยเพราะมันคิดว่าเราสแต็ก 5A มันแบบหัวก้อยเลยเมื่อกี้
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have classics. You didn't invest anything extra into this. No reason to overextend. The only thing will be Chip Boys. He's already on the flank. See if he can get an exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here, because there is no further chance for Talon to try to get any sort of advantage in this round.
ตายบอมNT
I want to give him any alt orbs.
And Darion wants some alt orbs.
Still holding it. Okay, Crystal.
Okay, he's gonna go forward, try to just get whatever he can. Just with the sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes into spike. Nothing really lost there of value, right? Just the sheriff. You're not losing any investment. You're also not giving away an ult orb to the opponents.
Yeah. Apart from the round loss to Talon, so apart from that, so far so good. And with the weapons in their hands, you know, GE have a chance at maybe trying to convert the bonus now.
เรามาใจเย็นก่อนครับคุยกันก่อนนะครับทุกคนนะครับ
I like that they just choose to say, okay, you know, we're just gonna give that
บาย
up.
ลาวก่อนครับดูทรงบายลาวก่อน
And now GE up ahead. We are gonna see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their hands.
Bought up and pushing up through the toxic screen already. The drone might have spotted out a little bit more as well.
2-1
It's a fast hit. Toxic screen completely ignored, and you expect to push out, but Darion not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from Kelly.
Nice,
but
good trade,
that's the spike down. Now Ban, he needs to be careful where he chooses to position himself because he's going to be open from a lot of different angles. He's just going to have to fight his way out.
Holds it from the closest off angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's playing against. So instantly Spike picked up and pretty soon planted onto the side. The full 3-on-3 retake.
Now Poppy reclaiming that area as well. He's creating another cross angle. Talon, do they suspect it? Because it's a 3v3. Do you imagine? Oh, they spot each other. And Primy's very quick with it.
So now it's out to Yudotan. Gets ahead of it at least a little. Takes down Primy, goes in for yet another swing, has the dash anyway, but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel, Yudotan, and wants to go out for the kill.
Yeah! That's my IGL!
Against GE.
Oh my god, Cruz!
Cruz always so trustworthy.
The Lord and Savior.
Because I was thinking against Yudotan and Crystal, it looked like they were pretty well trained and kind of going back and forth with the bait and switches.
That's my ITL, bro.
We're able to peek out at the same time, and Cruz just reads it perfectly. Says, "This is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for TALON Esports."
ก็ยืนผลต่อการเล่นเกมไหมครับไม่ครับมันมีแต่สุขภาพของผมนะครับ
Oh, very quick on that pickup against Yudo, and then he's just ready for it. Obviously, both Silvas knowing the location of each other. However, that was their buy round, so that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for TALON. So you'll collect some of the half armors, but you're just going to hold on to the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
Just trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now. A little bit slightly different, just to kind of pad up the A side a little bit more.
Yeah, I like the sonic sensors here, so that if you choose to try to wrap around on bridge, try to really flank onto that back site, there's double sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick peek out. Then you try to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything. TALON trying to get ahead of the movement. Drone going to get spotted on A main at the same time, and so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but Governor with a nice pick up with a rifle.
Just being able to duke out against mid. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier before, just the oppressive toxic screen again from Bam forces them to use utility.
Okay, with the barrier mesh out now on that timing, past the minute mark onto A main as well as TALON. All eyes trained onto mid. It has to be a flank no matter what. Otherwise, it's a wild rush in the last 20 seconds. Looks like right now it's going to be that. Line up for it.
Yeah.
Double headshot.
Governor, the GOAT.
And now spike down as well. It should be the round for TALON. And GE, they're already positioning themselves away to safety, going for a save.
No other option. That's the best they can do right now.
ไอ้ยาพี่ทีมดอกปืนนะคนดีเย้ย
Not for TALON. Set up really well.
พี่ทีมบอกเอาไปเลยก็ไม่ได้กูเชื่อใจมึงน้องลุย
That's a big part of this as well, right? We realize that off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to buy up, so they say, okay, we take the loss, and now they get a thrifty for it. That's going to pay off dividends for TALON as they tie things up 8-8. This map has been neck and neck, and you know, we got big time over on the desk, always wanting all three maps.
Round by round ครับ round by กูบอกอะไรกูเป็นไทม์เอาท์หรอ
might be on track to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible, especially how everything has been playing out so far. TALON
กูบอกไทม์เอาท์
definitely showing that even though the split, you know, wasn't quite the best map that they cooked up, still putting Permi on some of these other agents and being able to work alongside, you know, a lot of utility this way definitely gives them more value.
And now it's just like the reverse of the first map. It's going to be GE using up both of their timeouts before TALON even needs to call a single one. TALON held on strong in the first half, realized what their win conditions would be going into the second half. They made it that 6-6, and once again, they even things out at 8-8. To figure out an answer here on their attack.
It's definitely possible, though. I mean, the fact that they're coming in off of this 13-3 team secret last week, they've already made the adjustments. They're also adapting on the fly to things. Definitely looking a lot better for this team overall. But now onto the attacking side.
ไอ้อุดรเขาอยู่ทันเราเหรอจ๊ะเคยครับ
They're starting to face some of these problems that
ถ้า
they've
มึงอยากให้
never
ทันเรา
faced
แชมป์ป่ะกู
before,
รู้มึง
especially
อยาก
against a team
แต่
like
ถ้าอยากให้
TALON,
ทันเราแชมป์
pulling out the double
ข้อแรกเป
controller
รียบคือ
setup.
มึงต้องยอมโดนลุก
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid-fight unless you
ทำไม
land
เสี
all
ยง
your
จัดเบา
shots.
เสียง
Sure.
จัดเบาเหรอ
But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of TALON is too oppressive for a mid-battle. So going in fast onto that B site. Now, I wasn't quite sure if it would be a 5-man hit, but that looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for GE.
So straight on, headstrong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades finds that whole side's been vacant.
Hello. อันนี้น่าดัง
But
นะ
this
โอ
is
เค
what
ปะ
I wanted to know is earlier if you go for a 4-man hit and try to hold them off in mid because there's a very big
บอมลงหรอ
likelihood that
เร็ว
there's
จัง
going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it, quickly falling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well and the rendezvous
ดังเหรอ
from
โอเค
Darren.
ปะ
It's
แต่
a
ดัง
bit
เกิน
of
ไป
a
ปะ
risky situation onto danger, but
ดัง
you
เกิน
will
ไป
have
ก็บอก
one
นะดัง
more
เกินไปก็บอก
chance.
Yeah, watching for it. Bit of a rolling thunder as well, just to buy further time too. It does connect into so many of the players from TALON. And here comes Yudotan alongside Darren. All that's left now. Jit Boys playing up around stairs has the kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. Yudotan still making quite a bit of noise.
Yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Bladestorm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
Works out so incredibly well.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We've still got extra backup, and now once again, a little bit of a harder fight now onto the A side. But Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
So continuing to try to hold for it, but it
Okay,
is a double sonic side again.
เราเสียลาวครับ เรายังไม่ได้เสียเกม
What
นะ
we're watching for Cruz just going to be the eyes to make sure that they don't come towards Primi. If they do, he'll notify him. Primi's ready for that shot. He's always so clean with the rifle. They know they're coming.
Trying to break it. Primi thinking about pulling out the
เฟก
utility.
ก่อเฟกก่อ
Yeah, but he holds.
สวย
Barrier mesh off the drone to make sure there's no quick follow-up.
So now that's a bit of util and a bit of a rotation being pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being
Do it,
repositioned,
huh?
not quite spotted in mid just yet. Darion never
Okay,
peeked
bad.
out.
Okay,
So
now-
this
now
is the
like-
whole idea after that timeout, right? Is
I
put
didn't
pressure
know
on
you-
one side.
I-
Do they push out of mid? Then Darion picks up the kill. But you're never really going to try to aggressively fight in mid because you just don't have the advantage. Now with a lack of information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taken
เข้ามา
down.
แล้วเข้ามาแล้ว
Yudotan?
แต่พิมพ์อยู่ชิล
Spotted.
ชิล
Oh, maybe it
ชิ
looks
ล
like he has been. Util trained. Uh-oh. He's just gonna hold on. They're not quite sure if he's still there or not, but Yudotan's just going to wait.
Then you gotta look for Ban's
30
position
seconds
closer
left.
towards
ปืนเหร
the
อวะ
B site. It was such a good spot. He
Oh,
wasn't
ไอ้นี่
spotted
นิ่งจัด
or anything, but
ไอ้
now
นี่นิ่งจัด
GE thinking
ไอ้
back
นี่นิ่ง
to
จัด
rotate.
They heard
Ay,
him.
didn't
Ban
that.
heard them start running. You look at the positions. Talon, they're still holding strong. And
Ay,
Jip Boy's just
didn't
making sure
hold
it's not a
him,
wrap
ah.
around through mid. This is going to be an absolute crash. And they just have to sprint in for the spike. It's only 10 seconds left. The op trying to get a shot. And there's the overdrive. It takes down everybody as Primi and Governor hold on to the site. Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A side and mid, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of information that Talon had was Ban as that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past danger
นิ่ง
over by
เรา
the
ต้อง
B
นิ่งอย่างนี้
side.
เราต้องคุยไอ้ขาแข็งนับขาแข็ง
Hearing
นั
from
บ
all of it.
โอ้โห
Once you're down on the
นี่
site, 10 seconds
ปรึ้ง
left. Your only option is to truly
Wah.
go for the kills. Can't quite get the spike down safely anyways. So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious.
เฮ้ย
Use
เขา
a
เปลี่ยนวิธี
drone,
เล่นนะเว้ย
peek back
ถ้า
out.
ไป
You
เที่ยว
know
กับ
you
วันนั้น
want
นะเขาเปลี่ยนวิธี
information
เล่น
because
เลยเว้ย
otherwise
ผม
you
ว่า
haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
Really seeing anything yet still though. I mean, thrown out towards the B site now.
เอ้าเฮีย
The real question will be, are they aware of Ban's position while they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double
Sui
setup. Ban already gets one. Now it's a double on the
Sui
side. Yudotan,
Jit.
but Jit Boy's still alive, and he's in position to start
พ
to
อ
back
แล้ว
out
พอแล้ว
safely
รอด้วยกัน
to
รอด้วยกันได้
regroup.
น้องรอด้วยกันได้
Backup
นะ
has
น้องพี่
arrived.
อุ้ย
Jit
ขอ
Boys
โทษครับ
actually doesn't quite need it. He's going to take down Yudotan as well.
Somehow inside of the smoke, and now all that's left. I mean, Crystal
Tell us
alongside
about what you
Darion.
see.
At least Crystal on the site, so maybe For some kind of an opportunity.
We're doing good.
have the spike.
Just trying to see if they can maybe get out
But a
some
win.
extra util, get a free kill with the operator. Crystal, he's going to get one himself. And Darion still watching over by Heaven, but they don't know if there's been a cross. There's the Annihilation. And that's going to catch him. There's the spike all the way getting drawn out. Darion, you got to make a choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike right in the middle of enemy territory.
Now keeping themselves inside of cover as well. There's no chance whatsoever for Darion, even getting clipped in the back as he tried to cross on over into safety. Talon truly trying to find and extend their lead right now.
Yeah, first time they've reclaimed the lead since round 10 when GE tied it up 5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much. You know, 10-9, it's anybody's game. This time it's a good hold from Talon. Great double team between Jit Boys and Ban. All those smokes really working out to their advantage.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean, thanks to those smokes, able to peek wide outside of Raptors. Extra
มันจะจูสวัสดีครับสวัสดีไหม
going to be a 3-stack on the B side for Talon.
Nice.
Yeah, with the operator as well.
Oh,
and
shit!
He catches Yuno before he takes flight. Shutting him down.
Do it as well. And thanks to the smokes, being able to still hold the ground, especially with that op again.
It's just going to be a reset from GE. They don't really have information anywhere else, right? This was an all-in, especially given that it's not really a strong buy. You just had that stinger in hand, and then the sheriffs. So they just hope that the silence is going to bait out Talon to reset, which it does, but Talon's not missing out on much either. They still have an operator, they still have the numbers advantage, and they will just be able to regroup, still leaning heavier towards this B site.
Right here.
You got the numbers, why not? And Primi is safe enough on the A site, so straight into it. Global trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves towards backside. The wall bang not quite connected. So at least the spike goes down. Crystal from long range with the sheriff as well, still able to connect it.
Oh, you don't want to give these 1v1s if you're Talon, using that cosmic divide just to try to get through. There comes the 100 Fury coming out from Crystal. Is it going to be able to? No, it's just going to buy time. Not really doing too much damage. Ban now already onto the side. That's a good catch with the grab net as well. And Crystal all alone just has to go for the shock darts. It'll get some chip damage in, but someone already pushed up. Yes, he gets a kill for his troubles, but the round will still be going over to Talon. And I mean, you know, giving those 1v1s Talon, I love the fact that they were much more careful though. Yeah, they give one over to Crystal from long range, but even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have the confidence that if they're able to set up, they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well. Isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number.
ไอ้แบนอย่าพูดไอ้แบนไอ้แบนตายช็อกดาดไม่เล่นมันตอนแรกมันรู้ว่ามันไม่โดดเลยเล่นมันเต็มอยู่นะตอนแรกแต่มันไม่ใช่เต็มกับเต็ม
not quite working out. And if you're thinking about any, that's where now the Viper Spit comes up.
Viper Spit on top of the Sonic Sensors. That's a rough sight to get to. So the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank, and Primi's ahead of it. They know they gave up some mid control. He's up on heaven, waiting for that vent door to break. Sonic sensor as well. And a nice catch from Jip Boys. GE starting to fall apart. They're all over the place in mid, just giving up these free peeks. There's another one for Governor. He knows the chase has to come through because otherwise GE, they would have to wrap all the way back around spawn. And that's the only place you can really come in from again. Just full faith in Ban's Viper's Pit.
Yeah, at this point, there's not too many options for GE, right? The Viper's Pit in his phase, and if they do double back in towards mid, you're thinking about the op. Just what are you going to do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try to kind of save.
They'll just wait. I mean, they were trying to go for that ult orb sound and then the run away with the fake, but there's no reason for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE just because the Talon team in this roster, they have done unnecessary moves before. Like all last year, there have been some overextending, there has been some overheating, so I like the attempt at a bait, but that's the most they could have done, like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh. They really just have to wait for the time and go for that save because your credits aren't looking good, and now it's going to be map point for Talon, one step away from taking us to the third map of Lotus.
All right, 2025 Talon. Still though, kind of affording at least the kill in towards GE.
No time.
You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Oh, I love
the round close to an end.
I love the patience from Talon because if you went for extra kills here just to ruin the economy, you might have actually accidentally given over two big power ultimates to Poppy and Kelly S. So even keeping that in mind to make sure you're not giving any extra chances over to GE.
Oh, just being able to keep that still. Got you. That's right. I mean, now working against map point 9-3. I mean, how do you find, way back into this map, given the fact that your economy's not too great? It's going to be those Guardians and Light Shields. Darren in with the tour de force.
Yeah, it has to be Darren, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor. So they're going to try to hold them off on A. See if you can bait out some of that extra utility, maybe force them to think that it's a chamber on this side, but that toxic screen again makes peeking out of that A main so easy for Talon. You just take it step by step, and Darian, he's just gonna look for these rotations, but Talon, do they even commit to it? I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into A main. Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in, but you never were meant to fill the site. Look at JitBoy's position.
This is all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now at the very least, and they're gonna have to try to hold it so far back in towards Nest, back in towards main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the floods through stairs as well. At least the stars are up. Poppy's trying to work alongside them, but the fast lanes in his face. Darren just to watch his back. Darren unfortunately gets gunned down now though from stairs, and Poppy doing his best to try to anchor on the site. And off the timing of things, that's when Cruz comes out from the back. Poppy's gunned down. Crystal, the only one left, and he's way too far from the site. Sends out the recon, but JitBoys is sticking the defuse, and there it is. TALON closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map 3.
The pieces from TALON there to wait for Cruz to fully get the flank. Governor, he jumps down and he just says, well, it's either you coming into the smoke for me when I'm holding the shorty, or we're just dancing around until I get more backup. They slowly... มึงดูสองคนนี้นะ
9, we are going to a map 3.
The paces from TALON there to wait for Cruz to fully get the flank. Governor, he jumps down and he just says, well, it's either...
มันกระจกเลยอ่ะ
you coming into the smoke for me.
Seeing all of that utility come into fruition. Double sonic sensor setup on towards the A site. And Pan just being such a menace, especially throughout on his Viper's toxic screen all throughout the map.
Yeah, it's just been a great map from TALON. Everyone really doing their part. Governor also playing the bait when he needs to, but really able to go for those.
เชียร์ได้2ทีมนะไม่ได้ว่านะใครที่เชียร์โกลบอลก็เชียร์ได้นะครับใครที่เชียร์ทารอนก็เชียร์ได้โอเคปะแต่ถ้ามึงไม่เชียร์ทารอนน่ะมึงก็อย่างนั้นก็อย่าด่าเพลเยอร์แล้วกันนะกูขอเพลเยอร์คนไทยด้วยกันไอ้หน้าหี่มึงก็คิดหน่อยแล้วกันไอ้สัตว์แค่นั้นแหละนะคือไม่ต้องเชียร์แต่ถ้าได้ก็อย่าด่าเพลเยอร์แล้วกันครับอย่าด่าเพลเยอร์ไทยนะเพลเยอร์ไทยผมเข้าใจนะคือผมไม่อยากบังคับนะครับคนเชียร์โกลบอลก็เชียร์ได้มันเป็นการแข่งขันเนาะแต่อย่างน้อยผมก็ไม่อยากให้เชียร์เพลเยอร์ไทยแล้วกันครับเพลเยอร์ไทยนะครับเพราะว่าคนไทยอ่ะแค่นั้นแหละนะลงด่ากูรับเองไอ้เหี้ยจะรับจบด่าคนดีอะด่ากูไอ้สัตว์กูรับจบดูทรง
Second map for TALON. How does this really all shake up? We have to toss it back over to our analyst to tell us everything.
กูรับจบเองครับนะผม
Everything there's so
คือไม่ได้บังคับนะไม่ได้บังคับให้เชียร์เข้าใจบ้างเราไม่ชอบมันก็คือไม่ชอบเว้ยแต่อย่าบังคับนะอย่านี่ครับผมอย่าถ้าได้อย่าด่าคนไทยนะผมนะนะครับเจนฝั่งแล้วอุดรครับอุดรธานีนะผมเอาจริงเหมือนกันนะครับ He is gonna hit I can't
มีกล้าลุกไปอาบน้ำในกราฟนั่งเชียร์แบบหน้าติดจอมาก 55
Yeah, I like the changes that they tried to make. Obviously, they tried to shake things up.
ไอ้พวกปากหมาเท่าไหร่อยู่ไหนอะสัตว์
I didn't really feel it have a ton of impact. I didn't see Darion.
โอ้ยหยอกเล่นเราหยอกเล่นนะเล่นเครื่องหน่อยเว้ยเล่นเครื่องหน่อยเว้ยหยอกเล่นนะคะพี่นะคะเฮียไอ้จิตมันเปิดเฟิร์สไป5ตัวไอ้คอมมานเนอร์ตัวหม่งอย่างเปิดไป5ตัวเลยวะของจริงเลยคอมมานเนอร์มึงตัวหม่งจริงมั้ยเนี่ยเล่นดีนะครับโอ้ยเดี๋ยวผมเปิดอุ้ยพานามิลคำศัพท์$8 ออสเตรเลียนนะผม bravo thank you man สบายดีไหมครับพานามิลแล้วก็อีกอย่างนะครับใครที่รวยมาก็แบ่งปันก็ได้เหมือนกันยอมนะครับการแบ่งปันเป็นสิ่งที่ดีนะครับ
เชียร์คนไทยแต่ไม่เชียร์บังจัส
ก็ลื้อก็เข้าใจได้ลื้อไปคงจริงไม่เจียวคงจริงลื้อเข้าใจนะแต่เจียวคนไทยด้วยกันนะโอเคโอ้โหแล้วไอ้รูปเป็นจิ๋มหล่อจังวะรูปเป็นจิ๋มโคตรหล่อจัดบ้านอยู่แถวไหนเพื่อนฝากถาม
what Talon has been saying.
อยากไม่ได้กำลังใจทารอนแต่ไม่รู้เป็นยังไงครับทารอนสู้ๆครับผมทารอนสู้ๆนะครับลงไอจีนะแฮชแท็กเครื่องหมายทารอนสู้ๆกันได้ครับใช้แล้วอีกอย่างนะผมตอนนี้มีกิจกรรมด้วยนะมีกิจกรรมนะใครได้ของฟรีแล้วใครซื้อไปแล้วนะผม
exactly why they wanted to mix up the chamber to try to get him more involved in the game as opposed to the Cypher. Drone comes out, instant stun, forces him to TP off the line. He can't even be allowed to take a shot. Then we go into this B after plant where you have the annihilation that hits the rotating player. And although Talon didn't win this round, this is a great example of how they're able to play the macro well and push and pull the rotations and neutralize the effectiveness of the off.
Twitter มีหมดเลยนะผมมีหมดเลยนะ
definitely liked what they were trying to do
มาร่วมกิจกรรมกัน
in
ได้
terms of
นะครับผม
macro this game. This was a great round where they understand that the strength of their comp is in the post plan. So they're able to kind of set up this kind of fake towards B, end it back on A and find a completely free and open site. And then you're post planting with your Viper roll, you have deadlock traps, you have Astra utility, trying to retake into this
I mean, this kind of reminds me of what Nongshim does, to be honest. You're sending the Neon in, that's pulling 3 or 4 rotations to the other side of the map. You get the kill on the player that's deep main that's holding an info line. And exactly like you said, deadlock wall on spawn, Viper ult across the site. That's an impossible retake when you're already 15 seconds on the other side of the map in terms of rotations and the spikes ticking.
ดูดกัญชาแล้วดูจัดฟินมาก
use of Neon, especially when you're doing a lot of swinging from side to side. And this is again the specialty of Talon. And when it works, it looks so good, and we could see it happening there, especially with their
Officially
macro
member
plays.
Roti Gang bro
I'm curious now how Global is going to be
แต่ทำไม
tackling this
ตัว
going
เอง
to
ไม่ได้เล่นดูเอล
Lotus
ทำไม
is
พี่
gonna be our
ถึ
next
ง
map.
เล่น
And
ตำแหน่งตัวเอง
it's
เลย
a
ไม่
big
พอ
map.
คิวเลยบอกงั้น
Talon, historically, we saw this happen in stage 2. They got 0-13 by Paper X. They didn't do so well near the end.
มันเอามาจากไหนวะ
It wasn't.
สองคนมันกอดนอนกันตายห่าแล้วไอ้ยี่นี่บอกไม่พอใจ
Lotus, though, they either pick it or they let it through every single time.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The real G
ไม่ได้ยินเกมเลยได้ยินแต่JJazเสียงเบาเหรอแค่เสียงเป็นไงบอกกันได้นะ Best map bro alright bro chat
Map 1 we
อย่าลืม
stopped
นะครับ
them. Map 2 we lost a very close map and then we ended up losing map 3. So I feel bad for the guys at GE, I feel bad for the people at the watch party there. You don't want to relive this nightmare. So I hope GE can bounce back stronger into this map 3.
This is a map where you have no idea what's going to go on. Like Talon, I think lost like 13-2 in the off season to GENG on this map. GE, I don't think we've even seen them play Lotus yet. So this is just a bloody coin flip as far as I'm concerned. You have no idea what you're going to get from either of these teams. But even if you did have some tape, you had some data of what you thought was going to happen. You've already seen both of these teams continue to change their comps map to map to map and try to get better reads on each other, try to go for a little bit of an anti-strat based on what they saw compositionally or maybe what didn't work for them in the case of GE's Abyss.
Yeah, I think I'm expecting a chaotic map 3. I'm expecting
this will be messy.
I'm expecting some crazy picks as well.
Yes.
Both these teams don't mind a little bit of cooking. They don't mind, you know, trying different things. So I think I'm excited
He's a crazy
to see
idea.
what they go for.
I just want to pitch this one. I know
เกม
this
สาม
is
ไหว
insane,
เปล่าพี่
but
ไหวชิว
what if
น้อง
you put Primi on a duelist? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
What? We can't have that. Talon would never do that. They would never do that. Premi on a duel. Why would we give him so many kills and
might work well.
let him entry? But I think it's interesting though, because the way we saw Premi actually play when he first came in, I think there was a little bit of refinement that was needed, a little bit of discipline that he needed. You know, when you're coming into the tier 1 pro play, it's so different than pulling off rank. So I can almost understand why they haven't really put him on duelist yet, except in the off season. So maybe they're still working on a couple things. But this could be the map. This could be it, Pilski.
I hope so.
I think the biggest difference when you're coming in from ranked is not necessarily the gameplay,
like
your own ability to perform in the server. A lot of it comes down to how you are as a teammate, your communication, those more intangible things that we don't necessarily see from up here. So that could definitely be one reason they moved.
พี่น้าผมจับเมมเบอร์ครับพี่ติดตามสู่โรตีแก๊งเหมือนกันนะผมขอบคุณมากครับ Thank you.
Really feels like, especially in these last 2 maps, the Talon approach is sacrificial to space creation. You see Governor running on the Neon. They played Yoru Rays on the previous map. They really want the duelists to not necessarily be fragging out, but instead to be playing within the system. And then Primi's being put in roles where, as the deadlock, or in the case of the Teo on the first map, he can come in after throwing the util or playing a certain position where maybe he can utilize his mechanics and then get more involved in the mid to late round. You know,
สมาคมคนเกลียดเจ ตาร์
really
สอง
good
มาที่
fragging
5
power involved
Hey!
in closing out
มึงดู
the
แม่ง
round
ดิ
in
ไอ้
these
สัต
forward
ว์
stages of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอาแม่งลงนรกดีไหม
Considered. It definitely
ไอ้หน้า
seems
หี่
like they really want
ใช้
to
ลูกกู
open
ด้วย
up the game for Primi, keep him alive
โอ้
until
โห
the
หวาน
most
เจี๊ยบ
important
เลยดิ
bits
แบ
of
บ
the
นี้
round where
มึง
he
หมาย
could
ความว่าไง
really
หมายถึงว่าเรา
use
ช
his
นะให้แม่ฝับ
talents to close things out instead of
I mean, historically in TAC FBS, your
ไอ้ยี่นี่
entry
ต้องจับเข้า
player
คุก
is
หน่อยวะเฮีย
not your star player. It's usually your
Yes.
weaker player that you send in. You know, they create space for the rest
Yes.
of the boys. But
การลง
Duelist
ดาบ
is a fragging role in Valorant, so it's a bit of a contradiction in some cases.
Yeah, especially if you're
เจ
playing
อ
with
เป็นไปเล็ก
Gastopup,
วันไหนครับ
I
แบ่ง
think
กัน
some
คนละ
change
ค
a
รึ่ง
little
นะ
bit here.
จัส
and
ถ้า
it's
แม
true
ป
that
3 วินเดียวมา
in
ยิง
Valorant,
โอ้ยโอ้โห
things are just different. Things are crazy,
น้ำ
which
จัด
is
ไปครับ
why
ขอบคุณ
we've
ครับ
been
ผม
seeing some crazy things.
ลุยครับ
And I'm
ลุ
glad
ย
both these teams are cooking. Some of them
พร้อมครับพร้อม
absolutely.
รับนะครับ
Maybe too much.
Yeah, like I don't know
ส
if
ไตรเกอร์
that
เนี่ย
was the right recipe, but it's cool to experiment a
เรา
little
เจอ
bit.
เป็น
You
ไป
know,
เล็กรอบ
change
ชิง
it
ไง
up a little bit, see
เป็น
what
ไปเล็ก
works
ใช่ป่ะ
and
ตบสายล่างบึ้มบึ้มบึ้มบึ้มบึ้มบึ้มบึ้มบึ้ม
I
บึ้
also
ม
wanna
ขึ้น
talk
มานี่
about some poll
ตอนท้ายเรา
results
ตบสายบน
being
บึ้มบึ้มบึ้ม
had
บึ้ม
a
มานี่
poll by
เจอกัน
the
รอบชิง
fans. Who is the better coach? As in you, one of you two, for our fantasy
Well, it's
team
clearly big
here.
time, but what did the fans think?
It was indeed big time, but it wasn't
โพ
by a
กับ
lot. It was
แชท
by
เปิดอยู่ในแชทมาครับแมป3 จะเริ่มแล้วผม
51%.
แมปโลตันนะ
You got some
แมป
time
สุ
to
ด
win
ท้าย
them
ของ
over
ทารอน
with
อีสปอร์ต
whatever
ในวัน
you
นี้
got.
นะผม
But we do have map 3 on the horizon here. It's
Okay.
Lotus, and we got
Wait
Primi on the Clo. We got
Whoa,
Ban on
whoa.
the Deadlock.
Wait what
Oh,
the
we got
fuck
Taylor
global
and Chamber. Okay. Break
Wait.
this down, guys, because
what
they're
is
still
global
cooking.
cooking
This is so fun.
much stuff
So
going on.
we have deadlock versus deadlock on Lotus, which is something we don't see a lot. The
Yeah.
chamber, I'm like that they've gone back to it. I think chamber can bring a lot on Lotus. I think it lets you lock these angles, and I also think it gives you this kind of contacty more style on attack where you're able
What
to
are you
kind of
cooking,
explore
bro?
space.
What are GE gonna do on attack? They've got a stealth drone and that's it. Triple Sentinel. What are they gonna do to take space, Vic?
what are they doing
Okay. All right, casters, we're gonna send this to you, and I'm gonna watch your brains just kind of explode with this one.
Well, thank you very
No,
much. But
Duelist.
maybe have we considered the fact that GE,
แฟต
they're so big
เหมือน
brain
จะ
that
มี
they realize
โด
if
น
we go
มีแค่ของ
12-0 in the first
เต
half,
โฮ
we don't actually need to attack much. Like that's a plan. I mean, the Des mentioned it. Talon's been 13-0 on this map before. Now, I also want to bring up the fact that Talon, this is the composition they played when Primi debuted in VCT Pacific last year. This is a composition where they said, all right, Primi, come in, just frag out on Clove, right? Just go out, and he comes in, he gets a 4K against Team Secret in that very first round, and then they were able to win 2-0. So going back to a bit of a classic comfort pick, comfort composition for themselves.
I just love that they still have that 13-0 spray on them on the talent side.
They'll never live it down themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
That's what you always kind of feel like when you're the one in the driver's seat. But right now, you know, just a little bit of space in towards B already. Prowler to clear outside of Mount.
And just taking B
โอ้แชมเบอร์มัน
first
เอาเอง
and then trying to make them guess, is it B
อ๋อ
or
เขาเนอ
C?
ร์ติด
Governor seeing if he can get a cheeky little hit as they peek around the barrier mesh.
เราแค่เบรดของแล้วค่อยเอา
Lotus not taking any chances. They already have full
Oh,
row
wall มัน
control,
ลึกอยู่
and
นะ
then
นะ
on C site, that sheer wall is still there. And
เรา
this
แค่
is
เบรด
why
เบรด
this
ใช่แล้วเรา
device
ค่อย
is
เล่นเว้ย
becoming
ทีเดียวอ่ะ
so popular across all the regions, across all the different maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that
But
out.
it's
I mean,
easy,
there's
we
already
are-
2 walls from the side of GE that are drawn out. Now the salvos as well. And it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no Shiro available, it's just the guns for TLN right now. Still able to track Governor
good trade,
down,
good trade.
Poppy into the back
trade.
site. But Jit Boys able to fight back. Now
There's
into the
more,
site,
there's
and that's
more.
where the
I hear
Baron
don't
Mash
hang, don't
comes
hang,
up
don't
from
hang.
Ben to block off Waterfall. The spike will go down in favor of Talon.
Yeah, Crystal's just going to be stuck there on his own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're going to back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any unnecessary fights. Ban looking for the flank, but they realize it's not going to be there. All 3 coming in from Waterfall. Is Talon ready? We've got the salvos online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the
So
smoke,
I-
though. They don't
Oi.
expect that whatsoever. Darren able
So
to
I-
trade
me
back,
no.
but now 1-on-2. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them? Swings out, but it's gonna be the
Oi,
classic
wait,
that does
wow.
him. Talon picks up
ไหว
the
เปล่า
pistol.
I mean, full faith in
ตัว
Ban
กัน
there
เหรอ
with the absolute bait
จริง
and
ป่ะ
switch
เนี่ย
from
เป็นตัว
Primi.
กันจริ
Just
ง
jumps
เปล่า
around and then says, it wasn't me. And Ban's there to pick up the kill. It's a good pistol round. What I really want to give credit to Talon is you mentioned it. They drew out the walls. They drew out the salvo. They drew out the razor vine. All this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown. And then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, you know, we saw a triple duelist way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking? Maybe not yet, because Darren is here and ready to play. Instant shot into ban, but has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
Yeah, takes a bit of a hit, but not really gaining too much value outside of that. Yeah, you take away the deadlock. That's going to weaken the post plant just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not able to keep control of C-Mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now, he does have the Phantom. That always worries me a bit. When you leave the rifle alone, you never know when a nice headshot's going to take you out. But he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious to push out for extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now, Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little bit more effectively. Potential angles at the very least.
Yeah, now there's so little information that they might just consider going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It could have spelled trouble, but GE got antsy. They started moving, which gives a little bit of space, but can he get out? It's just outside of range. Governor there for the cover as well.
Look at how he actually bypasses a lot of it with the Shrouded Step 2 and down in towards Darren, the last one left. He's the one who only got the kill against Ban. Gets a second, not too bad, but has to continue pushing up. And this is where everybody think, are the retakes really possible in GE's favor? They continue to peek out, but Permi in with the Outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever. 2-0 to start.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage with that Headhunter. Now Darien 3 away from the tour de force as well. That's going to be very important. You mentioned how good are the retakes going to be when you're having this tough of a time. But outside of that, I mean, it's going to... Oh, he gets right behind him with it as well as Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that, once you get that tour de force, once you get the operator, hopefully you're not really putting yourselves into these 5v5, 4v4 retakes.
Trap plays, or at least the guided salvos to block a lot of it all early on towards Ruppel, but still the spams work out. Not that kind of work, Governor gets away with at least one. Now tries to hang back. Prowler comes in for support.
Yeah, we have to note that still hanging out by C as well. With that outlaw, doesn't spot anybody pushing up. The one-way now gone. And he'll be able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should still make some noise on A for the time being until the barrier drops, but they'll slowly pull away and try to inch towards C site.
Ban
here still not spotting out too much. He's trying to sell that fake by rotating the doors over. Footsteps whatsoever. The rest of his team slowly to B site. That Prowler though does give a bit of a tell away, and Kelly S instantly calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal starting to think back in towards a possible gets away with another kill.
And there's the barrier mesh as well, so no one can funnel through this position. He has to get he has to get two on that Y, so not quite expecting them to just not fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. But they should be able to get out. Lots of damage taken, so Ban now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure this round.
Very likely bonus now, but Kelly S hearing the hops. Ban has spotted him out as well, so at this point...
Wait, we want bonus! We want bonus, chat!
Wiggling along even further.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And, I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's going to need some rounds on the defensive side.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the Vicelock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7-win streak on Bind.
They overcooked it. They don't have scan, they don't have cheek bow.
Very popular.
One of the reasons,
especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional.
No info
across the map. And yeah, a lot of it is choke points, but on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Damn.
Not quite. Apart from the second round where Darren got a couple kills, but down into it again. I mean, we're looking at another potential GrabNet, Salvo setup, just to control A once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in now.
Yeah, ready to just fight on Rubble itself as a 3-man and then push forward. They're not going to find it, so it's just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly I mean, Primi already sees it as well. This is something that Talon's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before the 40-second mark, which is amazing for Talon.
โอ้โหมียงมีย่อไอ้หน้าหี
Stealth drone
สวยจ้ะ
more information as well, but here comes Yudotan, a second kill and a third from Crystal now. All sheriffs, but it's still able to ring out thanks to the information that they're getting. Primi though, in with the outlaw, knowing that they don't quite have the shields, he goes in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Yudotan, but the instant trade from Crystal
มัน
rings
โดนตัน
back.
ไม่ใช่เหรอวะเมื่อกี้
That is disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, if this is a call not just on the eco, but something they've picked up on from Talon, it's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the 40-second mark before they actually make their execute. So now we go and fight. We have things like the salvo. We still have things like the GrabNet. We're able to take control of at least one fight 2 or 3 times around, depending on the cooldowns. Now they have upgraded rifles, and this is a bit of a stack here. Governor, I mean, the Preds are fine. If he can make the showstopper, that'd be a win for him as well.
ก็เนี่ยมึงยิงได้2ตัวที่กูยอมมึงเลยมันโลได้
For it, but yeah, it's just quicker reactions on the other side. Just when you thought Talon might have been able to find a huge lead,
ขอดูรีเพย์หน่อยดิ
breaking that bonus, GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
It's just a huge double kill from Yudotan there. Keeps him at bay with the annihilation. And Primi, a little bit of his solo Q antics coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that outlaw out and ready. So now the operator in the hands of Darian. And then he'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least.
Oh, hey, what the fuck?
He just sprays into Yudotan.
It's a nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it. That smoke. Can't just go out of it like that. But Primi instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustment on the macro rounds between the 2 teams this time. Talon really brings up the speed. And Primi's just digging deep into enemy territory. This is already a save.
Had the numbers to go for it, so nonetheless just makes it work. And with the op in hand, there's just not much else that can be done. 3-1. It's gonna hold.
มันไปเปิด2ตัวได้ไงวะเฮียโคตรคมอย่างเงี้ยไม่แต่ก็มันเปิดสวยมากเลยนะเว้ยไอ้เนี่ยมันใช้ชอบไปยิงตัวนึงอ่ะมันไปยิงได้ไงวะเฮียโคตรโหดอย่างเงี้ยโอเวอร์
Well, maybe not hunting with the knife out, but man, just seeing if he can close the gap there. Now they have that information, and Cruz is the one that you want to try to get this kill. Nightfall ready, get that snowball rolling on the attacking side, but he can't leave the spike just yet. You just never know, so he's gonna stick around.
ถือว่าเป็นตัวสังเวยของเราแล้วกันนะเว้ยไอ้เหี้ย
That's just gonna be the hold. It looks like all the way to the end. Once the timer gets close, Cruz will peek out.
ทำเหี้ยอะไรก็ไม่ดีเดินแบบเหลือ1 คนเดินไปโดนรับไอ้สัตว์ยังไม่ทันพีคก็ตายไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยทำยังไงก็ตาย
Right now, I mean, also just seeing some of the
Mamma mia,
adjustments into
nice.
how Talon might want to deal with that early.
Yeah, the Rays can still get ahead of the GrabNet. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expected to respect that combo because the salvos take some time too to really land behind them, trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble. So it hasn't quite worked out. Holding onto the util for now. Kelly S, he knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out. They'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the Shadows as well. I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GE.
ได้ไทยแล้ว
This is, you know, the full side granted over for Talon. They get to kind of hold even more space as well. I mean, look at how they're able to push further into response alongside that one way. Stealth drone does alert to Jit Boys at least that there could be a push coming out. But look at how his team comes back in just to stall it with paint shells. Armageddon sent through 2.
เอ้าไอ้จิตมันไม่ได้วาร์ปขึ้นเหรอเนาะ
Doesn't really have an exit there, but Primi refills the area. Out it! Primi holding strong in the back of sight. GE falling into pieces as Kelly S, the last one alive. He goes back out for a fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus for the Thai rookie.
Hello.
Doesn't
Hello.
matter what
Pinoy
agent
killer,
he's
man.
on or
You know
what
that?
role he's playing,
Pinoy
he's
killer
still
one. This one,
able
man.
to frag out, just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
Pinoy killer บ่อ๋อแล้วคิดว่ามันวางไม่ขึ้นบ่วะ
He's just been allowed to explore the map, go out for frags, and run free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok.
ไม่แต่เห็นข้อเสียป่ะแชทพอมึงเสียไซส์หนึ่งอะโกบันอะมึงไม่มีของดีเทคไหมมึงไม่มีแฟลชมึงไม่มีตัวเคลียร์ใกล้ๆมึงไม่มีอะไรเลยมึงเป็นตัวการใช้อะ
This could work out effectively, knowing that possible chamber or advise on the other side. So straight into the smokes, swapping over to the right clicks as well for cover.
Mamma mia, so good.
Bearmesh instantly up, and once again, another C-side quickly taken by TALON.
Yeah, I love the switch into the classic there,
มัน
just to
น่า
make
ย้อน
sure that
ติ
you're
เอโฮ
using it
เนาะ
as a
ใช่
shotgun.
คิดเหมือนกันนะเว้ย
And you
ใช่
hear
ใช่
the knives coming out from Crystal, trying to break that barrier. So you know there's forces in Waterfall. This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but man, he has his eyes set.
มันยากเว้ยโกโบมันไม่มีของอะไรเลยเว้ย
as well, so needing to stay tucked inside of cover. Ban will at least draw a bit of information out. Actually
ไม่
takes
แล้ว
the
ก็
duel
อีก
against
อย่างนะ
Vito
ของ
and wins it as
ถ้าเรา
well.
ดูตัวกันใช่ป่ะ
Now towards
เช
Waterfall,
มเบอร์
that's already
ของโดน
gone.
ทะลุง่ายใช่ไหม
So the only last one left has to be
เดนล็อก
spun.
ของ
That's
โดน
when
ทะลุ
Luba
ง่าย
comes out from
แล้วส่วน
governor. Does spot out the couple of
Deadlock
shares at
ส่วน
least.
ไว
But that's when the spike's about to go off.
อาจจะทะลุได้คนเดียวแต่ถ้าทะลุเข้าไปแล้วชนะ
Just in
ก็คือช
time,
นะ
but
ได้สายเลย
KLS still
ใช่ปะ
taking down governor, so not too bad. A little bit of
มันเป็น
something
ของที่
for
แบบว่า
GE.
มัน
Oh,
ต้อง
the
การที่มันไม่
triple
make sense อะ
sentinel on
คือ
the
ถ้าอย่างน้อย
triple
เป็นไซ
sides,
เฟอร์อะ
but really not
กระโดดเข้าไป
able
โดน
to
แท็บไซเฟอร์ยังมี
utilize
สิทธิ์ยิง
that.
อะไร
So
เงี้ย
much disrespect
แต่พอ
for
เป็น
the
เชมเบอร์
Util
เนี่ย
coming
วา
out
ร์ป
from
ไปก็
Talon.
ตาย
And it just seems
อะไร
like
เงี้ยเดนล็อก
Talon
แบบว่าสตันแบบ
perhaps has had
มัน
a
ดีเล
lot
ย์
of
ไปหน่อยอะไรเงี้ย
experience
ก็แพ้
playing against the Vicelock combos. I don't think we've seen a team yet in all these matches with Vicelock where they're able to just draw out and nullify all this Util before the 40-second mark. It's
คือดู
honestly
มันดูกัน
impressive.
จริงแต่มันกันแบบไม่ตามหลักไงตามหลักเห็นปะ
Last pack in,
ดูดิ
especially
ดู
governor
สโมก
in that way.
เล่นเร็วอย่างเงี้ยเชมเบอร์มันสู้ที่อะไรได้ปะล่ะมันสู้ไม่ได้เลยเว้ย
There's a timeout. I mean, you need it because right now the answer
คือมีสิท
it's
ธิ์
just
1-4
you're not able to
คน
find
อิน
it.
เดียไม่เชียร์อินเดียหรอครับเพราะว่าโกลเบิลเขาไม่ทำเขาไม่มีเพลเยอร์อินเดียแล้วโกลเบิลเขาทำอะไรนะฟิลิปปินส์บวกเกาหลีมั้งถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดนะ
I would love to see a little bit of adjustment on the util for that Rebel fight as well. Right now, the only actual damage you're able to do is with the salvos. So if anything, I mean, maybe just going for actually denying complete Rebel control, keep them stuck
Pinoy บวกโคเรีย
behind on the
Pinoy
routes, on those steps.
ปีนอย2เกาหลี1รัสเซีย1สิงคโปร์1ครับ
But obviously something like an Odin would help
มันเอาสุดเลย
tremendously here.
มันรวมชาติแต่มันไม่อินเดียคนอินเดียเลยไม่ค่อยเชียร์กัน ถ้ามันสู้ได้ขึ้นมาพูดไปทางไหนก็ถ้าเราฟักอัพก็คือเราฟักอัพเว้ย
Possibly the Odin. And they might have to go in for some light shields as well if they want to keep
คือถ้าเราฟักอัพก็คือฟักอัพ
at
อะ
the same time. I mean, maybe a bit of a double-edged sword. This is where, you know, Talon on the attacking side, they get to really kind of
ไม่แต่ว่า
stifle some of these
global
setups
ยังเป็นตัวแทนอินเดียอยู่ครับ
that
แต่เขาไม่เอาคน
GE
อินเดียเลย
might have.
เห็นเขาบอกว่าเขา
Frost is being proactive on his own
ลอง
timer as
เพลเยอร์
well.
มา 20-30 คนครับแล้วแบบไม่มีใครถูกใจเลยนอกจากชุดนี้
Alright, so it's still going to be that operator.
ใช่เขาทำทีมมาเพื่อชนะเลย
Be an aggressive push out.
ใครมานั่งกับฟรอสซับชื่อโจวี่ครับผมเป็น อันนี้อันตรายอันนี้อันตรายอันนี้อันตรายมันเปลี่ยนวิธีเล่นละมันเอาเดินมาไอ้นี่วะโจวี่ครับเป็นโค้ชรองครับและอินเดียแล้วคนอินเดียอื่นเขาเชียร์ใครล่ะครับโดยปกติแต่ก่อนเขาเชียร์โกลบอลครับโกลบอลแต่ก่อนเขามีลอสเตอร์ที่แบบมีคนอินเดีย2คนอะไรเงี้ย โอ้อินเดียเชียร์ฉ่ำเลยแต่พอไม่มีแล้วเขาแบบแค้น
Another op work once again, but it's already been drawn out. However, it is the Vice this time with a sheer wall towards the A site. We'll see if KLS can do anything.
ไม่บังคับครับมันไม่บังคับอยู่แล้วเว้ยคือเราจะเป็นตัวแทนประเทศก็จริงแต่ว่าเขาไม่บังคับว่าต้องเอาเพลเยอร์คนไหนเฮ้ยทำไมอันนี้ต้องอะไรอะแปลกจังต้องเอาเพลเยอร์คนไหนบังคับแค่ว่าต้องเป็นเพลเยอร์ในทวีปบ้านเราอย่างน้อย4คนแบบโซนบ้านเราอะคือถ้าเราเป็นแปซิฟิกก็ต้องเป็นแปซิฟิก4คนถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดนะแค่นั้นเลย
Fully aware of what G's setups are right now, so being able to flood into the
สวย
C-side
พี่
Premi from
ส
the
วย
back
จิ๊ด
lines takes a shot in towards Poppy, and that's a C-side broken up.
I mean, this is just textbook.
ชิวอะ
You save the paint shields for the Sonic Sensor. Shipboy
TALON
calls
ไทยครับ
it. It's thrown from
TALON ไทยครับผม
long range right as it pops. You send Governor in.
ไทย
He's
แพ้ไป
passive.
โค้
He
ปืนมันง่ายอ
displaces
ยู่
the
นะ
crosshairs. Then you're ready for the trades.
IGL คืออะไรครับ in game leader ครับคนสั่งแผนครับผม
None of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
ใช่ก็คือ
ถ้าอีกคนถอดแว่นกูนึกว่าโฟลสมี2 คน
ก็ถ้าผมจะไม่ผิดแบรนด์น่าจะเป็น import ครับหรือgovernor import ครับ governor คืออเมริกาแบรนด์คือเกาหลี NGL คืออะไร not gonna lie ครับกูไม่อยากจะโม้
And I mean, TALON.
อันนี้ไทยไม่แท้ครับมีเกา2 คนทีมไทยครับผมนะสตาฟไทยเพลเยอร์ไทย3 คนเหมือนกันครับการที่เอาฝรั่งมาเสริมมันก็ไม่ผิดนะบอลทีมชาติบอลยังทำเลยนะครับผมก็
So TALON, they've been free to literally sprint from site to site to site and chain util or chain destroying all the util.
มันเหมือน2 คนเนี้ยดึงใครไม่รู้อะใครเป็นไอ้นี่ไม่รู้อะนี่มันชมเกาหลีแล้วเหมือนว่ามา2 สัญชาติได้มั้งผมก็ไม่รู้อะ
Whoever's there, you just jump peek it way before the 40-second mark, and you're good to go.
โหสวยเลย
That's been the whole game plan. I mean, everything's been bypassed. So we'll see if maybe G continuing to switch up their position.
What about this 20 ครับ Yeah, last map will be timed out.
A bit more of an advantage, but so far.
มันถือ2 สัญชาติ
Now back
ก็
into C mount.
นั่นแหละ
Primi just accepting that. Okay.
เสื้อสวยจริงขายของเราก่อนแป๊บนึง
Yeah, unless you spam.
กูยังไม่อยากโม้ขนาดนั้นเมื่อไหร่ทารอนเจแจ๊ดได้เล่นลงสนามครับอย่าให้ผมลงเลยครับเดี๋ยวง่ายเกินนะผม
So because of that aggressive Razor Vine, they were suspecting that the chamber might be pushing out. Once again, that it might be a setup.
ไทยแท้หมดอาจจะเข้าไปรีคลิกไม่ได้ครับคิดเอานะ
ไม่คือถามว่าไทยแท้ทำได้ไหมได้นะเว้ยโอ้ได้ไงวะปืนสวยนะพี่แต่มันไม่เพลเยอร์ไงแต่ก่อนแชมป์มึงคิดด้วยดิว่าเพลเยอร์อะแต่ก่อนมันโดนถือมันโดนไอ้นี่โดนเขาเรียกอะไรเซ็นสัญญาใช่ปะล่ะการซื้อตัวละซื้อเพลเยอร์มันก็แพงนะเว้ยโอ้บำดับชิบหายเลย
Angle. Crystal, can he get 2? That's the spike stranded. 2 members of TALON separated from each other.
Spike down.
Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Expects one more, but there's the paranoia he needs to survive. The stun just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and Primi will close the gap.
In with the shorty.
ก็เลยเรามีทารอนอะคาเดมี่ครับตอนนี้เราก็ปั้นน้องๆอยู่นะครับ
comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to fend it off is Poppy.
But you have not dead yet. Primi has to be the bait. Primi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high low.
What the fuck?
Boys, enough time for the spike
crazy,
to be planted.
boy.
What happened? What happened to the annihilation? You know,
okay,
still gets the kill, but the spike has been planted.
Nice. ดึงเวลาสวยจัดเลยวะ
2 วิก็มี 5 on the timer. At least just buying a bit more time off of the spike for Jit Boys to hold his position. Primi now pushes up for the move towards waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything. Jit Boys has to try to step in, maybe a smoke to come up, but it's planted for stairs, so it's a little bit tricky for him to play against. Working alongside Primi smokes now, but hearing the footsteps, it's Darian in close range with a hit hunter that shuts him down. GE manages to find 1 round after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the way you wanted it, but right now you'll pick whatever scraps you can get if you're GE. You just got to try to get to 5 no matter what it takes. Keeping that operator in hand is important. This was a big kill, trying to deny them tripping that sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the vice utility. But really it comes down to Crystal, digging deep, recognizing that talent is just been pushing the
impact found. Truly, Crystal being able to find those 2 kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time.
ในแรงคือยากจัดไอ้เหี้ย
TALON getting the spike down. Round not quite there. Darren now being able to buy out the op. A bit of a higher setup just to throw things off in terms of positions, but still being able to forward TALON with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed, but that's going to be it. Good scan. But that really only acts to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react. Again, with your sonic sensors, with your shield wall,
เฮียช็อตตี้กูมันกระโปงกะลาเกินวันในแรงอะ
right now, so holding a lot of this the passive ground outside of pillars. They don't quite have the utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used. So Crystal just stays stuck inside. Work alongside some of the Poppy smokes. Then you're back in towards again.
เราบุกคุมแล้วใช่ไหมคุมกว่านี้ได้เอาสุดเลย
sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in, flood over the wall. You do have the pain shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're clearing close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the
WO!
Just gonna get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many targets to use that against the Poppy. Outs himself from behind the pillar. Yudotan now on the site. The Sherwolf comes up and lines him up for Yudo. He's good for 3, defending the site on his own. Working around the barrier bench, finds the board. He's not able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports.
Spike planted.
Crystal, he wants this fight so bad, and he gets it. 2v1. Both coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor skirts around the salvo. There's only so many positions he can be, and he gets spotted. It's a clean shot with the headhunter.
We fucking choked.
Such a huge round, thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pinch, and even with the salvo to flush him out of position. Tiny sliver, and Darian connects the shot.
Fucking light up.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good. Poppy just couldn't quite make up his mind.
No, not even overheat, bro. Look at this shit, man.
Maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive. And the Sherwolf still activates because the Vice hadn't died just yet. And Talon gets caught, lined up.
มันหลุดออกมาดิเชี่ยอุดรธานีคนไทยด้วยกันยิงกันทำไมวะเชี่ย
After the next round now, we're starting to see
ไปลดน้ำหนักมาไปฟิตร่างกายมาตอนนี้ตึงๆเลยสวัสดีครับดูแลตัวเอง
G to set things
แต่
up.
ว่าอย่าลืมพักผ่อนด้วยเหมือนกันนะ
It's a bit of individual performances from players like Yudotan, but hopefully being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the off.
30 โลฮาวเก่งมากครับ
Showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're gonna hold close.
บอกเลยอ่ะเดือนหน้าสัตว์เจอกู
This time constantly creating space towards A, so anytime that A to B rotate could happen. But look at G's position. They've changed things up. They're trying to group up a bit more to try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the reclear.
Just continuing to hold down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an option into the A site. But Yudotan snipes down the first, Darian for the next. And as they continue to try to find a bit more,
like maybe
everything's being blocked off now. Crystal still holding the same position.
Primi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights? We're just going to go for the reclears. Crystal, ready for it. Spots one. He's ready for the second. That's a 3K for Crystal. As he brings the 4th round win for GE.
Talk about the spray down to the last round of the first half, and it still is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think just adjustment, it might be a bit too late, we'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information, they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much.
Yeah! Open up the sky!
I can only imagine, you know, being one of these team owners, team managers, watching your team play, when you know it might be doable, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time, unbanned. Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darian's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it, maybe looking for the baby door to escape. And that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding up from stairs either.
พี่จัสครับหลังจากคิดดูแล้วร้านหมูกระทะผมจะไม่ทำโปรโมชั่นอิสลามกินฟรีแล้วครับหมูปิ้งน่าจะกินง่ายกว่า
Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darian gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a sonic sensor to delay on B site as well.
And jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it. As soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is. Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor tries to get underneath him and will be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No! Kellyus denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time. to hold. But 15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sidelines.
Not bad, but
GE will be able to strike back to end the first half with a 7-5 scoreline.
Honestly, given how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be able to get to a 5-7 scoreline. I would argue with the composition, sure, Talon still looking solid, but GE looks rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper-aggression the moment you get contact, the instant re-clears, the instant pushes in, and they were able to remember that just in time to stabilize and stem the bleeding in the first half.
ไม่ได้แย่แต่มันดีกว่านี้ได้
So darn impressive with how they were able to find it that quick, despite the bit of a swing.
มาไอ้ฟอสบอกมาเอาจริงแล้วนะเว้ยพวกคิดนี่บุกเราไม่เข้าหรอกนะ
But now this is where you really start to think, right? Though they might have found those adjustments, how does this composition work for the attack?
ถ้าใครมาใหม่นะฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามกันนะครับฝากกันนิดนึงนะ YouTube ขอสัก300นายไปเรามี 2,000 คนนะผมฝากกดกันหน่อยครับ
You're the one who can take those aggressive angles. You're the ones who can take that aggressive fight, try to open things up. Yes, you have things like the salvo and the combo with the grab nets to try to fight off rubble, to try to get that early space. But at the end of the day, somebody needs to force Talon to use this util early to take these risky fights, and that's got to be the chamber.
That's a lot of pressure on the Singaporean shoulders.
See if he can live up to it.
ดูกี่ครั้งเสื้อโกลบอลก็กูนึกว่าเป็นเล็กเป็นสีอะ
that operator towards the end of that first half. But can he keep up?
แต่บอกละคนดูนะละคนดูนะหอมจุบ
What a
มา
momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
Truly buys up on the headhunter as well. So maybe looking for some of those opportunities
เกมยังไม่
now.
จบโอเคปะ
It's definitely not going to be easy though. I mean, thinking about a lot of these sight lines and Talon, a bit of attention brought over to the B side.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready, but here's the C's play. The C's need right off the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off. Getting a hard read, saying where else are they going to go? The rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C mound. And now the Prowler just to check it. Will get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
Holds and nothing there. G playing safe enough. Comes back in just to try to do what they did on Split from before, right? A couple of taps in, maybe someone peeks out, maybe they find a shot through the Baron Mash that way, but Talon smokes it off to play safe.
All right, clearing out tree with the drone as well. No tanks just yet. There's the sonic sensor. There's the grab net band. He wants to go for the kill. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. Needs to try to get two. Oh, just barely not able to land the headshots.
โอ้ยโกโบโบล่าดิครับสบายดีไหม
Damage done nonetheless. Trying to hold it.
10,000 ครับ
That will be the spike for GE now, trying to play out from stairs.
สวย
Governor will be able to get ahead. That's Darian down. The rest of them all playing from the back of tree.
3 ตัว
Surely with the Prowler and everything else being sent through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
It's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE.
Oh,
they're trying to hold on to tree. Poppy gets taken down, but now on the site. Primi goes in. Brave spearheading the site. He catches the site of the last ever. Crystal will get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
ขอคลีนแบบนี้ขอคลีนแบบนี้ครับอย่าละมาเติมพาไล่เดี๋ยวครับแช่ผมนะแอดดามแอดแก๊สท็อปอัพนะผมเติมเลือดเติมไม้ปลอดภัยแน่นอนครับชนะเปล่าชนะดิวะชนะดิวะ
Unfortunately, it's just not quite enough to fend off so many players from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
ใช่ของดีใช่ของดีจัดสวยไปทีมสวย
He's able to take out the chamber, which would have been a lot of danger for that retake. So opening things up for his team.
ฉากนี้ย่อมแบบแรกมึงลอยมาเลยไอ้เหี้ย
I don't
มันเดบิวต์เลยช็อตเมื่อกี้ไอ้เหี้ย
mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now you're just going to try to snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
Oh shit, Primi.
That's one. There's the Peach as well, and the push out, and Talon says, no way, you're not getting into any of these sites. Spike dropped. Only Darian.
ได้แข่งเขาใช้แรปปิดกันไม่พี่จัดแรปปิดเกอร์นะมันก็ไม่ใช่คนใช้นะ
I mean, what is Darian gonna do now? He's maybe thinking
คมๆ
pushing
สวย
back lines, but That is gonna be it. That is all that they can write, Governor.
Mamma mia, bro. Mamma
Everyone
mia.
flooding through Mound that way. What else can you truly do?
17, 6, and 5 for Premi. Again, it's just really gives us a little bit of a throwback to his debut match. Able to just run free, pick up the frags, and be that menace on the map as that Clove really seems to suit him like a glove here. And Talon trying to get ahead once again. 9 to 5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map, just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
โอ้ยโอ้โหถ้ายิงทะลุนะพี่ทีมโดนนะเท่เลย
Hey, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor takes a bit of a risky fight. I think just because of that first whiff, he got the tag onto Jerry and he wanted to stick to it, but not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jip Boys all the way back over to B and C.
พี่ทีมโอ้โหมือนึงแบบ
trying to bring some back over onto the other sides as well. Just Cruz to hold outside of Rubble for now. Great angle though. Does tag Crystal down to low HP.
Yeah, he's still stick around, trying to work away from that stealth drone. Peeks right out. He gets 2 with the ghost as well. Huge
โลหนึ่ง
Just insane value off of the outlaw into the ghost. Now barrier mesh trying to block off any further rotation. The spike should get planted, but Poppy
fucking do it. Let's
stay
go, bro.
alive for extra value. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of
Talon. 1 HP. Crystals 1 HP.
Tried to catch him off in the rotations, but without the numbers, it just doesn't quite work out too well. Position not quite favoring him either, so down to
ตอนนี้ชนะทุกทีมครับผมนะสวยครับพี่น้อง
It's all up to Yudotan.
เฮ้ย
Might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. He goes back to heaven. That's a little bit too clear.
วางเซนเซอร์ไว้นะวางเซนเซอร์ไว้นะ
But does he know that Jitboy is on the other side? He anticipates it, but the spike is being stuck. Ben, he gets the round for Talon.
Oh, the plant positioning just inside the box, and he's not quite able to get the spray. He doesn't have enough bullets to do so. That hurts.
อุดรธานีมันคมนะเว้ย
The way Yudotan thinks so. He takes the high risk, high reward play to just peek out of the smoke instead of dropping down all the way around heaven. That seems too obvious.
อุดรธานีโคตรคมมันยิงจิตเมื่อกี้
for it, but at the end of the day, it's not great positioning. And honestly, even if they won it, it would have been off of heroics, right? At the end, it's still Talon really able to keep the number advantage throughout the entire round.
มันรอดสมองมายิงจิตบ้าเปล่า
For sure. So Outlaw still being kept, but there is that Odin now in play on the A site. G tries to go for the quick B hit instead.
เฮ้ยน้องไหวเปล่าฝั่งนั้นอ่ะเฮ้ย Hello man you okay bro?
Hold down the exits.
Yeah, I get that this was an eco, but I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you heard the Odin as well. What are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's going to be 11 to 5 after this round, and you're going to have to make sure that you do not let Talon get to that match point.
Nappy I know you bro I know very com you win academy bro okay
What did we
waiting
when an operator comes out? You have to think ahead many rounds in a row now.
ชาติต่างชาติละคนไทยมีบางนามีอุดรธานีมีเยอะแยะเลยครับ
And without the numbers now, G slowly trying to creep forward through. Darian maybe trying to sneak into the A site.
Oh, Darian draws a little bit of fire, trying to create an opening on the B site, and it's going to work for the time being. Premi showing his back, but G just not aware of that timing just yet. But with this much time pass, I think Talon starts to just hold, right? There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well.
No, ban. Something wrong, bro. Where's my ban at, bro?
That is going to be what creates that opening.
สวยพี่มิ
Still down to the one-on-one.
พัน
will be able to strike back. And there's that pickup now. Tries to go a little bit more aggressive alongside Jit Boys. The flash will be sent through. Primi gets this good for the head. And down to Jit Boys taking that duel against Poppy as well. Flushed out of position thanks to the flash. Talon still being able to keep it through 11 to 5.
Primi and Jit Boys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Primi taking out Darian was so big there, because otherwise if the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either. But now, no duelist, how in the world do you break through things like the Odin?
I mean, you see some glimpses of what
ไอ้เดยอนบ้า
Darren
ว่ะที่อ่ะ
can bring to the team, bring to the table, right? But still, in terms of the macro, it's just not quite there on these agents.
chill guys chill
Looking
guys
for the
chill
sight lines and everything, but the Odin
แล้วแบบแล้วพวก
being
กูแพ้แล้วทำ
oppressive
ไม
with that suppressive fire.
พวกกูไม่เครียดเพราะพวกกูคือ
The Taeho not quite showing us the value just yet in this
พวก
combination.
กูคือชิวกาย
And as a result, the Vice Lock, I mean, they've never really been in a position. Obviously, on defense, it was getting ruined, but you know, the post plant's not quite coming through yet in the second half. And like you said, it has to come down to Darren. We mentioned that at the beginning of the map. But how do you set him up? Is Rubble really the best position to try to set him up early? I'm not so sure. Maybe fighting for that mound control and then going and re-clearing once you get another chance with things like the salvo. Maybe using the stealth drone to re-clear Rubble and then reposition Darren all the way back there. A little bit of push-pull.
รับไปเลยครับมีโอกาสรับเป็นพาร์ทฟรี
แฟ
แล้ว
นไทยจะไปเล่นแทนยูเท่ายูเล่น
throw
นี้
Talon off, but Talon, the moment they find an opening, they've been tightening the gaps, right? We saw Cruz there, right by Root with that outlaw. I mean, we don't see the fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G's ready for that type of adaptation.
อะไรก็ได้ขอแค่ไฮไลท์ตึงๆนะครับส่งมากันได้นะครับผม
Talon though off the time.
ชิวกายมันเป็นหมาไม่ใช่เหรอจ๊ะ
proactive on it.
อะไรคือ ZAJJaz
It's just going
ไอ้
to
เหี้ย
be
มัน
the
JJaz
full
หนึ่ง
global
นะครับ
commitment and then
นะ
Poppy on the
มัน
lurk, but here comes the
ตาย
pinch, and there's Zihan. Oh, Poppy wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the shear to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time and space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
Spike planted.
Being able to shoot them down, Poppy. Sheer wall as well. Now continuing to hold the back lines, knowing that that's where they are coming from. And at the same time, you do have Darren on that tour de force marking down the baby door as well. So last one left, Ban, pretty much going to have to save at this point.
เมื่อกี้ใครทำเอาวะ
Just going to hang back. All 5 members left alive. And now you have those ultimates online as well for global esports. One more chance to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate.
พ่อมึง
They've
ตาย
got
แบ
the
นบอ
wombo
ก
combos. It's only going to be good for
เสื้อ
one.
สวยครับ
โอ้ย
GE
เสื้อสวยใช่ไหมครับที่ขอบคุณ
climbing
ทาม
up to
นะครับ
6. Still
โอโปล่า
5
ก็
more
สามารถ
rounds
ซื้อได้
to
ครับ
go if they want to
เข้ามาต
tie
กใจ
things up.
เจอซี่ได้ครับในแชทนะครับ
It all
ไอ้
starts
เหี้ยใคร
off
ถาม
with
ว่า
a
ไอ้
bit of
ปั๊บ
a
ปี้ไม่
morale
เปิด
boost
ปากไว้
right
หน้า
now.
หีมันยิงหมดเลยเนี่ย
Able to
สัตว์
flood in through the
แผนดี
east
นะเว้ย
side, hearing those footsteps towards the
ตี
back
ไม่โดน
of
หรอ
Poppy. Just having that huge
แผนดี
potential
ตี
to
ไม่โดน
anchor
One
and
enemy
hold down
remaining.
his ground.
Yeah, and this is another part of the Vice Lock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It cannot be destroyed. So it works as that sensor for your flanks. It actually keeps Poppy safe from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the
เติมเก
potential
มแล้ว
pushes
บอก
out
มา
from
จากพี่
Talon.
ได้อะไรไหมลองดูครับลองดูมาจากพี่แจ๊คสุดหล่อครับลอง
In
ดู
that same position, meanwhile the rest of the team tries to push on up. Darren this time with a full operator.
แล้วมันบุ
With
ก
this,
A5 เลย
if
อ่ะ
they
บุก
can
A4 เลย
try
เหร
to
อ
push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they could even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position.
ใคร
So
ก่อน
it's
วะ
going to be an A hit.
โอ้โหเย็ดแม่พระเจ้าคุ้มครองไอ้สัตว์
Darren
สวย
kinda
กว่าเนอร์
stuck there. That's a good paint shows right in the corner. Darren, he needs to open things up, but they're just not giving him an
พี่
opportunity.
กินหมูได้ไหมครับกินหน้า
Nightfall
กิ
at
น
the
หน้า
ready
จะ
if
ไม่
they
ซีครับผม
hear the entry start to happen.
Still Garden was ripped through as well. Unfortunately, it just
โมเมน
keeps
ตัมจะเปลี่ยนไป
players
ไหมครับ
from
ไม่เปลี่ยน
Talon
ไม่เปลี่ยน
on the A side
ชิล
close
ครับ
to it anyway. Bit of a trip for info. Does spot out Jit Boys.
เฮ้ยชิปหายแล้ว
Violation.
Oh, it tags him as well all the way
ไอ้
through the trap.
เหี้ย
It's behind the wall. So
เอา
they
ดิ
were
ไอ้
able
สั
to
ตว์
counter
กูดึง
annihilation,
บ้าง
push them back.
ไอ้
It's
แบน
a
บอก
good hit. Ban gets
ไม่
one kill Darren for the trade, but it's an
ดึงพวกกู
absolute
เหรอ
mess as we see Crystal being drawn all the way
ดึง
to
มาดึง
his
กลับไม่
death.
โอ้ย
Poppy
ไอ้ที่นี่
left
คม
alone.
ไอ้ที่
1v2.
นี่คมไอ้ที่
Can
นี่
he
คมทุกคน
shine?
เตะ
The
ครับทุกคน
clutch
เตะนะ
master. He hasn't had many opportunities today.
30 seconds left.
But this may be the most important one. Spike in range, but only 20 seconds. And look at Jit Boys' position. Already trying to throw him off.
So much to consider. If there's any time to
Hi
make it
Jazz,
happen,
I want to
1-on-2
collab with
is
you
the
if
time.
you want PLS
15
send
seconds
as
and
to
he's going
me.
for the quick
ฮ้ย
sprint
มิ
into
สเตอร์บี
the
ทลิลลี่
C
แมน
site. From the shadows from Jit Boys
โอ้
though
ไอ
in
เอฟ
towards
ซี
Mound.
มิสเตอร์บีท
Got to go for that safe plant. But Jit Boys should give the information of exactly where this is. Cruz is ready for the spray. Poppy gets it! Jit Boys down to 36 HP.
Nah that's
Poppy
crazy
finally ahead in this clutch. 1v1. Going round and round. Jit Boys tries to smoke it off. Keep him guessing. Keep him locked in around the spike. Jit Boys, he makes the wrong assumption that it's CT and Poppy. The clutch master once again.
ใครไปสกินมันวะ
7 rounds now
ไอ้
only
ช็อตแรกมันยิงโดนได้ไง
a complete momentum shift
down to the 1-on-2 and he's still able to make it happen.
How?
เล่นเสื้อหรอครับนึกว่าเช็ดตีน
That's just pop.
เชียร์ครับน้ำพาตี
That's when you know you've made the right pickup in the offseason. And this guy has been rolling so many
ขอ
impact
พิกัดเสื้อ
rounds.
หน่อยครับเสื้อสวย
เครื่องหมายตรงใจเจอซี่ได้เลยนะครับ
Now
ผม
week 2.
มีในแชทนะครับ
This
มีในแชท
one round may have been everything. GE now ready
Bro,
for their
locked in,
own
man. What the
trap
fuck?
play here.
Poppy's insane.
It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that. He's on fire right now here on this Lotus. Now trying to see if there's any sort of push out. Is there a Prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay. Nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait. Right? We're not taking any of those extra chances.
A gift.
So close to it. Down when things are this tense.
Bring them down.
And it close and safe, and now the Prowler being used to retrieve information.
Now only one gun fired, but it's still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I'm going to bail out if we want any chance. It's going to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke so you don't try to get extra reach off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam. But Poppy's already got the flank under control.
ชิบหายเลยไอ้ปั๊บนี่มัน
Watch
ตื่นเหร
that
อ
at the very least. Now with things being planted up
ไม่ชอบเลย
closer
ว่ะ
towards main, they're able to hang back. Where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through.
ตายบอมตายบอมตายบอมตายบอมตายบอม
Just
แอนตี้แอนตี้แอนตี้
guns.
แอนตี้เลยโค
And
พี่
just
ใช่
lining
ต่อ
up together, waiting for the spike to go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag, maybe a cheeky little kill. Does
chill
have that Bucky in hand. Eventually, we'll have to go through that baby door to
นา
go
นี่
down
อี
to
โค
the spike.
เราต่อไปอะ
That's
แต่
kinda
แบน
what
มัน
they
ต้องแบบ
have
ว่า
to
มัน
do,
บอมถึ
so
งเหรอไว้แบนอะ
just being able to hang back for now.
Now, Darian just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that
Pretty
toward
huge.
a force, but nobody will
Okay,
peek him in
swipe,
time.
swipe.
Just the outlaw lost. Still
อุดรตั้งใช่
lots
คน
of
อุดร
credits on
ไหม
the
ค
side
รั
of
บ
Global
ใช่ครับ
Esports. I
อุดร
like
ธา
that.
นีครับผม
Min-maxing as much as you can because that is exactly what you need in this
คือ
situation.
ตอนแรกเขาจะ
Looking
ใส่
at
อุ
the
ดรธา
ultimates,
นี
Oscar
ใส่ตัว
Devon
ไออีกตัวนึงครับเป็น
online
อะไร
for
บอกยาว
Poppy.
เกิน
That's
ครับ
another
เดี๋ยวต้อง
execute
ตัด
that you
ที่
can
อุดร
do,
ธานีนะ
work
ผม
around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon
เจิร์กเมด
starting
เดี๋ยว
to
กูเจิร์ก
back
เล
up
โช
their
ว์
own
เฮีย
points as
what the
well.
fuck เลเจิร์ก
Being
Okay,
closer
เอาหน่
to
อย
it
เอาหน่อย
as
เอาห
well.
น่อย
I mean, possible.
พี่
Possibly
มีเข้ามา
being
เปลี่ยน
able
ที
to
ม
push
เย
it
อะป่ะ
over
พี่
the edge
ต้อง
to
เปลี่ยนอยู่แล้วอะก็เพลเยอร์ใหม่อะ
match
น้อง
point
ไม่เคย
now.
แข่งเทียร์หนึ่งครับมันก็ต้องมีแหละครับผม
Showstopper still online. That's got to be the big one for Talon if they want to try to secure match point. Combo used on A. Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
ต้องใส่เสื้ออะไร XL ครับ
And G
ไอ้เฮีย
shots
พิม
on
มี่
the
หน้า
way
วาร์ป
to
เข้าไป
the
ใน
other
สายเลยเว้ย
sides.
เอ้ยไม่ใช่พิมมี่จิตอะ
Scan, but not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren
โอ้โห
marking the angle and the up while the rest of the team tries to
น่ากลัว
kind
สัต
of
ว์
poke and prod through to the C site.
Here comes the Prowler. Oh, it's a nice wide swing as well.
สวย
Governor
คอมเมนเดอร์
baits him in. Knows it's going to be the re-challenge. That's a big kill.
Talon
So much
JJaz
of the
go
map
ball.
now given
Hell
over
no.
to Talon. They have so much control.
ใส่เสื้อ
You
อ๋อ
still
ใส่
have
เสื้อ
Jet Boys
นึกว่า
holding
ใส่
on to
เสื้อ
Rubble.
ไซส์อะไร
B
คิด
main
หัวเองโทษ
completely
ที
under their control
เสื้อ
until
คารอนนี่ครับ
the re-clear
เจอ
comes
ซี่
in
ใหม่
from Poppy. It's
2025
all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Premi's able to take the first shot.
ไอ้อุดรธานีตั้ง
Poppy's gotta
อย่า
work
อย่า
the
อย่า
side.
อย่าอย่า
He's
อย่า
open
อย่า
extra
อย่า
option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill, but meanwhile,
สวย
Crystal
มี
tries to get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to
ส
push
วย
them away. Lands
มี
right
ไป
at Crystal's feet.
หนึ่งไว้
And Poppy,
จะ
yeah, you
เกิด
had
มัน
one
ยิงมา
clutch,
ก่อ
but
น
we'll only even give you the opportunity. 30 seconds left.
หนึ่งไว้ห
Spikes
นึ่ง
down.
ไว้
Has a chance. There's the not dead yet. They just want to draw time. And
Oh
Jet
my
Boys will
God,
not
man.
miss that chance. 12 points on the board. 1 round away from ending this best of 3.
Having those
เอ้ย
numbers,
เราบอสจริง
putting
เอ้ย
up
มันบอส
that
จริง
not dead
เว้ย
yet as well. Just so tough for Poppy to make it happen.
ไม่จูบจอจริงเนี่ย
Got to it at the end. I mean,
Bro's
look
kissing
at
the
this
screen,
little
bro.
combo to hold down outside a pillar, just to give
Oh,
them,
W
to
out
give them
man,
so
man.
much more space taking down Darian.
โอ้คริสตัลมันยิงโดนเหรอวะ
Yeah, and I love that talent. Like Cruz just not giving that fight. And things like that, where you just understand, okay, the win condition is just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance
Yep,
to open
don't
up
fight
the map
Poppy.
even
That's
more.
it, right?
Don't
That's it.
allow
2023.
GE
Holy
to
shit.
start to
Oh.
regain control around the
เอาอีก
map.
เอาอีกพี่ทีม
Darian
มันกลับ
has
สาย
a
แล้วอะ
lot of hits this time, trying to weave in between.
Find you.
All right, you heard the Vandal taken out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that operator. Governors are ready for it. What a setup from TALON. And that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the undropped. Rubble given over once again. Trapped. Here come the paint shells. Here comes the paranoia. The absolute charity of TALON pushes through.
อันไหนหีไอพวกอยู่แบบแรกเลยเอาสัตว์มาคุยกันหน่อยดิกูจับเข้าคุกอัคบาลทั้งหมดเลยนะหีแบบแรกเอาพวกกูเละเลยเฮีย
Knowing that there is that potential op that's kind of rotating over across the map, a bit of that deadlock on the side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. It looks like they might want to use that, but there's no reason for TALON to budge. There it is. Premi gets ahead of it as well. There's the refresh on the smoke. Okay, not fast enough. Kilius gets it. The flash is ready. He antis it, but he turns just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
Now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least alongside the Cosmic Divide, but Governor gets ahead of it, pushes alongside the wall, and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy, all down to Kilius, comes in with a shorty, but Governor, point blank range, still makes it happen. TALON closes out the match.
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in rounds 1 and 2. Why is Premi not on Duelist? Why Governor looks so good on that Sova? What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Premi leads the board. And TALON Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
YouTube 2005ครับ TikTok มาแล้วก็ลืมขึ้น TikTok เดี๋ยวนี้ลืมTwitch หน้าไป400นะผมฝากกดไลค์ฝากกดติดตามแล้วใครมาใหม่ครับ
but ultimately every player has
kind of
leveled up the control that Governor is showing right now. Working alongside his team, making those reads happen, firing up and landing.
แบบแรกกูโดนด่าเยอะจัดแบบแรกกูนั่งอ่านแชทแล้วกูแบบ
really good play and just recognizing
แม่งมีปืนแม่งคงยิงพวกกูไปแล้วมั้งไหนเฮีย
GE adjusted in that second half. And that's where this team being together since the end of stage 2 on TALON Esports. It shines. That experience comes through for them.
Not with this one. Not with this one.
They put up a great fight.
This is our first step. We need 2 more.
Everything on the line as they try to take 1 step closer towards Masters Bangkok, trying to play in front of the whole crowd. You and I were both there when Ascension happened in Bangkok. We saw what it meant for the fans there, and they would like nothing more than to represent their home region at a Masters tournament.
ตอนนี้ไม่มีทรง ถ้าเราจบพันที่4เล่นไงจบพันที่5ก็เล่นงั้น
We do have the winners interview, so let's go to the stage.
ขอเลยเถอะเก่งแอคจัดกูขอแล้วกูไอ้สัตว์กูนั่งเมมมา3 ชั่วโมงขอระบายหน่อยไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยขอระบายหน่อยไอ้หี้พิมพ์อะไรจิตมันทำอะไรอ่ะเจอทีวันว่าไงอ่ะค่อยว่ากันแล้วกันนะชิลาวินกูง้างมานานแล้วแต่ตอนแรกกูไม่ได้ปล่อยกูแค้นจัดเลยกูง้างมานานละแมปแรกไม่ได้ปล่อยไอ้เหี้ยแมป2เกือบได้ปล่อยแมป3กูปล่อยหมดเลยเหี้ยกูไม่สนนะโอ้โห
Hello guys, it's Bella with the post-match interview and GG TALON. Where is my governor? Hello, yes, hello governor. 탈론 거원우 선수 인터뷰 만나겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
กูแค้น
If I could stand right there, yes. 오늘 어비스에서 다시 돌아오면서 탈론이 달라진 그런 스포츠 상대로 승리를 했습니다. 좀 예상했던 대로 경기가 풀려갔는지 좀 예상했던 부분 때문에 놀란 경기가 있었는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요. Wow, that was you guys faced new global esports and did you guys expect the day to go like this? Were there any surprising moments that you had today?
It's a new team, so obviously completely different roster from last year. So, I mean, we came into it confident, obviously, but I think the important thing was we didn't underestimate them. So going in, like there was still a lot of prep because it's just a completely new team. But no, I mean, I think they played map 1 caught us off guard a bit, but you know, we finished up and how we did in scrims, and then it went well.
이제 전에 만났던 지이긴 하지만 선수들이 다 바뀌었기 때문에 새로운 마음가짐을 가지고 오늘 경기를 풀어갔고요. 사실 첫 번째 맵슬릿에서는 예상했던 것보다 너무 상대가 잘해줘가지고 당황하긴 했지만 연습했던 대로 탈론의 방식대로 경기를 풀어갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이제 저희가 또 어비스에서 프리미 선수 태오를 보고 많은 분들이 놀라셨는데 어쩌다가 프리미 선수가 태호를 맡게 됐는지 그 뒷 이야기를 좀 물어보고 싶어요. A lot of people were caught off guard with Primi on Taeho. So what kind of conversations led to that conclusion? Can you tell us about that?
I think one day he just said, I want to play Taeho, bro.
It was him?
Yeah.
And
he
you guys were like, and he was like, and you guys were like, okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it worked out role-wise because, I mean, I know we got kind of owned down split, but role-wise, it just made more sense for him to go on Taeho. So that me and Joseph could go, or me and Ben could go the double duelist. So it was a mixture of like it just worked, but you know he kind of wanted to do it as well.
일단 프리미 선수가 나 태호 하고 싶어라고 팀에게 먼저 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이게 아마도 프리미 선수가 포지션을 태호로 이렇게 변경하게 되면서 거버너 선수랑 벤 선수가 투타격으로 이렇게 조합을 잘 이끌어 나갈 수 있는 그 조합도 괜찮을 것 같다고 생각을 했다고 하네요. 그리고 일단 저희는 퍼시픽에서 탈론의 좀비 컴포지션만 놀라운 건 줄 알았는데 오늘
ทำไมเขาขอให้จังวะมันเพราะว่ามันถ้ามันดูตามโลแล้วมันตรงเลยครับกอเบเนอร์แบบก็เล่นดูลินไปได้แล้วก็แบบลงล็อกพอดีก็เอาเลยท่านขอมาก็จัดให้แต่ว่าลงล็อกแต่ไม่ลงแต้มนะครับแพ้ไอ้สัตว์
I thought that the Talon zombie comp was what was the most surprising in Pacific, but you know their composition, 3 Sentinels, triple Sen on that. What was your thought when you guys saw that, and how was it playing against that?
It was a lot of obviously stall. They had a lot of utility on defense, so I think we said right away just play slow and you know bait the util out. We don't know what to expect. It's a new comp as well, so just playing slow just went in favor for like, you know, both of those things. A lot of stall, and it's just we didn't know what the hell was going on, but you know it worked in our favor.
Yeah, you. Definitely, that was very clear. 이제 아무래도 또 이제 상대가 센티넬 감시자의 그런 스킬들을 많이 소진시키기 위해서 탈론 쪽에서는 좀 천천히 경기를 풀어나가는 방식을 이렇게 선택했고 그렇게 해보니까 경기가 우리의 좀 이렇게 잘 풀어나가진 것 같게 된 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 다음은 또 퍼시픽의 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 T1을 만나게 되는데 좀 각오를 먼저 들어보고 싶어요. Next up is T1. The Pacific powerhouse. What are your expectations on the next match?
I mean, we're a good team, but you know, obviously it's still to win, and you know, just do our best.
Well, this is technically your first match at kickoff, so this is your first match at kickoff, right? So
me?
Yeah.
No, I
played this year, Talon. This is the first
year.
time.
Yeah.
ไอ้ยันหล่อนจัดไอ้ยะ
T1 뭐 당연히
หล่อนจัดไอ้ยะ
하는데도 막상 해봐야 알지 않겠냐라고 이야기를 했습니다. 텔론의 거버너 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. That was Talon's governor for the interview, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
ก็เกมต่อไปเจอT1ครับรู้สึกไงก็เขาก็ทีมดีนะครับเราก็ทีมดีเหมือนกันสุดท้ายก็ต้องมาวัดหน้างานครับมาดูว่าใครจะดีกว่าครับผม
Thanks, Bella. And correct, this is the very first step towards Masters Bangkok for the Thai team of Talon, and they made a complete reverse situation here, considering how the first map went when they put Primi on that clove. Things changed a lot on this map in their performance here, and it's hard to say, is it because they were playing against 3 Sentinels, which is a bit, you know, a little curious for this match, or was Talon just getting things together anyway.
Get enough out of their defense. To be honest, Darion was doing his best. In fact, I feel like the coaching staff of GE needs to go to Darion and be like, it's third map every map, because on the third map, every time this guy steps up, it was the same thing in the last series. He was doing his best on attack to create openers to look for picks outside of A, because there was nothing else that their comp could really do on the attacking side. And Talon had such a hot start on their attack against this triple Senti. It didn't really seem to bother them, and you could see from Governor in the interview, it felt like they were just feeling their way out, and it worked out very well in their favor.
They baited out all these traps. The global were trying to spring on them, and they never really found much power. Then as soon as we swapped to that half, Talon have such a tough time on attack with no duelists to try and burst your way through the chokes. They had to rely really heavily on finding openings, and a lot of that comes down to Darion on the chamber. This is one of the things that I've in the past. I have overcooked in the
ดีป่ะมาตอแหละให้มันดูที่ไม่คือมันเป็นคนอื่นอยู่แล้วมึงเพิ่งรู้กันเหรอสัตว์
into play for them today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, honestly, at the end of the first half of Lotus, you could see what they were trying to do, especially the combi with Teho and Vice for the post-plant situation. But I mean, it wasn't quite enough. And honestly, Talon like to be a little tricky. You know, they like to say Primi's going to be on a duelist, or where they just do crazy stuff in their scrims. They don't show stuff in their off season. And well, this is the result.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see Primi on a proactive agent like the Clove. He was just taking aim duels. He
Tight as fuck. Yup, like my ass, bro.
The new global
ไม่ไม่ส่วนไหนอาทิตย์หน้าใช่ป่าวะเดี๋ยวนะมันขอดูหน่อยไอ้กูเห็นไอ้จิตมันทำอะไรไม่รู้มีคนบอก
So let's throw it to the stage.
Master there. You and recognize
ตอนจบอ่ะ
team esports.
ไอ้นายกูจำได้เลยแบบแรกไม่ชนะพวกมัน
What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Primi leads the board, and Talon Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
Just such an incredible evolution of talent as a team. Sure, you saw around some roles, but ultimately every player has kind of leveled up the control that Governor is showing right now. This map, they prove we poured incredible control that Governor
for him, and I'm glad it really came into fruition for him today.
Absolutely. I'm glad we finally got to see it. I'm pretty sure the fans are really happy too. Now we have Udotan. We need to give a shout out to him.
Udotan was fantastic, and he's been a bona fide star since he came into this GE roster. I really think that there's a reason why so many people are backing GE, and it's because of their fantastic pickups. The core three of this roster has been fantastic to watch between Crystal, as well as Udotan, as well as Papi. Although he did, have some up and down maps in this series. Udotan in particular has been a rock solid pillar of consistency, and just the fact that he was even meant to be playing Sentinel, and they've thrown him on the duelist and delivering this much impact. I mean, either you're going to continue to build around this guy as GE for the next few seasons, or you're going to be able to flip him at such a margin after he's had this performance in Tier 1.
Yeah, he's definitely a real bright point of this roster. It's nice that you're able to frag so hard even when the game gets tough like it does in Lotus here. I think he's one to watch for GE, especially as they head down to this lower bracket and they need to
晚一点的，空中飞行的时间太长了，但是纯净瞄准 ，EDG 在森赛区的强度是非常高的。TE Looking 通过远距离对枪打掉一个，但是被抓timing命了。第二时间再来步枪位置名牌，4点位给了个阵，双甲一左一右，前面打后点补，2条枪线让小开苦不堪言。
很难受。
长枪分 EDG 面对对手的长枪分完成了翻盘。
他们在 B 大的布置，众多的枪线加上闪光的收益，其实就已经完全拉满了。
其实这一套就是防守的时候 T 也打过的那套，但是这 EDG 是因为没有狙，所以他们推的速度更快一些，
没错，
直接是顶了出来，让 T 完全没有预料到。
被把音幻影吗？750。下一回合如果连败拉满的话，其实前面也够的。
轻甲的长枪是可以起的。
对。
想拼一拼啊，毕竟有个断后索道在。
好像被โพสต์แป๊บนะแชทเราชนะแบบชิวๆเลยว่ะ
只有一个人打。
ถ้าแป้งออกมาจังหวะนี้เพียงนะผมหมาเข้าไปนะครับ
他想拉扯，他想拉扯。醉翁之意不在酒 ，T 真正想打的是 B 点。
有人会进 B 点吗？
2人一起进，小编已经完成了任务，他换掉了对方一个人。
B 区有维斯的技能在啊，不太好跳。
还是开起来了这个剃刀投案。
เฮ้ยขอดูอันนี้แป๊บนึงได้ป่ะขอดูตารางหน่อยดิต่อไปนะนั่งอย่าโฟนลิงกิ้งอย่าโฟนลิงกิ้งไปจะไปเล่นแข่งไหนวะแชทอันที่หน้าเรียนออนไลน์มั้ยอันที่หน้าเรียนออนไลน์ป่ะไปเล่นแข่งพรุ่งนี้26
其实就像赛前我可以聊到的一样，上次打这张员工重镇，其实他们完全没有猜到。
แล้วแข่งทีวันไหน31วันอะไรวะ
在经历过复盘和研究之后，有了更多防守方的技能抗
นะครับวันศุกร์
这样伤害的
มองกูไม่หยุดกูเรียนออนไลน์ไม่หยุดแต่เรียนออนไลน์ Yes but W finally bro I went to uni Friday I was like I was about to die man 3ช่องไทยเอาเดี๋ยวดูช่องไทยหน่อยนะครับขออนุญาตดู3ช่องไทยนะ
有人在架，就是纯金架枪，再给重力补网。 踩雷飞剑逼一下对方的位置，断魂锁刀想去拉小黑屋，拉到了。
More like for real
哎，背身。有让黑背稍微有些大意。
2打1。
ไลฟ์นี้สนับสนุนโดยจัสเบ็ด88
เฮ้ยไม่มีครับอุ้ยไอพิมมี่พิมมี่น้องเลยดูดิ
เขาขึ้นมาเป็น MVP ของทีม Global Esport ด้วย
ครับ
มาดูขยับค่า
เราก็ต้องให้ในจากผู้การ
สัมภาษณ์เลยไป
เฮ้ยแชทต้องแปลปะวะ
เฮ้ย
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ต้องแปลไหม
เอาแล้วได้ยินครับผมพิมมี่ครั้งแรกหรือเปล่าเนี่ยที่เราได้มาให้สัมภาษณ์
ครั้งแรกครับ
ออกกล้อง
สัมภาษณ์กับแพนด้าไทยด้วยถามอะไรก่อนดีตื่นเต้นเลยเจอพิมมี่
ผมถามผมเริ่มก่อนเลยแล้วกันแผนที่แรกครับผมแผนที่แรกคอมใหม่ของทีมเราเนี่ยตัดเตรียมมาเป็นอย่างดีเลยคือมันมีความต้องการที่จะเซอร์ไพรส์ทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามไหมหรือว่าเราโดนเซอร์ไพรส์กับเองพอมาเจอสกอร์แบบนั้น
ก็ซ้อมมาตามนี้ครับแล้วก็อาจจะทำไม่ได้ตามฟอร์มนิดนึงครับก็เลยผลออกมาเป็นแบบนี้ครับ
เมื่อกี้ได้ยินแววๆตอนเบลล่าสัมภาษณ์ออนสเตจว่าทำไมฟิมมี่ถึงเล่นเทโฮคุณคุยกันยังไงแล้วเหมือนแววๆว่าฟิมมี่บอกอยากเล่น
ใช่ไหม
ยังไงคะตรงนี้ขยายความให้หน่อยทำไมเราถึงเล่นเทโฮ
ใช่ครับเพราะว่าเราช่วงนั้นเราเปลี่ยนคอมพอดีครับแล้วก็เห็นตัวใหม่เข้ามาแล้วว่าตัวมันโกงนะครับด่านนั้นมันเล็กครับ
ค่ะก็เลยตัดสินใจเอามาเป็นคอมนี้เนาะ
ครับ
เราเป็นไงบ้างกับการที่เปิดสนามวันแรกนัดแรกเลยกับวันนี้เรารู้สึกว่าส่วนตัวแล้วพอใจแค่ไหนหรือรู้สึกว่าถ้าเต็ม 100% อย่างเงี้ยเราให้กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ดีกับความการเล่นของตัวเอง
ให้สัก80-90แล้วกันครับยิงไม่ค่อยโดนครับวันนี้
โอ้โหนี่ขนาดไม่ค่อยโดนนะ
แมปสุดท้ายนี่ก็ลั่นอยู่เหมือนกันนะเครื่องแรงตอนหลัง
ครับ
แล้วก็คิดไงกับแมตช์ต่อไปที่ต้องเจอได้ว่านี่คืออีกหนึ่งทีมเต็งใน Pacific Kick Off นะตอนนี้เลยอย่าง T1 นะ
ก็พวกเราก็เตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีครับก็อาจจะมีสิ่งปาฏิหาริย์เกิดขึ้นได้ครับ
เราใช้คำนั้นเลย
ใช้ปาฏิหาริย์นะ
ปาฏิหาริย์หมายถึงว่าเราชนะหรือไม่อันนี้
ใช่ครับ
แน่นอนเลยครับ
นึกว่าจะเป็นปาฏิหาริย์ในแง่แบบว่าไม่ครับผมจะเล่นคอมอะไรที่คาดไม่ถึงกันอีกไหนครั้งแรกเลยที่เราได้มาให้สัมภาษณ์อยากจะพูดอยากจะฝากอะไรไหมถึงคนดูสักนิดนึงค่ะส่งท้าย
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับคนไทยทุกคนที่คอยเชียร์และคอยให้กำลังใจของทีมTALON Esportsนะครับก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากๆครับ
โอเคค่ะไว้หวังว่าจะได้สัมภาษณ์ผู้คุยกันในโอกาสหน้านะคะยังไงเป็นกำลังใจให้เชียร์TALONกันต่อไปด้วยขอบคุณด้วยค่ะ
จริงมันสัมภาษณ์ช่องอะไรช่องญี่ปุ่นเหรอแล้วมันพูดรู้เรื่องเหรอวะเนี่ยจริงโอ้โหที่สัมภาษณ์โคตรนานโอ้โห
รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็
あといただきました。聞こえます。はい、ありがとうございます。ということで、まずは勝利おめでとうございます。それではまずは勝利した感想をお願いします。
Congratulations on your victory and what is going through in your mind right now?
รู้สึกขอบคุณมาขอบคุณกลับไม่เชื่อไม่ไหววะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็น่าจะเป็นแรงผลักดันให้เล่นในราวต่อไปด้วยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับ
feels really good to get the first win, and it's gonna be like a stepping stone for us to like play in the deeper brackets. Like I feel better.
Thank you. 勝てて初勝利を挙げられてとてもいい気分です。ここからも勝っていくためにはこのグローバル e スポーツ戦が一つの厳しくなったと思うので勝ててよかったです。
ありがとうございます。そして2024年のタロンと比較して同じメンバーでどのように成長していますか？
Your main roster hasn't been changed since last season, but do you see any growth from your team?
ก็คือเราไม่ได้เปลี่ยนโรสเตอร์เลยเห็นแบบความพัฒนาของทีมเราไหมจากปีที่แล้ว
ก็มากเลยครับก็ที่เปลี่ยนไปเยอะก็น่าจะเป็นพิมมี่ครับก็รู้สึกว่าเล่นเข้าขากันมากขึ้นสื่อสารอะไรกันมากขึ้นแล้วก็นั่นแหละครับก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมมากขึ้นพอพิมมี่ได้
แปลหลายต่อจัดลีอะ
ความรู้อะไรจากที่เรานั่นไป
So I think we improved a lot as a team and especially Primi where
he starts to play with the team now. He understands how we play as a team, and he got the knowledge of like the whole past preparation that we had for the past year. So he understands exactly how we want to play rounds out. So we have better synergy as a team.
Thank you. 同じチームではあるんですけれども、大きく成長していると思います。特にプリミー選手の成長が目覚ましいと思っています。彼の、チーム内でのプレーというものも理解が深まって知識も増えているということで、とてもチームとして大きく成長ができました。このシーズンに向けてしっかりと準備を整えてきたことが出せていると思います。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。そしてロータスではトリプルセンチネルを相手にファーストラウンドから対応ができていたようにも見えました。どのように戦おうと考えていましたか？
Today at Lotus, you have to battle against triple sentinel. But actually, I think you guys played very well from the beginning. But any thoughts on that map?
คิดไงกับการที่ต้องเล่น3 Sentinel ในวัน
ตัวเล่นก็ไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นก็ปกติครับจริงๆแล้ว
So he thinks it's just normal, like it's not that unexpected from his perspective.
Thank you. ノーマル通常運転でした自分たちはということです。で、相手がどういうふうに出てくるかというところも特にサプライズでもなかったので自分たちのプレーをしました。
なるほど、サプライズでもなかったんですね。ありがとうございます。さあそして2025のパシフィックは新たにブーム e スポーツ、さらにはノンシムレッドフォースが加入し、かなりのハイレベルになってきました。今回選手目線では今期のパシフィックをどう見ていますか？
So 2025, there's a new team came up to Pacific region, Boom Esports and Non-Sim Red Force. As a player yourself, how do you foresee this season going?
ก็มีทีมใหม่มา2ทีมแล้วก็ ที่เราไม่เคยเล่นแล้วก็คิดว่าจะเป็นยังไงในซีซั่นจากการที่มีทีมใหม่เพิ่มขึ้นมา2ทีม
ก็น่าจะเจออะไร
แบบอุ้ยคอมสัม100 บาทครับโกโปโปล่าขอบคุณครับผม Holy shit crazy bro
ที่มีทีมใหม่เพิ่มขึ้นมา2ทีม
ก็น่าจะเจออะไรที่แปลกใหม่ขึ้นสไตล์ใหม่ๆกับทีมใหม่ๆอะไรครับก็ต้องเตรียมตัวให้มากกว่าเดิม
So I think I'm going to get new experiences because of the style of the teams that we're facing. They're different styles, and then I think they'll be inventing a lot of different strategies. So we just need to be more prepared this year.
Thank you. 新しいチームが加わるということで新たな経験というところもあると思いますし、また今までとは経験のないスタイルと対峙しなければいけないタイミングもあると思います。またそういったチームが見たことない、戦略を持ってくるという可能性もありますので、こちら個人としてもチームとしても、そういったところに対応できるようにしていきたいです。
ありがとうございます。それでは、時間がないですが最後にジットボーイズ選手のようにヘッドショット率を上げるにはどうしたらいいか教えてください。
So like you, boys, if somebody wants to have more headshots like you, can you give them an advice?Or can you give him a tip?
ถ้าอยากยิงแม่นแบบจิตบอยต้องทำไง
เพย์สตาร์ดิโอ
Yeah, he said play Stardew Valley. Play a different game.
Play a different game?
Yeah, play a different game.
違うゲームをしてください。
違うゲームをしてヘッドショット率を上げます。わかりました。ありがとうございました。ということで見事勝利しましたタロン e スポーツからジットボーイズ選手でした。Thank you。
Thank you。ありがとう。
ありがとうございました。とんでもない変化球が飛んできました。それだけこと上がるんですか？ロールのクリックかもしれないです。おかしな僕やってます。さあということでこんな
What the fuck โอ้ยเอาแล้วจังหวะนี้ครับต่อยมวยกันนะครับเฮียอะไรเนี่ยกูมาดูเฮียอะไรเนี่ยเฮียอะไรเนี่ย What the fuck
That was kind of our initial plan, but it's esports.
Okay,
it's a business at the end of the day, and you can never begrudge an org when they need to make moves that are better suited for them financially, or when they have different objectives in mind. But things are not always as simple as.
But you wanted to keep that.
I would love to have both of them. I think they're both amazing players.
I think I heard these exact words out of Big Time's mouth. He said something like, "I made Texture and Mon yet the players that they are, and I can't believe that they couldn't stay on my team." He said those exact words.
Okay.
It was all me.
Sorry, I don't think you win
won the
NGE.
championship. Big Time was cheering. He was holding his own trophy.
It's over, bro.
If it was all you, why did you put Texture on Sentinel? Tell us.
Yes,
Explain yourself.
I get asked this all the time. A big reason for it was his level of English was not as good back in 2023. He wasn't really able to communicate in the way we needed the duelist to communicate. The duelist is your front man. He's the one who needs to be relaying what they see because they see more than anyone.
You know what? Just go anchor a site. You can't even speak English.
Also, he was very good when we moved across to Sentinel. We tried him on Sentinel. I clicked immediately. And he was great. Obviously, he looks great on duelist.
GENG เจอ RRQ ครับผม
GENG, I'm happy to see him doing well there, but it's a Korean team. I think he's much better suited to that. I'm really glad it's worked out for him in the end.
It has, and you know what? I'm just giving you
crap
right now, but I can fully understand why that ended up happening. It's very, very important for the duelists to make those calls, especially in a very fast-paced game and a crazy game like Valorant.
Yeah.
And we got our map draft coming in here. Ooh, we got a Fracture. I love watching Indonesians play on Fracture. It might be, you know, Boom's
ของจริงจัดนะวันนี้นะครับ
but I
ทีม
think
เรา
this
โคตร
is
ตึ
a
ง
very
โคตรโหด
dynamic
โคตรอันต
battle.
ราย
Always a lot of fun here.
Oh, sure.
And Lotus, okay. This is the first time we're going to see, well, GENG play at all this tournament, so.
Well, RRQ, I think Fracture is an interesting one. It's not really a map that either one of these teams have played too much, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of like an out of left field pick that they're trying to shake things up a little bit. Lotus is an interesting one. I think RRQ played OT versus TALON, if I remember correctly, and then lost a game in the off-season on Lotus, whereas GENG stopped TALON like 13-2 in the off-season. So you're going to use TALON as a measuring stick for performance on Lotus. That might not be a close game, but I don't know if you draw those conclusions. Haven's an interesting one. Like, it's been a pretty safe one for RRQ, and they even stomped TLN just the other day, whereas GENG, they played a lot of close games. I think they haven't had a game that's been less than 24 rounds on Haven in the off-season, and they've even played NA teams and things like that. You know, they've been playing these off-season international tournaments, so they've really tested it against a wide range of teams. So both teams should feel pretty confident on that third map decider.
I really hope GENG play the Viper comp, of course, which is a very interesting little mix-up. I'd like to see how.
I don't think anyone else is really playing that.
What are your predictions then? Let's throw up our predictions for this. Some might argue I'm an RRQ yellow, but maybe it's gold for GENG.
This is crazy to me.
Who knows?
This is crazy.
It's still 50-50. Today it's a 50-50 split.
4 people are going against the core 3 of GENG and the coaching staff.
You just like stepping on the little guy.
Is
Have
that
some
crazy?
crazy in your life, man.
Crazy.
Believe in something.
I know the RRQ management is watching me say this right now, and they're like, "You didn't believe." And I'm like, come on, man. Like, seriously, we're all going. Like, half of you are going against GENG.
What's your case for RRQ?
So I do think they're the underdog in this game, but I think they have good momentum. I think this is kind of a little bit of a revenge match.
Yeah.
They have all these storylines going for them. I think their roster has improved. I think the GENG roster has dipped a little bit.
Okay.
They played each other close last year, so I'm excited.
I'm super excited, and I know Ewok does not want to lose against GENG, so let's see if he can make it happen. We're going to go to the stage and welcome our 2 teams, RRQ and GENG.
เท่นะเมื่อกี้คล้ายเอ็นเตอร์เฟรมแต่กากว่าขอเข้าเกมครับรอแล้วใช้อย่าลืมยืดเส้นยืดสายนะขอไปเข้าน้ำก่อนปวดฉี่ว่ะสกอร์เท่าไหร่ครับ 2-1 ครับทารอนชนะครับโอ้เข้าน้ำแบบ
VCT Pacific 2025.
the pride of Indonesia, RRQ, is facing off against the Masters winning team, GENG. GENG is a team who completely transformed since 2023 here. In this very stadium, it was a very different team, and they're returning back this year, 2 years later, with that Masters trophy. Now, RRQ, on the other side, have shown improvements every single season, but qualifying still eludes them thanks to these opponents. Now, both teams adjusted their roster just a touch, but the core still remains. The question is the results going to be different this year?
That's the question. For me, this is the biggest test for RRQ that they're going to have to face. This has been the team that shut them down time and time again. If they manage to overcome GENG today, that's when we start to get on the hype train, right? That's when we really start to get that copium flowing. But, you know, if they get defeated today, do they end up just being that middle-of-the-pack team that we kept seeing them be? I think this is by far this is a massive game for them, a massive game for them mentally as well to kind of overcome this roadblock.
Yeah, RRQ have been stagnant. They've been stuck in the middle of the pack. It's always been almost for RRQ. It's going to be so frustrating to go up against GENG time and time again. And GENG are really the trendsetters here in Pacific. And we'll see with their new additions whether they continue to pave the way for excellence out of Asia internationally.
Ooh, new accessories on the coaches too. We got Solo and Ewok here. Yeah, I like the scarf. Jacket always looks super swag on RRQ. I think they're going to be showing new stuff very soon in the coming weeks for their merch. Map draft coming through here. These teams are very familiar with each other. And you guys know we're going to be starting off with a good old fracture. I think we're going to start this match with a bang here.
Yeah, it's a big question mark for both teams. Again, we've seen recently, it feels like the meta is falling into a similar kind of core agent comp of what it used to be with the Brim, with the Breach, with the Sentinel in the mix. However, you know, we used to have things like Skybeam mixed in or even Fade, at times KO. Now things like Teo is really filling the void of that initiator role, and a lot of teams are really liking him on Fracture. So we'll see what these teams do choose to go towards, because especially Cushy is someone that I'm looking at, and Yeoman as well. These initiators are the new additions. They're probably going to be the ones that will have to pick up something like a Teo, and I feel like both of those players, I associate them more so with Sova and things like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely very curious. As you say, we've definitely seen this become a bit more of an established meta. So I'm curious if these two teams will lean into that, if they've kind of noticed that developing in scrims, or if they have their own flavor on this map.
Wow, these huddles are longer than usual.
Yeah, that's normally in the huddle, you're just trying to not mess anything up. You're just trying to keep everybody calm and just make it very relaxed. What you say in the huddle, 9 times out of 10, they don't say the team name. You say all kinds of random stuff.
Oh, you guys do that? That's what, it's so funny. It looks like, you know, this is the time to like, get them all together. I think people have like, I don't know what you guys did. Some teams have like random chants. They'll say what's for dinner, for example. They'll shout like spaghetti.
Well, I think it's you can't win the game in the huddle, but you can get in your players' heads and mess it up. So I just think you wanna take it easy. Don't add too much pressure. Just remind them of what they can do well. That was a big screen.
But they definitely did. Whatever they shouted looked intense.
It was passionate.
But GENG too, look at them. This is serious. Solo's actually having a deep discussion.
I love Coach Ewok. I love Warbirds, but you can't argue against one of the most successful, if not maybe the best Asian TAC FPS player of all time heading up the coaching staff of your team. That is just not something you can ever measure up to.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order, but this could be the year. This could be it. We're getting our agents in.
Sova on Yeoman and Sova as well on RRQ. Is this a mirror?
No,
not quite. Neon for Raze, and that's the only difference between these two teams. But the core 4 of the agents, you know, the only difference being the fast lane is going to be a little bit more chaotic with the movement on Monyet. Texture favoring the Raze, so the paint shell's really going to be helping a little bit to break some of the KJ util here and there and break some of those setups around stairs, but not really cypher trips or anything like that.
เราไปเข้าก่อนนะจ๊ะ
เดี๋ยวเรามารีวิวกัน The other team didn't pick Teo. They get a nice little ease into the game and they're ultimately destroyed every single time.
I just think Texture on Raze facing off against Monyet on Neon is going to be so much fun. They give each other crap all the time, and I think it's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we're going to go into this match because we're super excited for it. We're going to go to our casters. RRQ's unofficial biggest fanboy, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. I think we can all agree on one thing. When these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger. Like, we like to talk about only bangers on Split, only bangers on other maps, but it's only bangers when these two teams face off. I mean, you saw the record. GENG 5-1 in this record against RRQ, but 4 of those maps, or 4 of those matches, were not 2-0s. They're all 2-1s, whichever way they go.
Yeah, and there is that, at least there is that one. There is that one for RRQ.
But I will always put a disclaimer on that one because that was the one match that didn't matter, right? Because the results were already determined for the Stage 1 playoffs. And I know the RRQ team felt the same way, where it was like, wow, we finally got it together, but it was when it didn't matter. So maybe it's a pressure thing, maybe some other things you need to consider. But as a desk, hammered home, it's GENG always blocking RRQ's path. Can RRQ finally break that wall in 2025?
If that win didn't matter, this one does matter, right? So it's definitely still going to be that question of, can RRQ really break it through? They looked pretty darn good against DFM last week, so I'm hoping some of that performances can carry over. But looking at the composition, I mean, you got Monyet back on the Neon, right?
Yeah, so I wonder if there was, because as I just mentioned, neither of them really played this during the offseason, and some other players we've never seen playing in officials on Fracture as well. So there's a lot of question marks, but one thing that I felt that RRQ, or whichever team was going to face against GENG in the very first match was going to do, was target Foxy 9. Try to take him to maps where we can really make him uncomfortable, because that was always going to be the big question mark for GENG. Can you get Foxy 9 into your system, or do you have to rework your system now to really accommodate this new player? Because in 2024, everybody knows it was such a meteor show, right? It wasn't just about meteor, but they utilized him to the max. So now you have to adjust those things a little bit.
Yeah, especially on a map like Fracture. I mean, Foxy 9 definitely does have a little bit of slack to pick up, so it's not going to be the easiest thing, and that's where you can kind of work your game plan around. But I'm also kind of looking at how, you know, some of the role swaps have come through. Jemkin on the controller, I mean, that's not something you see every day. I'm wondering how that kind of fits in to RQ's game plan here.
Yeah, well, the Neon coming in for Monyet, we do know that he's a great Neon as well. So, you know, 2 old GE players now trying to prove which one was actually the better duelist now in their new teams. Monyet versus Texture. That's another thing I wanted to touch upon was, I wonder if RQ absolutely just assumed that Texture wouldn't be playing the Neon, especially after the nerfs. It's not something that GENG was really a big fan of last year. They picked it up during the offseason, but Neon nerfs come through, so we believe Neon is still better on Fracture. We should be able to overcome them. We'll see what the game plan is, as GENG will actually be starting on the attack.
Yeah, so far a little bit split all throughout, but also, I mean, this is a map where you definitely want to have a lot of that early A main pressure again. I mean, especially with, you know, some of the smokes that you can throw off, and there it instantly is to allow Monyet to kind of creep in further through.
All right, off the bat, we're seeing those cross-map recons come in. More popular ever since EG popularized it 2 years ago. It's a good hit onto Yeoman, trying to go for a chase, but instantly the pinch. RQ knows they have to push out. They need to isolate these fights, and Monyet's going to slide out. He doesn't see that, but he's able to do it. Absolute 180. That's 2 kills to 1 in favor of RQ.
Just to swing back, right? But Texture does find that trade, and also already into the site, so everything's already smoked off, and now you're getting the spike planted in for a main. You're gonna have to hold further back, but your players are down a little bit low. Texture had to hit the good first shot. He does, but Monyet instantly trades. Now Munchkin, Karen needing to kind of fall back. I mean, where are you gonna go? The site's not quite safe, and on the other side, Jemkin is marking out from defender spawn as well. So hearing the footsteps inside of A main, Munchkin's trying to hold, trying to play around it. The smoke comes up in time, and that's when Experiment peeks out. Jemkin from the back. It's the incendiary as well off the spike, working against them a little bit, but still nonetheless, RRQ picks up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Caron just trying to buy time, trying to make sure the double coming in from A main, not able to get onto the site, nor the spike, but alas, he gets picked off through the smoke as it comes down. Munchkin and Caron didn't really have many options, right? They didn't really have any other info about the other parts of the site or the defender spawn. So Munchkin holding that close angle, I don't think you can really fault him. It's the only thing he had going. He just wasn't able to get that one-shot kill with the right click. Not sure with the clean shot, but I love that Kushi also goes out. He already only has 5 HP. He says, I'll be the scout. Then you get the trade. RRQ, the fast push out with Monyet as the battle cries come out, is successful in the pistol. We're seeing Sheriff spot up from GENG and some half armors as well. See if that maybe bites them even going in to their bye round next round.
So far, though, at least, I mean, maybe a bit of damage. GENG has been known to make those things happen before, but right now, just kind of swing ourselves across again, right? More respect towards that aiming pressure, but this time, you're looking at RRQ kind of having those defenses up, set up.
Okay, yeah, so you recognize it's the judge. I love that they're trying to get this information, because they go for the ult orb as well. They recognize it's a judge up in heaven. either you go in with util or you just don't go there at all. Just keep him tied up there. That's one person you don't have to worry about. And GENG, they do want to group up. So what's the answer towards this killjoy? You can't nullify any of the util. It looks like it's going to be a trap play to force him into uncomfortable positions. Lineups at the ready. Got both the Silva and the Breach over by Arcade as well.
Trying to set it up at least, but RRQ will respond in kind. Smokes just to delay a little bit further as well.
Jemkin has to play this so well. Xpharaoh just going to be able to hold onto Heaven alone. He goes for the spray. He gets two. He's ready for the third. Trying to bounce back and forth. Eventually gets taken down by Foxy9.
Just to kind of flood on through. Right? Nanostorm's on the side as well, so just to make things a little bit more difficult. But onto the judge now. Xpharaoh onside, able to fight back. Munchkin gunned down, and RRQ makes it relatively safe enough. Estrella does pick up the Spectre.
Yeah, so all weapons carried over for RRQ. Not too much damage done. GENG, 3 members with half armor, so they will be starting a little bit weak on their bye round. I love that Jemkin tries to be heads up, but eventually he still gets traded down. It's a good wraparound from RRQ as well.
Yeah, still able to kind of swing back into the site just for that retake against GENG, who were able to deal with the judge a little bit. But that's it, down into the next round. That judge does carry on over. This time it's in the hands of Monyet.
Yeah, and I was wondering if maybe we see an outlaw, but that's not going to be the case here, as RRQ choosing to just go for these fights, given the nature of Fracture. So we see that Vandal being bought up to match the firepower. That's 3 rifles, a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs against, of course, all 5 Vandals and Phantoms for GENG. GENG, I mean, they recognize it's a bonus round. We don't know what kind of crazy they'll do with the Neon. Let's just hold, and then we can go for our set play, because hopefully they should be split in their default setups.
Pretty much still doing that, but with time passed, right, you're not seeing anything from the Neon on anyone else. So this is where you're starting to wonder, what are you going to do truly? Thinking about where this Neon possibly could be, or maybe even the judge again.
It's an interesting setup from RRQ, because you're actually just giving up all 4 lanes. You're literally only hoping to stop them on the site and get those kills. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it could be disastrous. But if it does work out, chaos ensues, and you at least do a ton of damage, right? Maybe you're just dropping 3, 4 weapons. The spike maybe doesn't really get planted. They just have to finish off the fights, things like that. So we'll see how it pans out. Already only 30 seconds. That's the Molly. Lots of time bought. Still another smoke as well.
A little bit of a gap through the Molly, so still Texture being able to slip on through, but the fault line does connect. Estrella able to take down Texture. Then the judge gets spotted. Monyet goes in on the offensive. Able to trade that for a bit of a rifle as well, but onto the side, Jemkin will fall. Monyet runs out of ammo, sends the relay as he spots out another player. The spike gets planted down just in time, and Monyet picks up yet another Vandal for that collapse onto Munchkin. RRQ, being able to chip down all that time, will be able to pick up the bonus round.
A really well intricately set up, basically site trap play. RRQ says you come to A, we got the Nanostorms to alarm bot, and we got 2 people high-low setup. You come to B, we've got a fault line that's able to cover the diagonal across the site. We're holding close with a Spectre and a Molly, and then we have a judge up in heaven. So no matter where you come from, no matter what the set execute is, it's just going to be we pick up the first entry, and then we take you out one by upgrading our weapons. And Monyet, a great decision to slide out there, and it works out for the bonus.
Just so incredible. And now it's everything being upgraded up. GENG, a little bit desperate. It's down to the Sheriffs and the Guardian on the side of Texture. Still looking for some kind of an opening into the sights.
Now these are the rounds you have to watch out for GENG. Pilsky mentioned on the desk, it's still the same core 3 members. They're all so good with those one-tap weapons. And you can see RRQ giving that respect. The high-low doubled up, making sure you don't get both taken out instantly. We'll see if it pays off, as we do see Foxy9 creeping up over Dish, trying to gain some attention.
Still being able to hold effectively, right? But kind of walks into the setup, so nonetheless gets eliminated.
Oh, yeah, and that allows Monyet to go for the Oh, nice pick, and this is what we were talking about. You gotta watch out, you gotta respect him.
Just because it's Texture. Such a quick reaction. But now RRQ with information, still able to kind of hide back and hold as well. Cushy kind of lines up the sidelines and gets at least one. Estrella coming back into support as well, and that's the Sky Smoke just to block off GENG while Xpharaoh moves into place.
Opening the door, just forcing RRQ to now have to look at multiple angles. They will, in fact, go into Sands, but already Crosshairs trained, and Yo-Man, he gets spotted. Estrella, he's going to jiggle back and forth. You still have the high-low. Yeah, Estrella doesn't have to agree for this. You can trust in Jemkin, and they spot him right away. Estrella actually getting both now, only one away from his Rolling Thunder.
That's tremendous value being found as well. So it all kind of pays out. And now economy's starting to hurt a little bit more for GENG, just buying up all of those light shields.
I mean, just knowing that it's just a Killjoy peeking up first, it's an eco. The immediate rotation was good. Yeah, I mean, texture, he still got it. He's still the same texture, so you got to give that respect. But it's a very, very quick fill into the site from the rest of RRQ to be able to block that off. Munchkin does have his Rolling Thunder, though. He was only 2 away in that last round. Fills it up, and now we'll see if they use it right away for a set play. B main already cleared.
Yeah, pushed out alongside the relay bolt, so still is a lot of information. Beating out that Rolling Thunder now, but inside of the site, a straight goes for the track, not quite connecting onto it. Jemkin will fall alongside him.
Oh, not being able to snipe him out. Meanwhile, Munchkin, he's ahead of him. Magnet doesn't expect him to still be watching the flank from out far. Still 2 members alive, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough position as GENG has 4. Texture only down to 18 HP, but he pushes out. He's a scout, but Xferro gets both Texture and Foxy9 suddenly. A retake, seemingly possible. Yeoman takes damage from the shock dart. He peeks ahead. Ooh, he's trying to displace the crosshairs. Charon, good for that trade. Xferro needs to take the 1v1s. Where does he take him? He gets close, but it's just too frantic. And Charon, as patient as always, will be able to get their first win for GENG.
Yeah, just kind of panicking and sprinting straight into the side, teammate falling off to the sidelines, and at that point, you know, you're just kind of running against time straight into it with the Phantom.
Xferro does get some nice kills here, but as you mentioned, the time, the space, all the positioning starts to get dicey, and we see a little bit of that panic mode come in. Meanwhile, Charon, just as sturdy as he always has been ever since he debuted just last year. But we do have some power ultimates 1 point away from GENG, so they should be working those orbs. It's going to be that arcade orb right away.
PM 2.5 ว่าแต่นักกว่าจริง PM 2.5 หายใจโคตรยากเลยเว้ยเฮีย
Boombot will get spotted out, so Xferro kind of anticipating some kind of push out now coming through. Additional support from Cushy, but the flashes come out. It just throws it off just a bit, but still being able to drag that crosshair across. Yeoman will be able to strike back against Magnet though. Now trying to get a bit of timing into her spawn, but no, strikes back.
And Foxy9, he was just waiting for information. He was waiting for the lineups, but none of it. The calls don't come through. It's just silence on the other side. And now all alone, 1v3.
แค่หยุดหายใจก็รอดละ
And honestly, this could be where he shines. He loves to do it. He's talked about it even in some of those GENG vlogs that, you know, they come fight me. I love that. But with the positions they have, and you have to go hunt for these. Yeah, there's the fault line, and it's just well set up. Jemkin able to clean things up. Now 1 point away from his own orbital strike.
So in the round, just trying to go for a quick paced hit. Arcade orb and straight into the V side, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out. So just RRQ being able to respond quick enough despite the flashes and everything. Cushy just finding that value alongside his teammate on the site.
And Cushy has been so impactful for this team ever since he joined. Even in those off-season tournaments right away, a lot of people agreed. If I didn't know about Cushy before, I believe in him now. We'll see if he can keep it up for this entire match. A true test against reigning Masters winners as well from last year. But so far, he's holding his own, and GENG will call that timeout.
I mean, they are close to their ultimates.
I mean, this is a big chance. Right? 5-1 already, RRQ. They've already got that minimum, right? It is fracture, so you could go both ways, but they've got that minimum to try to flip things back and forth. And so right now, it's on GENG. Try to bring things back, try to at least tie it up, get those 5 rounds to even things out for the second half. The just mentioned, of course, the coaching staff, Solo and HSK, already so successful, and then as players as well. But then they had that addition as Perry. So Perry now joining his old teammate and his old captain in Solo, back when they were on Neutron, back when they performed at Masters Reykjavik, now coming in as a coach after his tenure at D+ Kia in the challenger scene. See if we can notice any of that impact. People are wondering, does Perry maybe do some one-on-one coaching with some of the rookies? You know, where does this come from? But so far, it's RRQ really forcing GENG's hand.
Their own assistant coach in the form of Warbirds as well, but right now, still just controlling that A main, right? Early information outside of it. As soon as they get a little bit more into its speed, sending that utility through.
Okay, the multi-bash just to try to get some scratch damage onto GENG. It is another Sheriff and Guardian round, another one you have to respect. Sphero just keeping his distance. He's positioned to be ready to bail out as well. Finds him, gets the shot onto Texture. That's a big one, just a little bit ahead. And there's the Rolling Thunder to pinch through Cushy. He's good for 2 right away. The recon just to be safe, and there's the push out. Cushy for 3. Still maintaining that Untashiri, no need for it just yet.
Just had the perfect setup once again. I mean, you start things off early on. Monyet pushes out into Heymain, calls it clear, and everyone is already anticipating some of these potential ultimates or whatever that GENG might have. And you can see Xfero's holding it, instantly swaps on over to the shorty as soon as he gets contacted by the fault line. The Rolling Thunder to top everything off to allow Cushy to push up to collect on those kills.
So now back to the rifles, only half armors, but you have the lockdown, you have the overstrike, you have the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of counters on the other side, but GENG, they gotta push a little bit more because like you said, the same aim, it's been a thorn, it's just so much free information. Door opened, it is a crossfire set up from RRQ. And you have that fault line support ready by Estrella as well, up by the rafters.
Comes down to a little bit of contact. Sky Smoke comes out. Monyet spots all of them out. That's the fault line being sent through. Is he gonna push? No, actually falls back because the push comes out from drop instead. Cushy though with the Hunter's Fury will connect into 2 players from GENG.
He catches both after the fault line. So in fact, it's Monyet being the bait, and then they're able to just back out into sand, still holding that line of scrimmage.
Just holding it up even further off, even though the spikes planted, pressure is on for GENG. Thanks to the new updates. Yeah, they're going to have to try to spray through the smokes, but even with the overdrive, Monyet just kind of keeping them at bay, adding that pressure even further on for Xfero to come up with the flank from behind, the double kill through. It's RRQ who are looking so unstoppable right now.
What a setup from RRQ. The whole time you've always just sent Monyet alone. Maybe you set him up after the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, Jemkin watches with him. You've got so many ultimates, and after the fault line goes through, you tag one, and then you're able to chase through. You tag the second as well. He instantly recognizes it and finishes off the double kill. That was huge because it allows everyone to just say, all right, let's back out in the sands. You know, Spike already planned. It doesn't matter. Give him a main. Because now we've got the flank coming in from Xfero as well. Very, very patient and calculated from RRQ.
And now they're still cycling on through with those ultimates. Orbital Strike and Lockdown on the next, but GENG has some ultimates of their own, just the gun's not quite there. Monyet in with the relay bolt, pushing out into it, taking the fight against GENG, and now it's just Foxy9 holding out. The pinch comes through with Cushy on the back.
I mean, the tempo changed as well. RRQ playing with full confidence. I'll be very honest, I don't think we've ever seen RRQ just adjust so well round to round ever in any of their matches. But right now, you can tell by their movement, by their reads round to round. It's against an eco, and you still say, let's go. We haven't pushed out that far yet. It's already round 9. We're up 7-1. Let's go for a fast push because they won't have strong weaponry. They get one kill, and then they back off. They have the pinch, and they say, spike dropped. We don't need to overextend.
Now they're just kind of marking every single entrance that GENG is looking for, hoping for, down through the dirt. And it's being spotted as well.
Yeah, Estrella catches sign, so they know one sewers. You don't really have to worry about anything other than ropes at this point. Turret set up to watch the flank from Dish. 40 seconds. This could turn into an all-out brawl, though. I am a little bit worried as RRQ has put all their eggs in one basket, but Jemkin gets one. Estrella for the trade, and surely this should be the round over as Monyet wraps it up, building towards another overdrive.
Having that advantage. I mean, this is a fully confident RRQ down to the last 2 players, you know, spotting them out by tunnel. Once they got that bit of contact, they continue to swing. I mean, look at how Monyet was just selflessly kind of swinging out alongside with that play. So the whole team's just being able to flow in this form, and GENG, you know, even off of the timeout, not quite able to find the answer.
As well. I mean, you have the stun, and you have the neon. Those one shots maybe not going to be as effective. Monyet just having a time of his life right now, but it's Cushy with 11 kills and only 2 deaths, leaving the board.
Still sitting comfortably for now. GENG, this time just a little bit more hidden movements into it, but spotted by the drone.
Yeah, but look at the switch up, right? Killjoy no longer here in GENG. They're still scouting for any of that setup. Still sending some of that util. There's the paint shells. Monyet, he wants to get ahead of it, and he knows exactly what Erase thinks. He'll take him out, but it is a trade. It opens up heaven, and then the site as well onto the B site.
Cushy, though, still around the corner, trying to stay alive, waiting for his team to kind of get back in. Uses that smoke.
Right.
While they clear out that turret from the back. Foxy9 looking to hold. Able to get that first flick against Jemkin. Fault Light comes through, but he evades just in kind. Xfero will be able to fight back. 3 on 3 as Cushy now pushes out, takes out Karen. And the relay just to spot things out, but Yeoman kind of avoids for now. Pushes straight himself into tunnel, and Cushy knows where to look. Munchkin, the last one left, onto the side. The Fades rolling thunder, holds the ground with a fault line being sent out. He took down Cushy already, just needs to do a little bit more. And down to the last one left, it's just Estrella who swings out, still takes the duel against Munchkin, has enough time for defuse. RRQ are still making it happen.
I mean, we were all thinking the same thing. Munchkin doesn't lose these. He even got the double fault line there at the end as well, and it looked like it was all lining up once again for one of the clutch masters on GENG. But no, it's Estrella, the other IGL that fights back. Monyet understanding his mission, just to make them weaker as they come into the site. It was all about the flank. RQ going for a different setup, then wraps around. It did look dicey, but Cushy. I mean, we gotta give this round to him. He just takes out so many members and pushes them all out, just limiting only Munchkin on the site.
So much value. The new addition to RQ, and there he is. I mean, 13 kills now. Xfero onto 12 too. Now the setup's kind of swapped up a little bit more. Less pressure out towards A. Well, that Sky Smoke is out outside of B.
And now the Killjoy setup, still not scouted just yet. That Nano Swarm on the drop, it could spell trouble. That's the core of GENG. Once again, another pinch. Still have Estrella standing by. You still have the Orbital Strike as well. Where do they go? It's down into Sand. I love the pinch. They know Sand has been very important. Jemkin does get the trade, but eventually GENG will push through. They will dominate that area.
Through it, it's the yellow line, and Monyet will be able to take down Yeoman.
Well, special delivery through the ropes right now, and Monyet, I mean, it's pretty much just up to him. They've got so many ultimates as well. You got to go fast. Got to get those 1v1. Spots one. Goes out for it. Cushy already gets another kill. The lockdown just to buy time. You got to try to eliminate Karen. Monyet's just going to go in with the Shardy before he expects it. Cushy gonna drone to see if Foxy9 has widened the angle. Meanwhile, Monyet, he's already through. This is not looking great. Foxy9, he's not in a good position to stop this defuse. Half already done. And he's not gonna be able to get the kill.
No way!
Running through the lockdown, eliminates the orbital strike possibility. What a hero play.
Last round before the switch.
Just how do you do something like that? No slide available, but still thinks sprinting through with the shorty out.
I mean, this is pure heroics. And then the drone as well to make sure Foxy9s are not already holding the angle. Wow, I mean, and he's just chilling.
Sigma boy.
I mean, Monyet unleashed right now.
The overdrive online. Thinking about a potential push out in towards B as well right now. Last round of the first half, and things are looking this comfortable, this confident for RRQ.
It's another pinch onto B as well. It's a high-low setup on Arcade, and then the immediate push out with the Neon from the other side on Dish.
They've got the KJ utility to mark the outside of B main as well, so just to go in for that high-low, and it works out perfectly! Jemkin! What is that double kill? The utility to flush him out, but Xfero's there to trade back in kind, dodges the Hunter's Fury, and the push-out comes through to mark the spike. Lockdown being deployed.
And then holding close with the shorty, they have to push you. He knows, okay, Foxy9, he is gonna be able to break it, but lots of time bought, and as you mentioned, Spike already stranded. You know where these members are. Yo, man, hasn't had much impact. We haven't had a reason to shout his name. Can he prove it? Only 30 seconds left.
Just a bit of util, but is it gonna be enough? Foxy's so darn low. Look at Monyet marking his ankle, but ooh, a big swing. Foxy takes him down. But unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. Yeoman down outside the tunnel still, and Cushy will pick up the final kill. The last round of the first half going to RRQ.
Wow. I don't know if we've ever really seen this. I mean, even though RRQ did win that one best of 3, I don't know if it's ever felt like RRQ was entirely on top. It always felt like a grind and a struggle. Obviously, the map's not done yet, but the prep coming in from RRQ. the way they understand Fracture, the confidence that we are going to understand this map better than GENG. What a good map pick so far in the first half.
Yeah, a map that GENG hasn't really shown much of or even played much of in the previous year, which was, you know, arguably one of their stronger years. It's just really showing how much RRQ really has in store for this entire thing. Estrella with the breach setups, the fault line setups, Cushy with his performance so far. But now down to it all. I mean, Monyet's starting to pick up on it as well with some crazy antics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just the confidence, the movement, the fact that you have a Neon who can move like that. Oh, look who it is.
Oh!
All right. Calling some of his friends little piggies. Our own little Korean Busio. No, but I mean, we'll see. It's the T1 members trying to scout out some of the opposition on the other side of the bracket right now. And Meteor watching his old team, seeing if they can recreate some of the same magic. Now, coming into kickoff, Munchkin did say on his own little Q&A session, AMA session, that, you know, it's always tough against RRQ, but we always win. We're going to be able to win again. You know, just exuding that confidence, saying that we were going to be, you know, prepared and ready to go. But so far, maybe they just didn't see the fracture. Maybe they just weren't quite sure what kind of power Cushy brought to this team. 15-4 with 4 assists.
So far, could this be a different story for the first time in a while? Starting things out now, GENG on the defense. They're slowly pushing outside.
Oh, he's waiting for them to check for ropes. Goes out, doesn't get the kill, but now you have to start moving. Xfero is trapped. Fault line gonna keep them at bay. It's a nice trade. Monyet still able to push through with the frenzy. He's trying to draw the crossers away, just barely skirts out. Xfero eventually falls, and that does open things up for a retake.
Straight up for B main, but yes, bit of an opportunity for GENG outside of Arcade, but needing to work alongside, yes, the spikes, and with that wraparound through, Yeoman with the recon.
We'll see if Monyet gets sight. Where does Estrella go? Does he push through? It's a relay boat to try to buy time. He's stuck now, but Cushy already gets the 1 kill. They're buying time for Estrella. It's all for Estrella. They have no idea. He comes in from behind. He misses so many shots, and he absolutely blunders that wraparound.
Now it's down to Cushy. He's got the recon. Shock dart sent through already, and the spike continuing to tick away. Unfortunately, though, the recon doesn't find anything, so has to push through the smoke. And Karen's just sticking it all the way through. Yeoman gets the shot at the end of it, and GENG gets to stay alive.
The lack of confidence. When you have something like the Frenzy, when you have something like the Stinger, you just gotta spray him down. You gotta move and spray him down. Trying to just go for that headshot. Unfortunate for Estrella. The full setup from his teammates. That one hurts because this could have been a quick wrap-up to the very first map.
Still, though, having that many rounds, you gotta imagine they have to just shrug it off. But it could be a bit of an opportunity for GENG now. Look at the buy-ups. Everyone on an upgrade.
And like you said, lots of rounds. RRQ not gonna go for any type of force. They're just gonna wait with the classics, build up for one big round, try to get to that map point. It is a stack, and now just wrapping around sewers on the B side for Xfero, but look at this. It's not just A main, it's the entire spawn taken over by GENG. The turret setup is gonna let you know that he's waiting for someone to push out of B main. He has no idea how close people are. They're just gonna have an angle.
So if Xfero receives contact, I mean, if you're RRQ, you just surely send it into the side. That's exactly what they're doing right now. But do they have it enough time, though? Foxy9 still kind of lurking up around the sides, up around Canteen. And that said, as soon as they sneak on through, paint shells, everything, Munchkin able to fire back. Down to Jemkin inside of the smoke, and Foxy9 spots him out.
RQ would have loved to do some more damage, and it looked like that's what they wanted, just holding by the spawn, seeing where else other members are. They just weren't quite sure how many people exactly were wrapping around. So they had to just get whatever picks they can. It's only going to be one, not the damage they would have hoped for. Meanwhile, GENG starting to see that they still have that window of opportunity. This team, this core, they never gave up last year.
No way.
And they could be a scary force if RQ is not able to close things out, you know, anytime soon.
Possibly. But here it is, a chance for RRQ to slap it down to 12. Full buy round.
Deploying drone.
Big drone spots out the Neon. So you gotta assume there might be some setup there. Even with the relay boat, the Neon usually going to rely on some sort of setup to occupy that space, so it draws a lot of attention towards A main. Meanwhile, Xfero's still waiting with the same setup, trying to bait them into checking ropes over by Arcade. It's going to be that B hit. Everybody committed to this. They expect that they've bought enough time on A main, and they would be correct for now. But GENG, when do they get a sniff of this? Well, that's going to be the signal.
And as soon as that shock dart goes off, Monyet now trying to sneak on into sight, but against Karen, Jemkin actually takes the duel. Now off to Foxy 9, and he's maybe looking for the timing, but knows that the site is too hot, so holds for that save instead and waits for his teammates to get on through for spawn. Xfero hears the footsteps though, and now has an opportunity to hold the angle, takes down Texture, and that might have just thwarted the entire retake. The fault line though for Munchkin will work out so far.
Yeah, but there's another one holding another angle. Monyet, okay, Yoman's gonna wrap around. It's a good double peek. Another drone. You need a couple more kills ever since those ping nerfs. And now time already ticking down. There's the molly. It looks impossible for GENG. Looks like they'll have to give it up. Fault line at the ready here. And yeah, that's going to be no time for GENG on the defuse. Yoman draws him in, but that's time gone, and Jemkin will just go for the kill, get that extra orb.
Nice little kill as everything lined up, but yes, I mean, still is that round for RRQ, and Cushy with his performance so far now has the Hunter's Fury next.
And I mean, this time the stun definitely wasn't cosmetic. Munchkin very calm on that one. I love the assist from Yoman as well, but alas, it's just too much. I mean, this has always been the case with Fracture, right? You have that Brim on the other side. The molly comes through. It's so much time bought, even with the ping nerfs through the smoke. And now a different look. Back to pinching onto A. Four-man stack onto Dish. Fault line at the ready. Texture, he gets spotted, but instantly traded. No fault line needed.
So they get to save that up and continue barrel on through to the site.
Oh, bit of a miss there. But Cushy, his job just to try to draw some of that aggro. Allow the main force to get in. It's a good wraparound. Monyet can't get that kill. Sand still in control for GENG. They push through. It's a double team onto A main. And now numbers advantage for GENG.
Starting to feel a little bit claustrophobic for RRQ as they're stuck into it.
Oh no!
Pushes out of the smoke. They found Foxy 9, and this is a quick transition over onto the B site.
They're gonna get orbital strike as well. No molly, but it's gonna be a good post plant, and Estrella's still waiting. Does Munchkin get a read onto this? He has an inkling, so he's gonna wrap around. Meanwhile, Yoman already sprinted forward. He gets the kill. Nor orbital strike ready. Estrella, no ult. Does have that fault line. He does have the aftershock, but if he fault lines, this location will be given. He wants to swing out and isolate. Oh, he catch stop. Munchkin must have heard him on the cross. There's the aftershock to push him away, and Yoman wins it, keeping GENG in the game for a very first map.
Reading the aftershock, still stuck inside of the animation to swap back to the weapon. That's when Yoman swings out for the kill. I mean, good effort from Estrella, but still, Yoman now really starting to show why he was added to this GENG roster.
Slowly waking up, but how many more chances do they have? See Texture trying to get back in the zone. Things not quite going his way on GENG. Meanwhile, RRQ still 8 more chances. They won't rush for anything. They have a couple. I mean, they could build up all their ults, right? Obviously, GENG will get their ults as well, but go for something special prepared. For now, it's going to be a fast push out from GENG. On to B main, constantly erasing one part of the map. Xfero just holding by, might get a timing on the reclear.
Looking for it at least, while the rest of the team pulls the aggro back into them, out towards the top of halls.
The position's not great for GENG. You're allowing them to close the gap a bit, but Texture still holding just below the stairs to make sure he has that distance advantage. Monyet gets one, but he instantly gets picked off. That's despite stranded. And Xfero just on the other side of the map. See if he can get a pick or two. Oh, Foxy 9's ready for it. He hasn't really been able to group with his team much this map, but the kills have been racking up on the scoreboard for the new Sentinel of GENG.
That's still is RRQ slowly starting to cycle back up through Ultimates Online for the next round.
Yeah, but the real question is can they make sure that they get ahead of GENG or past GENG's ultimate turn? Because GENG, I mean, they're no strangers to long games. They might just be able to constantly get the read. Munchkin's very good at that. And match ult for ult. Gonna be that cross. This time onto Sands. Immediately taking control. Smoke, Monyet, he gets through it. He spots one, the judge out. But it's just too much chaos. They're able to just branch out, but Fox9 already gets rid of the Neon. Meanwhile, Jemkin through, but Karon never quite cleaned up.
What is going on?
Now he's stuck, but Spike stranded. And it's just absolute chaos as it continues. There's a showstopper. Cushy trades again, 2v3. They're circling around. Genji trapped on their own site, trying to protect the site. They have no idea. X-Pharaoh's lurk. It's coming from the other side, and he turns around, gets one kill. 1v2. X-Pharaoh, good for one. He's ready, but Karon swings out in time for the headshot.
Just having the numbers again. I mean, full-on chaos and pandemonium, but it still is Genji being able to react calmly, collectively enough to thwart the efforts of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have gone either way, but I think the big thing was Karon just holding true, trusting for Foxy9 to get a bit more information, to get that first kill, and then he's able to swing out and slow things down, and that's the spike dropped. And now they know, X-Pharaoh, 2 rounds in a row, 1 eco, 1 buy round, flanking from the other side of the map. That's something that Genji will be looking out for.
X-Pharaoh with his lurks. Constant presence all throughout the map, but at the same time, at least in that round, RQ was able to flesh out or draw out a lot of those ultimates from the side of GENG as well. It's now at a score of 6-12, the timeout being called to try to look for an opportunity to close.
Now, RQ has tried all the different lanes of attack. The only main one that we haven't seen is perhaps, you know, a 4 or 5 man snack onto B main, but that's always tricky, especially with a lot of the default Killjoy setups. See if that is the last choice, because if it is, I have to imagine that Genji will have a decent read on it.
Yeah.
With the lockdown available, that looks like it's what it's going to be. RQ just hasn't really taken that choice yet. It's a 5-man stack. Do they go for the lockdown first, or will it be used against the retake?
Is the question right now. Starting things off with a little bit of pacing. RQ already branching out.
Oh, the wraparound under sewers. Genji's ahead of it. Texture, he's ahead of it. He swings wide, but he gets taken out.
Uh-oh.
It's a 5v4. Alarmbot at the ready. RQ holding to see if there's any other information.
Not going for the lockdown just yet.
Now, Karon does have the orbital strike. That bought them time to get that ult door. So this lockdown will be eliminated instantly, and RQ getting a sniff of that.
Well, Spirit continues to hold if someone does peek out. He's 1 kill away from the Rolling Thunder. GENG still keeping themselves defensive, continuing to hold. I mean, Karon's positioning outside of Arcade as well.
If they're going to go to A side, I wonder if RRQ uses the orbital strike to clear the site, because you have 0 information. You're trying to draw a lot of attention onto B. Monyet is going to be the bait. He gets 1 kill. He's still alive. Chaos ensues once more. He gets a double kill. All eyes on the B side. Foxy9 panicking on the A side. What does he do? What's the call? We still do not know where the spike is, but no more movement on B. Foxy9, he's ready for it. He needs to get multiple. He's stunned up. Can he do it? He tries to anti-flash. He only gets 1. Lockdown now opening up the side. Orbital strike will break it, but the spike still going to plant safely in the corner.
Hops on over onto Heaven to try to look and clear. Slowly isolating the angles, but the Rolling Thunder at the right angle, and Monyet swings out just as it's about to collide. RRQ will close out the first map.
13-6. Given an 11-1 half, I mean, Genji put up a
isolating it.
One that we haven't seen is
ไม่เดี๋ยวนะนี่ใช่ปะใช่ปะคนนี้หรอคนนี้มาซีเคนหรออันนี้ผมไปช่วยผมไม่รู้เรื่องโค้ดเลยว่ะถ้าใครนี้วันไหน31ครับโอ้คนนี้มาซีเคนเหรอครับโอ้
And the movement we're seeing on the new neons being used, I respect it, but Cushy really having impact kills and just a lot of kills as well throughout this entire map. Once again, I mean, I don't know how many times you have to say this, but proving exactly why he was picked up just time and time again. That was a neat little trick, though, from Manyet. A good clutch up against Foxy 9. But the real question now is was it just a matter of GENG warming up? GENG trying to get that read against RRQ, because now we have to get prepared for GENG's pick on Lotus, and we know how comfortable they were on Lotus all throughout 2024.
And this is where RRQ really needs to hunker down and show us what they are truly made of. I mean, that Lotus that GENG has been so indomitable on.
Well, that's going to be it for map 1. It went a little bit longer than perhaps expected, but RRQ able to celebrate a first map victory. We'll send it over to the analysts to break down the action before we return with the map 2, Lotus.
RRQ is definitely vibing right now. GENG managed to get a couple more rounds in the bag, so they're not entering into map 2 with their tail between their legs. But RRQ looks like they have fixed a lot of things. They've got the core roster there, and they look solid. As Chobra and Quack were saying, the addition of Cushy, he's just slotted so seamlessly into this team right now. It's just that last missing piece to make them.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. This is what we've been waiting for. RRQ finally popping. Let's go. Okay, I can't get too ahead of myself. They don't win anything yet, but that's a great opening map. I mean, GENG started a little slow, like we saw with TALON earlier, but I think you should bow your head in shame and apologize.
No, not yet.
定中有闪，这一波
边去打 fake 了，他给了个无人机给 A， 稍微给点压力，看一下
会摇
EDG 会不会上当
？Nobody 的位置完全没动，看到没？他一直在卡着中路。
我不信，你只有一个无人机，太假了，
太假了！你点一个烟，
我也不信，还是不动，
完全不动。但是黑贝还有2颗闪加一个0点秀探，进大远小吗？先架住了。小开很灵性，0点秀探有反馈。 倒了2个出来，但小开的血量其实很残，30滴血，
还是不好进。
谁来拉这个枪线？谁来进这个点？白的少数一个啊！这Simon和 Smokey 2个人把这条枪线卡的完全让对方没有路线可以进点。
哇，全部尬在了 B 区的通路之上啊！这180度的枪线，你撤我战斗，直接是
闪已经交得很好了。
对。
我觉得这波重点还是在于指挥之间的博弈。在第2时间的 fake 上面来说 ，Nobody 是完全不相信你会去打 A 的，原地不动的直接，而且点内其实是一个3枪线，点上方、点下方以及点侧的那个箱子上面3条枪线打闪出来，直接反清，你完全不知道怎么去拆解。关键是现在2支队伍太熟悉了，指挥的风格。 但我就想起来其实有海外的一位这个解说，他说到了就 Nobody 的指挥预测性是你是很难以猜到他要做什么的。对，这个是我觉得对于 EDG 整个队伍的风格来说是一个非常大的提升，因为你这支队伍太难预判了。比如说你的配合好，你的纪律性强，你一定有一个我看到你某一个技能，那是一个你可能要打的信号。但是对于 EDG 这支队伍来说，你可能很多时候看到什么飞机啊或者什么其他的技能来说，根本是没有任何意义的。 对，因为。 大家现在都知道，可能对 Nobody 来讲，他经常会脱离团队去单走嘛。而其他队伍可能你看到一些像风威的技能，特别是猎枭，你就会觉得可能这边就是他们想要打的方向了。
对，这一波指挥的博弈，对，可能说小编也在骗了，但是对方没有吃他这一谎。很精彩的一个博弈。那回到比赛当中，3分的分差，而 T1现在陷入到了一个存钱分或者是混起局。
暂停回来之后，可能会更加的考验黑贝和小编的技能回馈了。因为我们刚刚其实有聊到一个点，就是对于点内的落位，现在是完全猜不到的。B 区人很多，那要去看看 A 点这个防守是强是弱了。
这个有个挺有意思的事，一般来说应该是星坠挂单边嘛，守一个单点。EDG 实际上，哎，这一下。 是不是有点太激进了？这个主锋
稍微有点急呀，
而且队友好像没有打碎这个门哦。第一时间闪交的一瞬间被掩盖了，重力井西峡Nobody群力剑有不错的反馈，左右都有人，看一下刚刚怎么处理，先打拉烟出，打右杀左，
我懂。这波甩枪的反应非常快，
太夸张，他这一分有点像昨天那个架中间甩2边那种感觉。
是。 但不得不提是 T 这波的决策，可能还是因为选择嘛，所以想打得激进一些。顺运其实没有完全掩护到自己的身位，逐步到外面去了。
给的有点太靠近了。
对，而且那个门也没有被拆掉。
是。
他们只是想要打一波快的中夹臂啊。
EDG 慢慢在防守端找到了自己的 节奏，就他们只是会在很多次的被动的前压去抓到你一些多杀的可能，而这把狙一出来。
康康的名句，
看有没有他们那
有宇宙分裂 ，Looking 这一分是可能要尝试宇宙分裂直接进了。
中路还在继续给压力。哦，这纯净也太纯净了。
今天秀探在抑制，但对于 Smokey 来说，没有技能的时候反而是精准架枪的时候。
而在地图的另一边 ，Nobody 已经是用枭星无人机把康康送到了 A 点之外。那现在 T 真正意义上来到了退无可退，他们只能硬着头皮强打 B 点。
挂烟了。 雷的边上有一个死角，
赛博技能卡的太死，技能太多了，没有队友能够帮得到 Smokey。
但这波进来的话，
保能器安装没问题。Looking 还有大，有宇宙分裂，这一分其实 EDG 的回防会很难。
就看这个宇宙分裂怎么交了。
好像绕后的康康是把对方的半线给跳过去了吧？
他好像是找了一个角度。
应该是找了个角度啊，因为半线还在。
跳在木箱上飞过去的应该是。
哎，扎到了！这么宇宙分裂连接之后，其实角度很尴尬，绕后是把狙啊。
人家露大脚步来了，这个宇宙分裂其实，康康已经是打掉了2楼窗口的人，康康还在给到对方身后持续的压力，因为身后有压力，小编不得不往前走，那正中对手 Simon 的架枪角度。
哇，这个残局的宇宙分裂。 确实有点伏笔了。首先是康康是静音过了那根半线，其次因为有宇宙分裂的声音遮蔽，所以然后是完全不会被听到，跟大脚步赶紧过来。
而且绝大部分的地图控制权都会落入到 EDG 的手上，就他们其实，在防守端做了非常多前压的举动，但那样的一个排除法，同样也能够让点内要做回防和架枪的队友去警惕起来。
有点难受。 其实刚有注意到，小编应该是差一个点有狂烈之怒的，但因为有想要去收这个宇宙分裂的收益啊，没有选择往后退，打出来了这个狂烈之怒也没有办法在残局手包去使用。
4个轻甲，蟒侠加明狙。那这一轮 Smokey 和康康在对方打变速变奏，默认的时间可能会上压力。
关键是 Smokey 他现在一个幽影，其实做了一个少尉的事儿。
小开想要吃球，这分只能靠巨刃，没有太多经济。 但巨刃起飞的话，有机会能够抓到狙。康康已经在家了，
他猜到了。
听到你需求，
但这个位置会吃闪，狙，但猜到了。再想过来帮忙也无济于事，点后。Nobody 现在太准了，离魂落过来帮队友去卡位置，保能器再安装。
พี่จัสมีหวานใจยังคะ？
小编其实也是一个名牌啊。
但是 Simon 现在有2颗回防的闪光。 配合暗眼有机会的，
蟒侠，我们一狙身体直接带走。Looking 再闪存过再背闪
，3发。
Looking 3发 ，Looking 他用自己丰富的经验和准头帮 T 续了一命，
而且这个闪的背的速度也是真的很快。那这分其实 T 的提速，我觉得从 EDG 的视角来看，他们是完全预判到了的，包括小开想要飞过来的角度都是有康康明狙在直架的，但奈何点后。 还是因为你第一线必须可中路一定会放人，点后最多就3个人，跟对手打人数交换，你的残局可能就最好的结果就是2打2了。
不过按照个人实力去赢下的分数还是不太稳定啊。现在7比11，依旧有很多分要追。
康康依然是明狙，这一分 Smokey 做了一个改变，因为前几分他架后点的频率太高了，所以主动求变 ，call 一个队友啊 ，call Simon 过来帮一下。
不过要注意到，其实站在 Looking 的视角来说，他也很谨慎，他的位置挂得相当靠后。
康康这份的狙加点位很保守，
因为从存款上来说 ，EDG 也陷入到了很危险的阶段。枭星无人机看到对方中路的一个人，但其实拿到的信息并不够多。
默认时间防止对方前压，然后再来往 A 点做提速。现在 A 点其实是恰巧的一波弱侧。
这一分 Nobody 有大的。 这个狂烈之怒只要在点后挂着不吃意志的话，想进点 T1是很困难的。
但这个位置的话，可能
有点危险，
扎到包厢上，
直接提了，
飞了，
直接提了。
有段烟
，Nobody 闪红枪啊，混烟混掉了对方的小开 ，Nobody 在点后和球球2个人一左一右，但现在 T1也在发力 ，T1也在发力，球球是选择先求稳，并没有冒险去找人，因为球球很清楚现在人数优势是导向 EDG 这一方的。
2打3，而且康康也
27秒、26秒，来不及转点了。
要等这个烟散吗？
看到了，球球有点好奇，被发现有狙啊，没有烟，被狙掉。暗眼推，想去再救，知道你就在附近，
只有9秒钟
，9秒、8秒，下包。
有人打断吗？
要去看，要去看，3秒钟不够了，来不及了，来不及了，这一分已经结束了。啊？
极限时间好
像极限时间3.9秒
太不ทัน了。
这一分理论来说到3秒那个5秒的阶段应该就来不及了。
对，但是好像卡的刚刚好，非常的极限。但因为你就算把包低下了，你的位置也已经是没有办法去换了。 康康有巨刃可以直接从空中飞过来解决战斗。这分其实最精彩的一波还是在竞演过程当中，球球下落的那个时机，钻到眼里正好2个人都在丢技能，完全没抓到。
其实 TE 这一分针对对方的前顶战术已经做了非常长时间的默认了，但是包点那个隔断烟真的在侧点位和队友的协同和拉脱做得很好。
没有办法，点内烟。
มาอันนี้เริ่มละ
around in 4 pretty much the whole time in Pacific, but even quite a few times internationally as well.
Yeah, so strong. I mean, same comp, right, but slightly different players. And this is where we are waiting for it. I mean, truly, Jemkin back on that race against Texture.
See what Jemkin can do, taking things a little bit on the second line there on that first map as at Brimstone. Now he has to be that spearhead for RRQ. Monyet back on to that Omen. He can still be a little bit of a trickster, but it's going to be a straight-on fight, and Jemkin and Cushy both win the 2v2 over by A main. That's going to be the Razorvines pop just to buy time over by B.
Just being able to hold the angle, but yeah, there it is. Slows it down a little bit. Texture can't quite break through, so continues to try to land a couple of pot shots, but nothing found truly. While the rest of the team, or well, I should say the last two players, try to re-clear Rubble again.
And I love that RQ is just waiting on B, because if they're going to rotate onto A, we just fall back, we go for the retake. But did they leave anyone else? Is there any movement on B? Now Texture just trying to buy time. He's tasked with the impossible of buying attention, but also ideally getting 1 or 2 frags. And eventually, they'll push them off of A site as well, now trying to regroup.
Oh. And Flash comes out as well. Oh boy, Texture trying to hide back behind pillars alongside Yeoman.
Oh, they back off? Yeah, they notice that it's more than Texture. They say, okay, well, they've regrouped. That's fine. We can regroup as well. Making sure to keep that numbers advantage. A very new and refreshing look from RRQ.
Refreshing. I mean, it's what they've got, so trying to work alongside that advantage, right? Jemkin not really extending too far out. Well, the rest of the team, the trio truly staying up by Baby Door. Spike will go down on the site at the very least, though, but this is where you want to see that retake happen. Jemkin does have the paint shells, so he's kind of saving that for the right opportunity.
Yeah, Estrella is quite far out, though, and now trying to bring up the rear, trying to clean up Rubble, but the rest of the team already has it cleared up, so he should try to just sprint up and try to gain information that way. Meanwhile, the entire team of GENG on the site. It's a double, and it's a nice jumping Cushy with the trade, but Charon still holding strong on the site. 2 members left of GENG, 3 on the other side, but Jemkin and Xphero, they've already taken damage. Jemkin, can he win this duel? Charon's ready for it. Jemkin, there's the paint shells. It's going to force Charon to move, and Xphero will clean up the site.
That was lovely. The paint shells, the way that he threw it, but at the same time, truly, the way that RRQ came in with that first initial point of contact on that retake. Jumping over like that. Yo, GENG were kind of stunned up by it.
Yeah, you know, some things just never leave you, right? You join Paper X once and then W Gaming, the jump peaks out. I mean, it just doesn't ever leave, but this was a huge 2v2. The fact that you take down the Killjoy, even in the pistol, it just forces GENG to have to move as a group. And then RRQ being patient, not overextending. I mean, yeah, look at what you can get with that.
Wow. So they get to buy up 2 Guardians and 1 Bulldog, 1 Spectre. Monyet on the Ghost. Still is GENG on those shares, though. Quite deadly.
Yeah, and the idea is still going to be the same. You swapped out the Vice for the Killjoy, but it's really the Sentinel plus Viper delaying so much on C-Site, right? But now you have an extra Flash. That suits RQ a bit more, a team that likes to fight. Curious to see if GENG, just like Talon, will be able to draw out that sheer wall nice and early to make sure they get those rotations. Uh-oh, spotted by both of those. Good hit onto Cushy. He actually gets the kill, but Jemkin with the cleanup.
Still, though, not too bad with that kill. At the very least, a bit more information for Jemkin, so trying to work around his teammate now, just up around Baby Door, thinking about a potential B push. I don't know if they're using the Yakrosh just yet. No intel so far. More thinking about the A site. Jemkin comes back in to reinvestigate. Ooh, spots him.
Yeah, you saw him calling right away on that cam briefly. Just making the call that there are members on Rubble, so now the weight shifting over. holding that blue room. You're not going to overinvest. Jemkin's still going to be alone on the site. We'll see if he can hold on to that rifle, because a rifle given over could spell danger for RRQ. Xfero's going to be there for the trade. Jemkin gets one. Xfero immediately peeks out. It's a good double team, and bouncing back and forth, Jemkin gets a 3K.
So good, you know, just being able to work around the map that way, reading GENG's movements, and if it's back into 8, we do have positions and the crossfire set up for it, so Jemkin being able to hold from the side, Xfero from the stairs, just being able to gun and spray all of them down.
Now, of course, that was your anti-eco. So meant to win it, not losing out on too much. Cushy, the only one going down there, and Jemkin just holding strong on there, even despite being paranoid. But now we'll see GENG with the buy.
Still though, this is a chance, possibly for RRQ to fight back and convert that bonus. GENG will head back in towards Mound. This time, the buy setup not quite there. Arc rows might have been broken.
Yeah, looks like Xfero's still holding on to it. Not used just yet. No trap play used over by Mound. It's just the sheer wall. They tried to trip it. You try to get a cheeky kill, but for now, all right, popping the Razor Vines as a measure to make sure that you can catch whoever is actually over the wall. That is a lot of utility already spent just from the jump peak, but now they have the arc rows there on the C site. So really, it comes down to Magnet. How much time can he buy on Rubble? How much information can he get? And more importantly, can he get out alive?
Yeah, you got to think about the possible TP, but there's only one of it now, so it's going to go straight into Baby Door. There it is. Into the smokes, trying to stay alive with the off angle, but he's been spotted out by the Haunt. Paint shells will get sent through as well, but he manages to tuck himself neatly away. However, that does mean that the site is pretty much open. Cushy tries to go into the smoke, but unfortunately spotted out by Texture. Look at how proactive he is.
Huge kill, making sure that there isn't anyone still lurking around for a fast blood onto the A site. Meanwhile, over by the C side, they did hear Foxy9 rotating late, so RRQ now knows that it should be everyone over by the A side. What's the retake going to be with only 4 members? No fade, no info. You just have to trust that the setup is good. There's the flash on to drop. Now going by on both sides, trying to catch out Texture, but he's tucking away. Yeoman has him covered. Everybody covering a different angle, covering all bases from RRQ. It's a double swing on a drop, and they both get sprayed down, lining up for Yeoman. Bit of an unfortunate timing there. The spacing not as good as it could have been. Magnet still going for a third, but there's gonna be no kills. Flawless for GENG.
So clean. So flawless, and just a beautiful way of how they're kind of working across the map, you know, baiting out that utility from RRQ at the same time, right? Back into C, you deal with that wall, which is something that they are going to need to do a lot more often. But at the same time, you know, just kind of spotting out Magnet and going so quickly into the site, Texture getting that first kill against Cushy really put quite a bit of hurt against RRQ's numbers.
Now the Odin comes out for Xfero. So the Vice going to start to set up here by the A side. Toxic Screen still able to delay Razor Vines as well. Boombot spots him. You know the Odin's there, but are you aware that it's going to be a 2-man stack? There's the sheer wall trying to make sure that it's not a full flood. Estrella gets spotted! Not quite sure that his elbow was showing. There's the showstopper. They know the Odin's still in here. GENG well aware that there's at least one more member. If he swings out, this could spell trouble. But the gun swap the timing! Gets some damage onto Xfero. Now he's trapped, drawing out util. Avoiding the C's, there's smoke, but it's just too many members. Meanwhile, Jemkin does come in from behind. They're able to clean up at least one hit. But look at the position of Munchkin. Hiding in that smoke by stairs, just keeping everyone at bay. Cushy now trapped in drop. Jumpkin has to help him. Jumpkin has to go through. There's a good paranoia. Gets the kill out of the smoke. There's the paint shells. He's getting caught from both sides. The showstopper shut down by Charon. Cushy, how is he still alive? Magnet finally finds an opening, and he will save his team from another round loss. Now RRQ leading 3-1.
So chaotic and a lot of things happening, but at the same time, RRQ being able to actually work off of a lot of it. You know, it might be that kill that comes through, or just unfortunate for Xfero, who's like trying to swap on over to weapons inside a tree. But as Jemkin pulls out the showstopper, right, pulls so much of the attention away into him. It's just one guy, and that allows for Magnet, alongside Cushy, to kind of find those split angles to work their way back into the site. So RRQ, not too bad. You know, they get faced with adversity, but it's not too bad for them. They're still able to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that you spotted Cushy on the drop, but you just didn't have Util left to draw him out. So use it all trying to get Xfero over by Tree. Now the sheer wall coming up late. They realize pressure coming to the seaside. You'll use it, set it up to go for that delay. Texture, just trying to scout things out. Strand not quite in position to get that early kill. Sheer wall still active.
ยังไม่มัวแต่สนใจตัวในไฟเฮีย
Smoke
ไอ้
right
คูชี่มันมา
outside
จาก
of
ที
it,
มไหน
so
วะ
they're
โค
not
ตร
even
คม
able
มา
to
ชัด
just get a cheeky little
คม
jump
จริง
in.
เฮียนะ
Sheerwall still online as well.
ไอ้เฮียเนี่ย
As you go back down to the other side of the map, here you got Monyet up on top.
Now Cushy gonna clear that. It's an instant swing. I love the bait and switch, Cushy. I mean, when you have an initiator like that, you can go for these risky plays.
What? So sharp with how he's able to swing out to get that shot. And then this is now GENG without the numbers. You know, maybe Foxy 9 sneaks through, but no! Jemkin's on the other side and he's ready to receive. As you head on over into C, Yao Mango's being held. Got Experiment for additional support.
Gotta save.
Yeah, you gotta save. There's no option.
And one thing that Texture would have noted right there before the smoke bloomed is that the sheer wall a bit away from that gate. So that when the smokes come up, you can't just safely jump peek it. You actually have to go in. So if they're holding from the box, they can still get that kill. If they're holding from the pillar, they can still get that kill. That's something that GENG will now have to consider when they decide when do we take that sheer wall out to make sure that we're able to get through that C site.
มาสบายดีไหม
So slight adjustments.
เซนจีโดนคุกก่อน
That's kind
actually
of the impact of it all. You know, GENG can't quite find their way against that
ไอ้สัต
sheer
ว์
wall.
แชทเรามาพนันกันดีกว่า
At the same time,
Foxy
now
9
you're
หรือ
thinking back into it.
หรือไอ้ใครวะไอ้ไวเปอร์อะ
This player here.
Cushy is he's ridiculous, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That's the word to really
กู
describe
ชี่
it
หรือฟอก
all.
เอ้ยแอตลาหรือฟอกซี่นายใครจะได้
He's in
คิด
the
เหมือน
running
กัน
for
ดีก
the
ว่า
most impactful pickup in
มัน
the
ไม่ได้บอกว่ากู
offseason.
ชี่จัด
I
ไอ้
mean,
นี่
just
คนใด
because
มัน
he's
เอา
really
กูซื้อ
transformed
หรอครับ
what
คนไทย
RRQ is able to do because they're able to work around him as kind of this carry. But here's a fast hit onto Rubble. Texture not able to get on top. He has to push back. Texture still spraying through. Picks up the kill against Jemkin. The rest of the members of RRQ, they've already committed, but now they have to back away. Top screen buys him time. Monyet safely tucking away in tree. Not damage taken on anybody else. Meanwhile, Charon quite low with only 11 HP.
Yeah, so maybe a way for RRQ to kind of strike back against GENG if Karen is down low, but that's it, wanting to kind of set up towards Rubble, not quite being able to do that does hurt RRQ quite a bit. So now they're kind of having to keep themselves anchored down into the A site. You know, watch the exits of Baby Door, especially where Xfero is. But this does leave C a little bit open, so you're kind of banking on that sheer wall to do quite a bit as well. But right now, GENG.
ไอ้ฟอกซี่นายยิงหรอไม่ใช่
Yeah, they'll just hold. Now, I imagine that Foxy 9 will have to trip this sheer at some point for it to work. But Yeoman getting spotted in Rubble. That's unfortunate because you wanted to hide all information before the sheer wall is tripped. It's tripped now, but there's no movement from RQ. They already saw that the fade was here on the A side. They're still holding by. Xfero still gets one kill. And there's the crosses. Thankfully for GENG, Spike is still alive.
Okay, so Karen's able to kind of deliver that over onto C, while the rest of the team, though, working as a duo, trying to get a hit to cut off those rotations. You still have a 3-on-3, so this is possible. The Prowler goes into the clear. Cushy is ready. Look at him. Able to gun down Munchkin, and Foxy 9 has to back off. The arc roast to throw off his crosshair. Oh, look at that peek. So quick, so smooth, so clean. It's down to Karen. He's 11 HP, but still maybe able to make it happen. Cushy with the spray to end Karen's game.
Who the fuck are you, bro?
What a great performance by both of these players. Charon, the Rookie of the Year last year, but Cushy gunning for that spot already in 2025. What are these shots coming out from the new initiator for RRQ?
So incredible. Anticipation on top of it all, just to think that, hey, Spike got planned a little bit early. I gotta use my Prowler check and clear spawn.
Yeah, and then still going immediately because you know you tagged one with the Prowler, so it's still a 1v1. Foxy 9 not able to have the confidence to just really swing out. You hear the confidence in his voice as well. And that's a timeout because it wasn't just the shots as well. It was the fact that off of that hot, no man gets spotted, and RQ knows we don't have to worry about that sheer wall being tripped just yet. Let's focus on the members we know about. Let's take them out. And if we don't see them in Rubble, then they're going for a cross. Estrella tries to get ahead of it and is able to pick them off, buying a lot of time for the rotates.
ดาบคู่ใหม่เลยคาตานะครับอยากเห็นรีวิวดาบคู่ใหม่ไหมครับเดี๋ยวผมรีวิวให้ดูนะครับหลังจบเกมนี้นะครับ
But at the same time, just cushy. That's truly been such a big factor in this current matchup, despite Karen's best efforts to spraying through the smoke in the last moment before it blooms.
Well, so only 10 seconds left now. 10 seconds left now for Gen G. It's like Solo, a lot to share with them. And I gotta imagine a big part of that has to do with the price setting, right? I mean, we talked about it in that first match as well, but the sheer wall is unbreakable. That means you have to trip it at some point.
Oh, I think maybe like the game is too loud, bro, and I'm also put myself lower. Hello, better?
Like a cheeky 5-man jump over, trigger it all at the same time, but we've seen that, be a little bit of a mistake sometimes. Okay, it's just a fast hit onto Rubble again. They still want to focus on that A side. But it's Jemkin still alive right under that one way, and then once again the trade from Cushy. The timings, the comms, it's also good for RQ. And
ทำไมไม่ผมมาพีซีซั่นหลายทีมเลยอ่ะหายจากพีซีซั่นไปเลยนะเว้ยมีทีมเดียวอ่ะทีวันเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยตอนเนี้ยเสื้อสวยจังพี่จ๋าซื้อที่ไหนแกทักว่าปะครับอุ้ยใช่ครับน้องมาเฮ้ยไม่ใช่ซื้อที่ทารอนอีสปอร์ตไทยแลนด์นะครับผมก็ถามว่าไปซื้อได้ช้อปปี้นะครับหรือว่าเว็บไซต์ทารอน.gg นะครับเสื้อสวยมีปักด้วยมีปักชื่อด้านหลังปักชื่อJJazนะครับโคตรตึง
I mean, this is like a potential swing round pickup timeout from Gen G, but RQ gets ahead of it. You saw that paranoia through, and Jemkin, instead of, usually it would be like the Shrouded Step, but Jemkin blast packs in ahead of it, alongside the Haunt as well.
Yeah, the timing and then just the trade ready too. So as long as Jemkin's alive, the fight was always going to be RRQ's.
Jersey
Oh no
ปากหรือสกินมันเป็นสกินครับผม
Not liking what he saw.
แบบมันคือเสื้อบอลน่ะแบบผ้าเดียวกันน่ะ
Vice setup was different on C side. It was a lot further behind, and now this
โอ้โหตัวพุนได้ไอ้เหี้ย
with the Odin, trying to keep them at bay. Texture gets hit by the Haunt again.
I know he's good though. Okay, there you go. Okay. กว่าน้องจะตื่น
Because I can 1v3.
ไม่กดอะไรไม่ออกวันนี้เดี๋ยวดูก่อนแล้ววันนี้พี่รีวิวสกินใหม่ก่อนนะ
Just being able to push on in towards the B site. Estrella trying to keep them on their toes, but yeah, without the numbers, it's not too likely.
Yeah, given the creds, you imagine maybe some damage trying to be done, but with the Odin, perhaps Xpharaoh just going to hide out, see if there's any overextensions. Meanwhile, on the side of Gen G,
ถ้าซื้อทีหมื่นที่ไม่ใช่ซื้อมันจะเสียค่านำเข้าเลยไหมพี่ถ้าโดนจับแต่มันจะเสียภาษีนำเข้าคือแล้วมันจะโดนจับที่นี่มันเขาเรียกว่าตม.นะหรือเรียกที่อะไรไม่รู้ที่สนามบินทุกอย่างถ้าเขาแบบลองเช็คดูแล้วว่าแล้วก็จับได้ก็เสียถ้าเขาปล่อยไหลก็ไม่โดนครับ
See if he can get it. He only has 450 credits, so he's getting antsy.
Go.
Probably asking for permission. Munchkin, can I go? Can I go get this ace?
Somebody help bait for him.
He's been given the free reign.
Oh!
Can he go? Shut down. Unfortunate, but Foxy 9 proving
แต่ถ้ามีอะไรสุดจะชอบมีsnow globe ครับที่มันไม่หิมะ
But when he has to start creating space and work the macro, that's something he's still trying to pick up. But man, yeah, when it's just like in ranked, it's 1v2, 1v3, he's ready as always.
เสื้อโค้ดที่มันเป็นสีขาวป่ะสีขาวแดงป่ะใช่ป่ะ
But somewhere on that stage,
สวยอยู่
Texture's mind, he's chuckling away.
Oh yeah,
it happened to you too.
สวยนะเนี่ยนะ ทำไมฟอนต์ไทม์เอามันกระโปงจังวะเฮียฟอนต์ไทม์เอาไม่สวยเลย
2 rounds now for Gen G, still
ไม่จริงๆจังเดือนหน้ามีอะไรเข้าคาประมาณวันไหนมันเข้าวันนี้ครับยุ่งมีงูครับใหญ่ตัดรีวิวไหมจะรีวิวให้ดู
Needing any advantage possible, truly. Alright, not quite able to hide from that boombot in the thin little column, but still back into it. Gen G now retrieves a little bit of information, but not too much on the A side. It's still a lot of space being afforded to Gen G.
ดูตาลิวิฟเฟกก็ได้เจอซี่ครับ GER ครับเจอซี่นะเข้ามาตกใจเจอซี่นะครับเพื่อใครจะซื้อนะผมไอ้จีตื่นแล้ว
from Gen G on the A side.
It's that reach positioning, though, very key, right? The Prowler just coming in to clear out the top of heaven. And GENG is kind of dwindling down that time, playing a lot around these positions. The lockdown gets deployed alongside the Steel Garden as well, but this is where now the contact starts to happen. A bit of kills, a bit of trades already through, and Jemkin trying to sneak on into the site to take that fight towards the back of the tree, but it's so far back safe enough that these two players from RRQ will get detained. Cushy though comes in for that support, takes down Yeoman, but inside the baby door, a bit of a spam, and Karen will find his contact on towards Manye.
Whoa, Manye chill!
Into the double kill.
Whoa!
Further on into the last minute Viper's pit, and Munchkin will not survive.
What the fuck? มันลากเกมไปทีมไหนครับลากเกมไม่มีทีมครับผม
gets detained. So he actually
เจลลี่
trade
แปลก
immediately, and I believe
หา
that
ทอมเหรอ
fakes out GENG to thinking there was only one at baby door. He sees the barrel and he goes for it, but behind that was Manye detained, unable to do anything, and they just don't expect the second swing out. I mean, it all works. He's laughing because he knows it shouldn't have worked that way, but it does. Sometimes fate is funny, and it favors Manye today.
Is fate truly setting this up for RRQ right now? We shall see as the next round plays out.
เครื่องแรงจัดเสื้อใหม่ยังไม่มีเลยครับเสื้อใหม่ยังไม่เข้าไทยนะครับต้องรอนิดนึงนะโอ้โหมันช่วงปีใหม่อ่ะมันโรงงานเขาหยุดกันอยู่ครับผมวันนี้เราจะไปเล็กแล้วครับไปกินข้าวมาทำไมเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับเจนจียับจอร์ดี้อ่ะโอ้โหอุ้ยจอร์ดี้เขาเรียกบิ๊กบึ้มเลย
I love that Karen gets ahead of it too, right?
แต่เล็กกว่ากูนะ
And you're like, okay, you're trying to buy time. Doesn't look like it should be two of you on the site then.
เอตล่า
For that second one,
คัดโชว์เปล่าน้อง
all alone. Credits, of course, flowing for RRQ. But Yeoman, one away from the Nightfall. He's gonna want this kill if he has a chance.
Viper spit was a ult as well, but now just kind of walking through, maybe trying to find something or work around the exits and save.
I mean, I think if you don't find anyone soon, even though your creds are fine, they can still buy up as well. So I don't know if there's really any point in potentially giving away this.
ใช่จะเก็ตทำไงดีมันเท่แล้วสวยมันสวยจริงเลยมันสวย
Back away. The call has been made to go for that save.
เซฟว่ะ
Not give away another power ultimate because right now RQ at 7, given how things started, they would like more in this first half.
93
For sure.
คิวอีก2แล้วทำได้ไหม
Still pretty darn good.
วันนี้ไปทำงานที่ชนมาฝุ่นเยอะจัดหรือว่าหมอกลงแต่ฝุ่นเยอะจริงไม่ชอบเลยจันรู้สึกแบบแสบคออ่ะเหมือนกระดาษทรายในคออ่ะเฮียไม่ crazy เกินอะไรเงี้ย
So they wait, for the initial trade. He just said it right there. See, I told you I'd get the timing, and he's able to jump behind.
ฟ็อกซี่ยิงอยู่ราวเดียวครับแล้วก็มีราวนึงยิงอยู่ตัวนึงนะผม
Proving that it was always going to be much
หลังจากนั้นน้องก็ไม่ยิงเลยน้องบอก
rather than
พัก
simple
ก่อน
Hence why now they're looking to kind of repeat those same successes as RRQ try something a little bit different. Okay, still is Jemkin alongside Manye. Gonna work around the Viper walls. Delayed paranoia though against the showstopper. It shuts down texture. Jemkin will get flooded through, but it doesn't quite connect enough. So Munchkin and alongside Foxy 9 will be able to swing out off of the explosion.
แต่ต้องซื้อเครื่องฟอกอากาศอันนี้คิดอยู่ไม่น่ารอดอ่ะ
Yeah, a bit of a mishap with that showstopper going too deep, but because of all that chaos, they just completely lost track of Fox 9 was able to come right behind Rubble. Now, down to a 3v4, still doable in terms of numbers.
ผมเห็นคลิป TikTok อ่ะเครื่องฟอกอากาศแต่ละคนคือทำงานกันแบบเกินประสิทธิภาพอ่ะมาเครื่องจะสั่นระเบิดแล้วอ่ะเครื่องโคตรแรงเงี้ย
They'll wait for that chance.
น้องถ่ายฝุ่นนี้โรงเรียนมาให้ดูคือน่ากลัวพี่จะเรียกสาขาอะไรอะสาขาเทคโนโลยีสร้างสรรค์ครับถ้าเราชนะไม่มีชนะครับผมแสบคออย่างอื่นป้าไปอมเลยโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยคุณเด็กเชี่ย
Might be able to clip someone on the way back.
This should be a sheer wall and then Razorvine activated and
F1 at home เหี้ยเครื่องฟอกอากาศโคตรcrazy เลยเหี้ย
They all have to try to jump over. They're actually just going to use the Razorvine so they can't actually speed through it. It's going to buy so much time.
Estrella?
Only one gets through.
โอ้โหตัวไม่ใช่พี่บอมด้วยดิ
Throw it over. There it is.
Tossed over. Should get planted. Manye trying to spray down, doesn't find the hit. Estrella will draw out a lot of attention, finds one target, he gets taken down, and that is the retake opportunity denied by GENG.
Oh, it came dicey, but GENG just brings it across the finishing line just in time.
พี่ซื้อมาแล้วสบายใจขึ้นเยอะแต่ใช้แล้วปิดห้องนะถ้าเปิดหน้าต่างไม่ช่วยเลยจริงจะไม่เปิดหน้าต่างเลยเว้ยโคตรน่ากลัวมันจะไปซื้อบ้านพี่ซื้อของยี่ห้ออะไรมามีแนะนำไหม My air pure about to drip actually bro it's going crazy man outside no cap ทำไมนักแข่งใช้มีดพามเยอะหรอมันเท่นะเว้ยขากลับเจอคนเผาอะไรไม่รู้ตัวนี้เขากำลังต้องการลดหย่อนภาษีบ้านจะต้องใช้เปล่าอ๋อถ้าซื้อแล้วมันได้ลดหย่อนภาษีด้วยหรอเอาดีซื้อเครื่องปรับซื้อเครื่องไอเนี้ยฟอกอากาศได้ด้วยหรอเสี่ยวมีแอร์พิวโอเค bro เสี่ยวมี on top bro no cap bro บริจาคแม็กชีสวัสดีครับต้องถามร้านเอาแล้วสั่งออนไลน์อ่ะไม่ออกไปซื้ออยู่แล้วไอ้เหี้ยตายโอ้จำไม่กล้าออกไปเลยวะกูกล้าเป็นไหมเป็นผมเข้ามามอบจัดไอ้เหี้ย
And now everyone trapped. Paranoia comes out.
He's
been caught. Munchkin spike dropped behind rubble. Monyet holding strong.
Goes out for another peek though. Oh, and he's working against two players on either side. So unfortunately, he falls.
โคตรฝุ่นมาตั้งใกล้งานมาเตอร์หวังว่าเดือนหน้ามันจะดีขึ้นนะเว้ย Silent Hill ตอนนี้ของฟิลิปโอ้นะสั่งพวกในแบรนด์ก็น่าจะมีใช่ไหมได้แต่จุดไปเซิร์ชดีกว่าเครื่องฟอกอากาศ
Alright, buy some of that attention away, allow for Astray to get a little bit closer in and find some possible sight lines, but look at how Karen's just continuing to try to
ได้มากับภาษีก็น่าน่าเอาไปใช้ได้ใช่ไหมซื้อมาสัก10 เครื่อง What's the budget for your lungs bro? God damn How much are you willing to pay for your lungs? That's crazy
Again, these are the fights that Foxy9 loves. Full faith in his teammates. I'm looking over. We have Duenmo under the Gen G banner. Of course, recently just playing on Team IM as well before they had to disband. But he's cheering right now. He's so happy to see Foxy9 really find his stride in this new team.
อะไรทำไมมันยังไม่จบเลยว่า71อยู่เลยเหรอ
And even then,
จบไปแล้ววะ
really being
อ๋อมันโอเวอร์ไทม์ไอ้สัตว์
people hope to see. And now he says, "All right, bring the fight to me. Set me up. I'll be able to collect."
So beautiful with how he does it as well.
ก็ถามเขาว่าได้ลดหย่อนภาษีไหมเพราะช่วงนี้เขากำลังใช่มันต้องจ่ายภาษีไม่เดือนนี้ไม่เดือนหน้าก็เดือนมีนาครับ
So just being able to end that first half 7-5.
แต่เป็นลูกครึ่งหลังเป็นคนอินเดียกับที่ไทยครับนอนส่องออนไลน์ขอติ๊กใบก็ติ๊กขอใบกำกับภาษีแล้วใส่ข้อมูลผู้เสียภาษีโอ้ได้ครับ
How do you work against that? You've been playing against it for quite a
while.
Yeah, I mean we started to see teams at internationals, namely by the name of Sentinels.
ต้องซื้อคนละเครื่องแล้วแหละกูตายอ่ะแต่เครื่องหนึ่งมันก็ประมาณขั้นต่ำ 2,000 ใช่ปะ12.7 มันล่ามา 16.14 เลย
You still have a raise. You're still able to delete all of this. You don't have to take as many risks as if it was a sheer wall with that vice. So RRQ should have some ideas, but the real question is what's the timing there? And also, do you want to invest the paint shells? Because you don't want to do it every time, because then you can't fight.
Nobody MVP.
So it's going to be a very careful choice of macro. And right now, it's going to be Rubble for the Pistolless. Gen G, they're going to go for a classic push out of Mount.
ไอ้คนเท่ลาบเสีย 2,000 ชิวตลก
Give them a lot of information too, but we'll see how RRQ responds quickly enough or not. Foxy9 is
ซื้อมาแล้วอย่าลืมแกะพลาสติกนะกูเห็นคลิปอยู่เนี่ยไม่มีคนไปทำคลิปเหี้ยมาไม่รู้ด้วย
Not wise to it just yet.
ไม่มีคลิปไอ้นี่ด้วยเหมือนกันอะไรวะ
Have anyone watching?
Foxy9 door tapped and instantly went back into A. So just
เครื่อง
buy a bit more time for
เครื่องทอดไฟฟ้าทอดแอร์เขาเรียกอะไรเฮียไม่รู้อะคู่มืออยู่ในเครื่องแล้วมันก็กดเปิดทอดพ่อมึง
Paranoia at the ready, but they decide, okay, we're already through. We're not going to have to use it. So Paranoia still saved up in that post plant. Good patience from RRQ, but look at Gen G still 3 members.
Xiaomi on top, bro. Actually, bro.
I mean, you might expect 1 or 2, but
Xiaomi
does he expect this many?
หม้อทอดหม้อทอดแล้วมันก็ทอดแบบมีเครื่องมือ
He hasn't been checked. They still suspect it. It's too late. He catches sight of two crossing over. One now tapping the door.
Oh, okay, that's expensive. No cap.
As well. But, oh, just a little bit too far exposed up towards the stairs area. And that's where GENG strikes. Karen Texture able to get one for their own. Jemkin kind of fighting back a little bit, but just not quite enough off with the Poison Cloud as well. GENG picks up the round and now looking to equalize the score.
Smart app. Okay, bro. Smart. Crazy.
Good wrap around and just noticed a bit too late.
มีคลิปนึงคนหนึ่งใช้มาเป็นปีแล้วเพิ่งรู้ว่าต้องแกะพลาสติก Yeah, actually, can you do my homework, bro? That kind of shit, actually, though. I need that.
Pushing them away, back
Can you help me teach students, bro? Because I don't want to do it anymore, bro.
Really perfectly placed for RRQ here.
Come back, oh. โอ้ยแปลงร่างโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้โห
That's what I was hearing.
แปลงร่าง
Who was cheering, but what is going on, Karen?
Let's go.
ห้อง46ตารางเมตรใช้คุ้ม
He starts to roar.
ต้องหาแล้วเหมือนกันทุกห้องเลยอะ
Roaring like a
ถ้า
tiger.
ครึ่งเล็กๆก็น่าจะอยู่
Yeah, that just got me fired up.
ไวเปอร์ทำไมในแข่งใช้เยอะครับถ้าที่สโมกตัวอื่นคือมันไม่ได้ใช้เป็นสโมกครับผมมันใช้เป็นตัวแบบว่าเอาไว้เลิกเอาไว้เหลี่ยมนะครับอะไรอย่างนี้แล้วก็ตอนกันก็เป็นตัวกันครับไวเปอร์นะครับ
Still relatively reserved, so being able to control a lot of it as well. On the other side with Munchkin, that's going to be the Spectre to take down at least one player with a lucky spam.
ผมเป็นเรื่องภาษาเอโกจินปาจิชวนผมเข้าโปรเจกต์บูล็อก
Obviously, still can be used against things like the Killjoy, try to spot whoever. And I like that you do it at least on the eco, right? Try to get information on what the setup is.
พวกเพชรที่ไม่เติบโตภาษาไทยมันพูดยังไงกูไม่รู้ว่ะ
Completely necessary just yet.
Diamonds in the rough, bro.
Either way, he gets taken down. GENG.
กูเล่นแค่อังกฤษอะ
Texture will in fact push towards Rebel, and this should be a
เหลี่ยมเหมือนจันไหมกูไม่เหลี่ยมมาดีแล้วมันไม่ใช้ตัวอื่นครับเพราะว่าตัวอื่น impact มันน้อยครับไวเปอร์มันช่วยสโมกได้เลยไงมันปล่อยเดินคนเดียวได้ใช้เป็นสโมกได้โพสแพนได้กันได้มันทำได้หลายอย่างครับของมันคุ้มอะหน้ามิดกลับมายังเลยรออยู่เหมือนกันโคตรชอบเลยด่านมิดอะส่วนในเราจะเห็นไม่แอตตาไวเปอร์ครับ
Texture's only one away from the showstopper. That's the real big deal right now for GENG. Yes, it's a flawless. That matters a lot. You're able to carry over all your weapons. That's huge.
เทดี้ก็ไม่ถูกเกียร์ไหนปะกูไม่รู้ว่าภาษาไทยมันพูดอะไรไม่รู้จะดูเป็นซับอังกฤษอะ
Bonus around for yourselves.
Such a big power ultimate for sure. So that's definitely one thing to keep your eyes on the books for the next round. Texture is a happy GENG.
Now let's see if he's able to collect that last point. They are going to push towards Smoke and then the C's as well. It's perfect. Right on top of it. And that is the showstopper. That's the kill.
What the fuck?
Showstopper online. GENG already.
เจ๊ไปปอสวัสดีครับสวัสดีไหมไม่ได้คุยกับโคตรนานฮัลโหล
Look at Texture's positioning as well, and he's such a good.
VCT is good.
If he starts to hear more footsteps, Prowler to check tree. And no one's really
Come
found,
back
so this calls to Karen to get ready
Map
for a
3 หรอ
potential turnaround. And in for Texture as well, the Boombot just to check.
Paranoia as well, this is a setup.
Okay.
The moment they hear any sort of util, or maybe even this door being broken, does the showstopper come out? It's perfect! Only gets one kill, but Karen collects the other. And it's just an absolute trap play. RRQ nowhere to go on their bye round. And I gotta imagine a timeout coming out here because we've seen this time and time again. You don't hit that C site early enough from GENG. You don't force them to switch up.
อย่ารอมันJJazทำไงครับซื้อทารอนเจอร์ซี่นะผมของดี
It's just full on wreckage from GENG with Texture.
เวลาตื่นเช้ามากินอะไรเผ็ดๆแล้วขี้แตกเหรอถ้าของจ๊ะจะเป็นแบบกินเมื่อคืนแล้วก็หลับแล้วก็ตื่นมา
With a bit of a slight save, Estrella will be able to find Texture down.
Yeah, you have to save these rifles.
ที่ปกติเวลากดแรงผมชอบกดไวเปอร์มากถึงจะกดคนเดียวก็เถอะไม่ก็อินิชิเตอร์อีกตัวไวเปอร์ถ้าในแรงมันได้แค่บางด่านเนี่ยครับจริงเอาละชิบหายไปโคยแล้วจริงๆเวกอัพแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
How do we climb back from there? Australia, they're coming for him.
โอ้ยตัวผอมฮึบไว้ทำเป็นตัวผอมไว้
From the reaches of that hunt, but still, thinking about it, definitely need to find a solution to that early pressure.
เอาหน่อยดิ2-0ไปน้องชิลโอ้โห
to find a way to deal with that C setup that GENG has.
ด้วยตัวที่2ไม่แย่นะเว้ยเราเล่นแบบเลน่าเราเล่นแบบ
getting caught off guard a little bit on that kill from Estrella, but there's that timeout.
ไอโซอะไรเงี้ย
Listen, fighting for rubble always
เดินเบรดได้อยู่
sure, but
ไอทิ้งตาลันคุกเหรอ
be able to push him.
We cook them bro Okay bro we cook them อะ
They'll just wait, they'll counter you at rubble, and then they'll keep you trapped. There's just no pressure on the other
อ๋อ
side.
ถ้าแบบบายโรตัสได้อยู่ครับบายโรตัสเล่น2สโมกเล่นไวเปอร์ได้
Assert yourself somehow.
แบบอื่นไม่รอดนะจ๊ะ
But with that early
เฮวินอาจจะได้แหละแต่ถ้าเล่นเป็นอะ
possible movement
คือบางทีมก็ทำอยู่นั้น
it's certainly not the easiest thing.
So I can imagine two things, but I feel that this next round you still try to go for a variation on the rubble fight. See if Genji still
ก็ได้
goes
ครับ
for the
น่าจะ
siege
เป็นตัว
combo with the
เน้น
pink
หา
shells
ข่าวอะไร
and see what you can work out, because either way it's going to be a haphazard fight.
แต่ในแรงบางทีคนแม่งชอบแบบไม่เข้าใจ
But you do have two right.
ตัวคู่นี้ลงเลยไหมเดี๋ยวเล่นสกินใหม่ก่อน
But maybe the
โชว์ส
next
กิน
round
ใหม่แบบ
start to
จึ้ง
work out that C site, because going right away for some hard pressure onto C would be disastrous.
เชฟแคร์ครับสปอนเซอร์เชฟแคร์เหมือนเขาเป็นแบบว่าบริษัททำอาหารแบบ
Over by the A side, and
เพื่อเขาเรียกไงอะเป็นแบบว่าคนที่ไม่มีเวลา
Light shields.
You got to get ahead. The blast packs have to put Jemkin ahead of rubble, but look at the pings. They're already pinging for it.
Okay. Oh, it's the arc rose and the TP.
สกินใหม่น่าซื้อไหมพี่เดี๋ยวมาลองดูกันพี่ก็ไม่รู้ว่ะเดี๋ยวพี่มาเติมให้ดู
And meanwhile, Monyet far forward as well. So both sides kind of having the read on each other, right? They recognize, okay, you're not going to do the full util dump. We aren't either.
Yeah, hold on to it for now. Trading prowlers. Nothing spotted too far off. Well, Xpharaoh slowly starts to begin his creep up on the lurk.
เอาหรอ
This could be a pinch onto B, but Genji trying to get ahead of it. And Texture goes out, gets Jemkin, and Monyet right into the crosshairs of Texture. It's
Oh,
gonna be
shit.
a 3K. Does he go for the classic 4K? He's on for it.
มีแค่ตัวเดียวเองอ๋อแล้วก็เลเซอร์ครับ
Move from C site.
เลเซอร์ขวาเชฟแคร์ซ้ายแล้วก็ไม่มีละที่เหลือคลีน
Right, with his kill streaks and whatnot, but I mean, this is a big advantage for Genji. Paint shells refresh and everything. You know, it's another round that just as soon as it starts off.
แบบ3ว่ะ
It's 2 players only left on RQ again.
Yeah, you have to save again, right? Because you forced up. Otherwise, the economy really starts to crumble. And Texture, yeah, he smells it. It's in the making.
He's got the nades.
We all know how this ends. We all know exactly how this ends. Oh, yo, man, don't spoil us just yet. Let Texture have the suspense.
We can't skip to the last page of the book.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll give him a chance. All right, Texture, he's right nearby.
10 seconds
Can
left.
he get
Throw
the
it.
ever elusive
Let's go.
ace?
Come on, Texture.
Oh.
Can he get it? Xpharaoh, does he?
Oh.
Some things never change.
มาถามใครได้เปรียบบอกจะว่าเจนจีวะ
Texture, you will continue to live
ลิง
down
มีด้วยไหม
that
ครับมี
curse.
ครับมี
I mean, this was all set up for him too.
Low HP. He got wall banged at the last second. I mean,
4K เหรอ 4K always แบบว่าเทคเจอร์
I mean, Texture, this is your destiny, man. Listen, I suggest that he now just tries to go for world's most 4Ks.
ไอ้เหี้ยเอ็นกูไอ้เหี้ยเอ็นกูเสร็จเลยโดนอีกแล้วยังมีเวลคัมแบ็คครับแมปแรกจินจีแพ้ได้ไงอ่ะโหเล่นงงมากเลยแฟกเจอร์ RQ โคตรน่ากลัว
I mean, listen, you got a world-class IGL. You're not going to fall for this. You know that the timeout, okay, they go for a variation on Rubble. You're still waiting. The late setup, once they hear that noise, coming out onto that C site.
And Texture is 2 points away from his ult, so that's another thing. But right now, great IGL. Just continuing to hold on the other side.
Look at the setup for Foxy9 as well. Munchkin kind of drawing their attention all the way to the back.
เข้าไปแล้วไม่แต่ตายอะตายเฮีย
But it was Foxy9 holding close. Now, the firepower not quite there for RRQ. A nice attempt at a swing out from Estrella, but he won't quite find the kill for a gun upgrade.
Prowler check pillars as well, so enough information for Genji to
Hello,
kind of
boy.
back up and
ทุกค
reinforce
นhi
But the important thing here is
How
that
are you,
RRQ
Kap?
is trying to use the entire map. They are trying to force Genji to lack information. The bigger problem being that you just haven't tripped any of Killjoy's util. So there's really no reason to switch up the positions. You can still stack A, you still have the turret on B, just to check for information.
That's really risky. So at least trying to buy a bit of presence back into A, but then the
What you
quick rotation
doing?
into B, so maybe finding
Okay.
an open sight through this, but they still lose a couple players in the process. A bit of a trade one-on-one. Texture.
Sure, he finds one. And he gets the second. He does. Sight empty so far. He's going to push them out. He jumps right into the hands of Jenkins. Drops behind him. DPU's already going through. All the way back. Gets one kill. Opens things up for Estrella. There's the gun upgrade. 1v1. Foxy9 versus Jemkin. But time on Jemkin's side. Health on Foxy9. He baits him in. Jemkin jiggles back and forth. Once more. And Foxy9 holds him. He will lose a duel today.
So ready to receive and hold. Time and time again, he just makes it happen. Cannot lose it whenever he's holding the angle. This time around was a bit of elevation that saved his life. Still being able to be so cool and calm and taking that burst down against Jemkin.
You have to imagine how he even started as a duelist. I mean, he's just fit for a sentinel.
Making music, we'll create a new social media page soon for my music. Hey, good luck, good luck.
So much calmer when he's in
Can't wait to see it.
They have to re-peek him.
Look at him.
Tester's saying, yeah, you just have to win for us. Yeah, there you go. Bring us around.
Well, 10-7 is looking a lot better, but it is a buy up now for RRQ.
เอาไหนดีเฮ้ยเพื่อน
Does have the showstopper at hand as well.
2 แมปมันไม่พอหรอแกเอาพี่หลุดพี่หลุดวะ
That showstopper again.
พี่หลุด on top man.
Another trap play. No killjoy setup this time. The moment they hear util, it's gonna be Munchkin, Snakebite spraying through the smoke. Showstopper comes out.
Karen and Yeoman right around the door as well.
Oh, the full trap play.
Okay.
Jemkin gets one, but the showstopper pushes everybody back. RRQ frantically trying to rotate to the other side. Gen G, they're closing in.
Just they feel like playing more. Fuck that.
Brought down very low. Kushi
Why?
has control of Rubble, but now the Nano
Why?
Killjoy set up. Why is it on A side? RRQ, they can't look for the answers. They have to push through.
They have to. I mean, it's a good mid-round call trying to make it happen, but working against Foxy 9 live. The second kill now out. And on to Munchkin as well, but Foxy 9 manages to do it all by himself. Not the last one though, Xpharaoh. Able to strike back, goes for the desperate plant to maybe get onto the steel guard, but not quite enough as
becoming unbecoming แปลว่าอะไรเราเป็นในสิ่งที่เราไม่อยากเป็น
Well, if last year's Gen G was all about pushing out for the right timings by Meteor, this time it's all about letting them come to Foxy 9. Because they are just not able to break through this guy when he's waiting on the site.
None whatsoever. Everything set up outside of C. Perfect util with the reads and the showstopper and the kills from Texture as well. Just to funnel them in towards Foxy 9.
I mean, waiting out the paranoia, just understanding that he has space at the back of sight.
Okay. What is her name?
Pimi. GK?
What is GK?
Go kill.
Okay for me. Go kill.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. What is her name?
ไอ้พิมมี่ go kill man พิมมี่ go kill man yeah man
Genji's defenses, but still a little bit of credit. I mean, being able to bring this score across so far. Not too bad on the attacking side. I mean, on the defensive side for RRQ. So they can not feel too bad right now.
No, we got some Foxy 9 fans. That's his full Korean name. Jaehong Jung, or Jung Jaehong in Korean. So a lot of because especially in their comms, they're all calling first names.
People need to relax. At this stage in the game, every comp can win. You don't make it doesn't mean they did that.
And right now, he's starting to deliver. 15-11. Texture, meanwhile, 19-12. Lockdown available for Foxy 9. RRQ, they've got a couple outs as well. Nightfall and Steel Garden. But haven't really found an opportunity to use it
Well, now's as good a time as any.
All right, just creeping forward. It's going to be an all-in. Just break the Killjoy util, push him back, and take that space. There are the nano swarms, so Jemkin going to be all alone.
เจอที่วันไหนวันที่31ครับผมแดบเอเวอรี่โคโรนามิโคโรนามิวะตั้งแต่วันไปคือจอยคือตัวกำหนดเกมเลยประมาณนึงเลยครับเพราะมันเป็นตัวเลิกตัวกันในหนึ่งเดียวกันอะโอ้โหอันติดเลยเหรอโอ้แล้วเสือกโลไงชีวิตมันเศร้าจัดเสือกโลไงโอ้โหเอ้ย
Spike has been retrieved, but they're stuck on the site. They notice that Estrella's there. Xpharaoh trying to hold close. He can't get the first kill. Estrella all alone against the world.
มีความสุขมากเลยค่ะสตรีมพี่สนุกมาก
โอ้ยคำถาม
หนูได้เห็นแสงสว่างเจิดหน้าผากพี่
ยูมิโอ้โหครับหวังว่าจะเป็นแสงสว่างในชีวิตน้องได้นะครับโอ้โหไอ้พาร์ทที่ดวงที่2นะดูทรงทีมันกว่าเอาดิเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่จบแล้ว
that lockdown and then Texture coming in for the save since he wasn't as affected by the Steel Garden. And this round is
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy.
From Yeoman. So they've got some variations on how to stop the spike from getting planted immediately, and they trust in Fox United.
LeBron James. ไม่เป็นไรครับวันพรุ่งนี้ครับ
Another attempt at the C hit. Straight in, it's going to be Jemkin towards the back of the site. Prowler to check and clear, nothing's found. So maybe another round where they do get
จะไปบวชมาไอ้สัตว์กูไม่ได้โล้นไอ้เหี้ย
That's the question. The Viper's Pit does come up.
หัวโล้นกับหัวล้านต่างกันยังไงวะแชทหรือมันเหมือนกันวะ
Solution for RRQ.
Well, they gotta hold on to this pit, but I would love to see a couple more members maybe towards the back of site, because right now, if they barrel through and you start to lose a Viper, it's a little dangerous. They're trying to make sure other people get first contact. Munchkin closing in with the shorty. He's trying to chase through. They know one person is close. There's the Prowler. They're still hiding away Estrella. He gets one.
หัวล้านคือหัวที่แพง
The reposition right outside. Monyet caught out. Estrella safe outside of the pit. Can he refresh it? He gets another kill. Gets back into the pit. They continue to keep it up.
เว้ยเนี่ยเมาหมดแล้วไอ้สัตว์โอ้แล้วมันกินคนเหลี่ยม
Cushy cleaning things up. Now up to 8, but still 4 more.
มันเหมือนกันปะใช่ปะ
Yeah, 4 rounds, 4 chances for GENG to get across that finish.
โล้นคือไม่มีผม
For RRQ, I mean, not too bad of a round.
โล้นไม่มีผมมันจะแต่ร้านนี้ประมาณเบจิต้า
And truly, you know, even though they didn't
หยอกๆนะพี่หยอกๆกันด้วย
to continue to jiggle a whole
ร้านคือหัวใสๆโล้นเหมือนตัดผมสั้น
because there wasn't anyone truly coming out for that area. Everyone just kind of hunkered down to protect Estrella, come in with those sprays and spams.
ก็คือถ้ามึงเกิดมาแล้วมึงไม่มีผมเนี่ยแล้วหัวมึงวิ้งวิ้งอ่ะก็คือร้านแต่โล้นคือแบบว่ามึงแบบไปตัดสกินเฮดมานะ โล้นคือผมไม่มีร้านคือผมไม่ขึ้นผมไม่มั่นใจตัวเองนะครับพี่จัดผมเป็นคนหน้าผากกว้างมึงสู้กูได้ไหมคำถามโอ้ยมอนเดี๋ยวความหวังหนีดิผมจะยาวแค่ไหนกลางหลังอะว่าได้ปืนลอยได้ด้วย
River running a little bit dry for GENG. They will
ร้ายแบบเดอร์เกอร์ล้มแบบคัง
keep that pressure on. 2 players from the back looking to push up, but Estrella spots him out. Tries to tuck behind for a bit of an off angle now. Snakebite will flush him out.
ไม่นะ
takes down Xpharaoh. That's a little bit more space. Estrella takes down Munchkin.
กูยังมีความหวังกับการที่มึงกลับมาชนะได้อยู่นะเว้ย
doubles back. Foxy9 sticks onto the spike, and Monyet has the swing. Goes in for the spray transfer, but not quite connecting. And Foxy9! What a clutch with another 3K on the site!
ไม่น่าพูดเลยกู
So many people doubted him. So many people said, How could you lose out on Meteor? But he says, I have my spot. I've earned my seat here at the table of GENG.
So unbelievable with how he's able to create these.
โล้นคือกลออกร้านคือไม่ขึ้น
จะเลิกกับแฟนเมื่อไหร่ครับ
ไอ้เหี้ยอะไรเนี่ยหมายความว่าไงเนี่ยสัตว์เฮ้ยตลกไอ้เหี้ยโอ้โหน้องถามเหี้ยเนี่ยโอ้โหเหี้ยจริงๆเลย
打到强侧了
4个方向也打到强侧太难受了
EDG ชนะแล้วมั้ง
被卡死了
มันเรียกเสื้อกันหนาวได้ไหมวะเนี่ยมันน่าเป็นเสื้อกันฝนปะวะกันฝนกันอากาศหนาวอะก็ได้แหละ
从地形上来说北面
สวยนะเว้ย
更加难以进点的边高低差
พี่บ้าสวัสดีครับสวัสดีไหมไม่ได้คุยกันนานเลย
挂绳的 timing
เอาเฮียผิดอันโทษครับ
康康3杀其实刚才硬要说到小开大霓虹大
ราคาแรงจริงมันสวยนะเว้ย
康康也是且打且退加上是一个幻影控枪会比较简单一些
看看 T 会不会考虑起把进攻狙啊因为进攻狙是能够有效的去防止防着前推的他们现在真的得考虑把节奏放缓一点
起居的话，可能经济消耗会太大，加上小开是一个霓虹啊，还是需要去冲最后一波的，有点拖沓了。
重心往北边靠了，
靠了。
左右都有人，拉扯一下，康康应该猜不到近点有人的，直接先退。对，巡离剑发现了康康的位置。
但走高低差的话，一个阵是可以拉满的，所以 T 也不可能进得太快，还是慢慢。
พี่ดูเห็นละ13-0。
这波默认的时间置
换掉还
是蛮多的，包括
暗
兽。
他闪身看到了。
ADG 根本คงมันลังหน่อยแค่
空了下来。
back to back ก่อน ADG。
让小开去打 fake， 真正的进攻区应该是 B 区的游乐场，
或者说是正面先打，让小开来绕，也有可能。就看一下他们怎么抉择了。
叶林要推，给了，但是
推错边了，推的南边，对。小边现在成为了吸引人的一个方向，
北边漏信息了，
南边也出不来啊，南北的包夹好像没有形成，小边失阵了，天地定位在眼里有人，康康已经冲来了，出现的一瞬间还在互换，爆能
去掉在
有人附近。
ที่โหดมากเลยอันนี้จริงนะมาเตอร์แชมเปี้ยนโคตรตึงแล้วได้มามาเตอร์อีก
但你正面全部倒了，你一个人1打3也很难啊，光的线没有低。
这25秒钟时间，想要去做拆分。
现在唯一确定的信息是 Smoky 在点里，剩下2个人是完全未知的。
他还得担心有人从他身后去绕。Simon 的准头没问题，6比2。
没问题。
现在这个情况对于 TE 来说是可以说技术加心态的双重折磨，他们必须得。
ว่าเรามันมีเนี่ยว่าแชทอะไรวะปีอะไรอะตุ๊จีน
ขอเช็คแป๊บ。但问题可能走单的人得换一下。因为如果你正面缺少霓虹一波流提速，或者是这种拉枪线的话，对面完全不忌惮于你的近点，只要架好常规枪线或者架好点就行了。
又没钱了，6比2。
这น้อยจังวะ。
给的黑背，而且 T 其实在控制地图能量球的过程当中也吃到了很多 EDG 的技能压制，所以终极技能也不算很丰厚。
对，这张图其实偏进攻还有一个原因是进攻方这个能量球其实是比较好拿的，对，所以终极技能也会来得很快。
ร้องเพลงช้าให้ฟังหน่อยเหรอช้างน้องเคยเห็นช้างหรือเปล่าช้างมันจะตัวไม่เบาจมูกยาว
这一分应该孤注一掷了，单边是有。
แล้วอะไรต่อวะ
球球吃着点，找2楼，但是
what
他要切枪就太来不及了，2楼跳台跳下来。
ในวันไหนอ่ะนะอาทิตย์หน้าจะเรียกอะไรสักวันไหม
最后单独留的这一个人洛 King 位置名牌被发现了。应该是要来了，再往后滑铲，洛 King 的枪太差了。
Damn King
2换5，分数依旧还是倒向了 EDG。
倒向了 EDG。
霓虹第一波滑铲结束之后，想要再去抓人，你看这波就是你要停下来，然后再切枪。
เดี๋ยวอะไรจะเข้ามาเดินรออะไรล่ะ
还是霓虹被削弱之
后。后来个修理，哎呀！
好的一个点就是他们在这2张地图都在这张地图的防守方都打得很主动。
没看那种ต่อยเมื่อวานปะ？
利用你一波流近点的技能，比如说纳米风群来完成压制，山峰地线来完成压制，要么就是利用人数优势和枪线来防止你的近点突围。
暂停来了。
现在还有一个恐怖故事 ，EDG 这是防守边，他在进攻边有7成5的胜率。
你看那种
下场才是疾风骤雨的时刻，但 TE。
นี่อะไรจะเปิดจอแล้วมาสตรีมใช่ไหมรออะไรอ่ะก็เดี๋ยวเข้าไปบน iPad แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเจอกัน
换到防守边维斯也能发挥作用，所以他们还是要尽量在上半场多去争取一些分数。我觉得至少这个局面下还要再拿2分回来，4分才能够有足够的
及格吧，4分及格。
是，
这个分数确实容错太低了。
คนจีนมันหล่อนะเว้ย
掉出来其实风险非常的大，因为奶爸刚刚其实有提到一个点 ，EDG 打进攻很厉害。如果整个下半场
นักแข่งดูหล่อทุกคนเลยเฮียดารามันก็หล่อทุกคน
没有暂停可去调整了。
问题是现在这个局势已经足够严峻了，你现在这个
แบนเนอร์พันโลเท่าตัวใน TP อ่ะ what the fuck นะมันเริ่ม
暂停的意义也不大了。
关键现在目前大比分的压力才是最让 TE 压力大的一点。
这已经是
นาบิวคือใครวะ
决胜盘了。
是惊雷
จุดจานดูสตรีมอ่ะสวัสดีครับจาน加油！
好的，也是非常感谢
EDG。那么他们没写 TE บ้างวะจีนเจอจีน
还会继续暂停结束，重新来看一下 TE 的
TE 加油 ，EDG 加油！这个老
眼里2个人
应该是不
等一个好奇宝宝，
就看怎么进了这一波。
感觉应该
อายุเท่าไหร่เหรอจะ22แล้วในอีก10-20 วัน
两边都在等EN3。
25
它是有结束时间的嘛。
อันนี้คืออะไรชิงโล1G เหรอใช่ครับ2ทีมนี้มามาสเตอร์แบงคอกอะรอบชิงมันดูไปขำๆอะเพื่ออะไรก็ไม่รู้
个人能力1换1，但小编阵亡。
กู22%
活着，他可以帮队友拉枪线，22滴血，容错率很低。
要怎么决策？现在还有转点的空间。
55秒钟，现在如果要往 A 走的话，
หัวทิ้งหัวทิ้งเฮียโอ้ยเจ็บจัง
还在 B 点拉扯，现在风魔是要把对方留在高点，
他想去再多拖对手一会儿回防的时间，但你可以看一下现在点内的
EDG 加油
技能道具的铺设。
ที่1ที่2เป็นผลในมาสเตอร์เป็นจัดนี่ครับก็ใครได้แข่งก่อนใครได้แข่งหลังอะไรเงี้ยถ้าได้ที่2โอกาสที่จะตกก็เร็วกว่าเหมือนกันเพราะเราต้องแข่งเยอะกว่าอะไรเงี้ย
A 通包吧 A 通包这是唯一的机会了。
但点力怎么办？
黑贝能走吗？
有精灵卷地，存活的一段时间也不是不行。两边精灵卷地互换，前面烽火是意识到了一个矩阵预谋，杀。木箱后有人在看吗？有鬼眼穿掉了，只剩洛 King。他好像应该是有一发燃烧榴弹，所以第一时间拆不掉包。
但是他这个1v4 Simon 的一发精准。
ไม่มีใครไหว EDG แล้วไอ้เหี้ยโอ้ยคีย์บอร์ดน่ารักจังเลยเฮ้ยสีชมพู
防守的技能，因为从一开始的站位，球球就已经做好了。
EDG 加油พี่จ๋าอยากออกไปข้างนอกนะครับฝุ่นเยอะผมกลัวพี่อยู่ไม่ถึงเบอร์เดย์ผมอยู่เนาะกูไม่ไปไหนหรอกสัตว์เชี่ยมึงอย่าแช่งดิ
那边峡谷的情况之下，在这样地图
上
临时的应对和决策还是 EDG 更加老成一些。
关键是
TCL นี่ใช่ TVG มากกว่าแชทใช่ป่าวะใช่ป่าวะที่มันเริ่มทำจอเนี่ย TCL
EDG 有一张影视修锁，搞得 TE 必须得搬。
是
这样的话，裂变峡谷放出来了。
มันคือ TLC วะวะ
但现在 TE 还是要在比赛的局中想想办法。康康已经是端明居了，
新的难题又来了。
你要慢打，要吃明居哦。
เห็นอะไรมันทำจอพันเฮิร์ตป่าวะหรือคุยไม่รู้อะ
峰的站位可能会撞到明居。
哎，这有可能
ไปไม่ได้ไปได้มันอยู่ข้างในไง
手感正胜，没有人可以在他的狙击镜下活下来。
峰倒了，
เราไม่ได้ไป outdoor ครับ
下一分再用，正面的队友怎么办？
康康又在架 A 通了，有人会漏吗？有技能吗？有信息吗？好像都没有。
有无人机，但是会不会给
？B 点已经在做排除法了，
太远了吧？关键你可以看一下跳台，有2个人都在保护，他们想等康康的狙从 A 通压出来，但是康康很有经验。
因为 B 点的南北两面和高低差
大ขาด
看到了过点2个，隔点烟直接开大，
สวยจัดโอ้โหข้าง
爆活还是上之策。
哇，小开经典之后就只剩5滴血了，能量快耗尽了。
哦，但是康康这把狙依然还在沙地，给到对方持续性的威胁。
3方向的回防，
他顶หมดเลยเหรอเร็วจัง
有人在绕，正面主力边得先动。
看 A 通这个绕后了。能预测到吗？
开门了！
转门！哇，这个配合！
รวมประตูเบสไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ย
加 Nobody 的绕后，现在好像所有的方向都倒向了 EDG。2楼楼下的技能太多了，小编，纵然你有3头6臂，也难挡4方强险。
4方强险，
说是把所有的站位以及你的走向都给预测到了，包括在残局的配合也是非常的严丝合缝的。
而且这还是 TE 在叫出过2个暂停之后的情况，他们依旧是没有办法去缩小分差。而且站在他们的视角，会觉得这个裂变峡谷的 AB 2点很恐怖，要么是有海量的技能压制，要么就是每一次我进点都有多枪线，回防也是就是多个点位的同时打击。
太立体了 ，EDG 现在的防守阵容、防守策略。
看15-6เลยเหรอของจริงวะ
2比9，上半场只剩最后1分了。
小编要考虑一下，用狂烈之怒打开一下局面吧。现在 T1这一回合唯一有优势的就是终极技能了。
这把狙还得找一下规避规避。
好像又撞到峰峰了。
哎，但这次好像
倒霉蛋啊，峰峰。
หรือมึงจะวัดเรา
有机会进点了。
有踢到藤蔓，
关键有一个边线是被康康的狙给解放出来了 ，Nobody 可以肆无忌惮的做缆绳来支援。
而且小
2楼下，2楼下
，What？
竟然是头。
那 that's lucky bro。
顺境的狙击
，No way。
小编只能下包了，狂烈之怒要不要交？矩阵余波能打出1炮的伤害吗？没有。天际光束 ，Smoke 直接要锁定对方2楼，塔楼里面的位置，退无可退。 绕无可绕，最后只剩单边的小开
โอ้
手里一把
แล้ว
判
ใน
官。
ปืนมีแต่คลาสสิกกับจันนะครับ
的判官，距离只要拉到20米，完全没有悬念，10-2。
แดมเอ้ยเก้าอี้จีนแบนเลยวะเนี่ยทำหน้าเหมือนเมื่อกี้ไอ้ที่มันไม่รู้ว่ามันไม่ควรโดนนะเว้ยเฮียเมื่อกี้
有风险的防守站位，但每一波都能精确的提前落位到对方要进点的方向。
อะไรวะทำไมแชทยังติดอันนี้อยู่เลยจีเลยวะ
把控做的不是特别好，他们几乎都是在一波流的提速，而
EDG กูแชมป์หมดจัดรออะไรอ่ะดูดิ20-2นะเอาสุดไม่สนรู้ใครครับ EDG บอก
峰峰是很难在正面有所发挥的。而等你处理掉你单走的那
กูมีแต้มไหมวะมีแล้ว
一起抱团往点里去打。T 因为开局它进点一定会有一波技能消耗，所以在残局后方技能是有这个。
แล้วมันใช้รีเดียพอยต์น่าเยอะวะชิบหายแล้วแชทกูเหมือนเดี๋ยวไม่มีรีเดียพอยต์วะ
看一下我们大家的选择吧。遇到背身时，你会冷静瞄准还是直接切刀呢？给我是冷静瞄准。
อันนี้มันต้องอัพเพราะว่าหวังว่าไม่ต้องอัพนะเว้ย
但有很多观众觉得刀啊，毕竟可能机会就只有这几次啊。
包刀的呀，虽然说不加额外的经济啊，但是刀其实会很影响对手的心态。
นี่มึงอัพอะไรเยอะจังอะน้อง
当时的应该是 Gambit 有一把是被对面刀了，从此之后对面1分没拿。但其实刀是一把双刃剑，要看你怎么去选择。
也有可能你一刀给对面打醒了，也说不好呢。
是的。好的，那我们的休闲小环节
结束。
比赛啊，现在对于 TE 来
说
是一个非常严重的，
แล้วกูจะเอาอะไรมาโชว์อ่ะ
非常对他们不理想的比分。
场中时间也是
ต้องเก็บแบบนี้วะ
教练及时去缓解队友们心态的最后时刻。
ต้องเก็บอะไรวะต้องเก็บ
得稳住。
อันนี้สัก20ว่ะมันนานปะวะเก็บแบบเนี้ย
劣势边会异常艰难。
现在就要看一下防守之后维斯的发挥了。因为上半场
บัตรพานกูได้ยังบัตรพานกูเวลต่อไปโอ้โหโคตรเยอะเลย
每次 Nobody 的这个角色就是赌对面的进攻方向都赌得很准。
ใจ哦แป๊บเดียวเก็บก่อนแล้วกันค่อยซื้อแล้วมารีวิวทำไมนี่ไม่ได้ถ้าเป็นเควสวีก็ไม่มีแล้วดิเควสวีก็กูทำไปหมดแล้วดูทรง
但现在的比分是10-2 ，TE 手枪局几乎就已决定
胜
负。来看一下手枪局 TE 的部署哦，4把鬼魅，峰峰直接把彩段放在了游乐场附近，鬼眼第一时间规避。
EDG 选择站位是一波2-1-2啊，他们也是在前30秒左右的时间去架默认的，架你的前压。
磕枪，Nobody 今天的手感
A 点的南面
A 塔碰上了
，OK สวย
勾的就在等小开的前地，3个人在原地支架，等到了小开。
被设计了呀！
小开这一把打得太难受了，我觉得他比较急躁是情有可原的，他在上半场真的没有什么特别好的机会。
大脚步，
还有人在。
哦 ，Nobody
无一策
，Nobody 啊！
把对手每一步都掌控在了自己的节奏当中。小编18滴血的能不能收掉残血的人？
สกินหน่อยก็ตายแล้วดูทรงอะ
有人在打，爆能器可以非常轻松的安装。
哇，残血的小编也被打倒。
ร้องเพลงตุ๊จีให้ฟังหน่อย啊！你爱我啊，我爱你，你是冰淇淋叮铃。你爱我啊，我爱你，你是冰淇淋叮铃。
还是出来了，不过有洛 King 补枪。3-2，你还别说，EDG现在的血量其实
爱
我，没错，
看球球，
我爱你。
哎，被混残了，
要走吗？队友得动
了。
เพลงไหนวะ
过来，
ผม
没办法，人数差距和落位太大。
You're falling， You're falling。
在赛前的布置，这样的2-1-2拉扯，就是让你的另一边推出来，然后踩上陷阱。
对，开局的这个部署太有意思了。Nobody 带着康康2个人去打，
然
后骗到了 TE 的前顶，3个人原地支架，等到小开之后一波提速根本接不住，而且残局3个人的站位也是很考究的，站3个不同方向一起出，
得强起了，因为如果让对方拿到
EDG 56%呢，
完全没容错。
但问题是防守方的强起啊，你的经济很有限。
มันคงไม่มี OT เพราะ3แมปที่ผ่านมา OT ทุกแมปเลยฮะก็จริงครับหวังว่านะ
还是没抓到人这个距离风刺打不过的哦
แต่ว่าเดี๋ยวแบบ3มันแต่ว่าจะไม่ได้ดูจริงๆแบบ3แล้วว่ะ
再压枪，康康压掉第一个黑背，但10滴血。 有长枪，脸上
เล่นลงเล่นแรงดีกว่าเก็บตรงเก็บแต้มดีกว่า
有人去架吗？
哎，听到霓虹脚步
换枪了。但现在强势边就在南边啊 ，B 点的南侧。
北面也在推，注意球球的位置，他现在是已经形成了包夹之势。
抢起分，这个距离，实力血一枪就死，但是下蹲，刚刚规避了对手的头线。 多打了一个，
ชนะไปแบบหนึ่งชนะยับด้วยไอ้เหี้ยของจริงเหรอ
回防这是一个强气分，他们没有下一分太多的经济。
Loking 捡到了掉下的这把燎拳，但局势已经变成了一个1打4，绕过来的方向
1打4
就在看，没有任何的机会，
每一步都在精巧的预算之中啊。
我觉得现在
GG 吗？
胜利女神已经在向 EDG 微笑了，但是 TE 他们还必须要在接下来的每一个回合孤注一掷。
เป็นจริงแล้วไม่เที่ยวขาดตัวคัดจริงใช่ไหม
我觉得现在已经不光是到战术的设计了，连对手的心理都已经。
จะไม่โหดหรอจะแรกเล่นแรงอ่ะ
面对当前退无可退的境地，
来看一下绝境当中的 TE 起强情况，3把，1把数位再加3把燎拳，然后配峰挂单边的1把枪，现在已经是赛点分了。
先走一步。
พรุ่งนี้เป็นไปเล่นกันนะมันพรุ่งนี้
EDG 选择
เป็นไปเล่นหนองชิมพรุ่งนี้
就跟你拼包点。
沙地来得很快啊，第一时间就进。
Yeah, I'm watching more than now, more than playing, man.
高低差以及自己的家里
fuck
准备打回防。
爆能器应该是顺利完成，安置的是一个 A 分包。
没技能啊，他只有一个山崩地线，没有闪怎么出呢
？GG bro, no cap, no YouTube for retake, no outs.
他这3个烟很
Watch party streamer, fuck sake.
过点错，但1楼直接出吗？人数差距出现了，峰补掉一个，最后一个人也倒下13比。
GG damn EDG ที่1มันก็ที่1เหมือนเดิมว่ะไอ้ครั้งบอกมาดิสัตว์ไม่เคยไหวกับกู
完成了前无古人的森赛区8连冠，他们还在创造历史，他们依旧无可匹敌。
เฮ้ยก็วิ่งสวยจังอ่ะออโต้ฟูลแบนเลยวะมันเนสเน I have taste สู้ๆนะโป๋เฮ้ยถือว่าทีโหดนะครับเนี่ยทีถือว่าโหดนะครับเดี๋ยวกูค่อยกลับมาดูแล้วกันมันดูกันว่าเราเล่นไปสักเกมหนึ่งจบจะเป็นยังไงวะหรือว่าแยกย้ายแชทจะไปดูไหมแล้วเดี๋ยวผมค่อยมาเพื่อใครอยากดูไปดูก่อนแล้วเดี๋ยวผมค่อยมารีวิวสกินใหม่
Sphero, Estrella, also another cleanup against Yeoman. It's just going to be Karon all alone. Now comes the hunt. Okay, but Cushy with yet another kill. The Jazz talked about it. Cushy has been looking the sharpest for the squad, even as
คือว่าน่ะวันนี้น่ะดูก่อนกันแหละอย่าเปิดแทงเหรอทันบอกเปิดแทงกันได้5 นาทีเอาจริงปะดูให้จบๆป่ะดูให้จบๆป่ะ
into this A site. I mean, they've kind of read.
ไม่นานขนาดนั้นหรอมั้ง
Like what Big Time was saying as well back on the desk that Munchkin will be this Viper playing along that toxic tree and rotating back and forth around from the B side.
ไอ้ RRQ 13-0 shell
4 stack onto C.
Oh well, it's a 3 stack here as well from RRQ.
ไอ้เหี้ยมันกระพริบตาแล้วไงเฮียนะ
with the first shot.
Vroom 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 อุ้ย
Okay, Foxy Knight still left over. Not gonna get stunned. He gets 2 kills. Is this another repeat? Okay,
shit, what the fuck?
Avoiding danger right there. Still keeping that full health, but it's already weapons dropped. Xfero has to come back. Has to be in
เจมเป็นตัวนักแข่งแล้วนะครับยกแมนครับผมแทนมีทีออครับ
damage against RRQ, and that would be a moderate success.
Yeah, still having that Spectre being able to do that against Foxy 9, but down to the last one, Yeoman. Don't imagine he should be able to do too much.
โอ้ยวันถัดตึงจริงๆดรอปเยอะไหมครับหลังจากเสียตัวหลักไปผมว่าออฟซีซั่นไม่แต่ว่ามาแข่งในนี้งงเลยครับก็เลยไม่รู้ว่าจะตอบยังไงดีเพราะแมปแรก RQ เอายับอยู่นะแมป2ก็เล่นดีนะกลับมาคัมแบ็กแต่ว่าแมป3อันนี้ก็ต้องมาดูกันครับว่ายังไงต้องมารอดูครับไปดูใครต่อยมากูอยากรู้จริงๆเลยวะ
Now, Toxic Screen still set up on that default position.
EDG ชนะพี่ตาเมื่อกี้พี่ตาดูอยู่
GENG too much value just yet, and RQ just chooses to ignore it. They're going for that C site once again.
Same triple peak. But this time, what they see is a poison orb, so gonna have to kind of show peel back off, find something else.
So putting pressure on that, it looks like it's just going to be a step-by-step clear as their default, right? Putting some pressure on C main, putting some pressure over by Garage, clearing
เช็ดมือหน่อยเฮียยิงลงเข้าโฮมมาดิครับสบายดีไหมครับผมกูซ่อมแม่
There's the nano swarm drawn out, some damage taken.
Quick enough from Foxy 9. Texture is kind of rotating back and forth across B as well, but now smoked off, doesn't see too much. So it does keep the GENG.
คิดว่าใครแพ้อ่ะว่า GENG วะว่า GENG โชว์ว่ะ
Yeah, you still haven't seen anyone push fully out from A main, so RRQ hoping that it's just going to be a reset on the default here. But the real question is Foxy 9 holding close on C main.
เน่าเหรอแบบแรกเน่านะโอ้โดนนั่นน่ะ
Force RRQ to think about Garage, but they actually
แบบ2โอเคอยู่แต่ไม่ได้ว้าวอ่ะมันไม่เหมือน GENG ภาพคุณเคยที่เรารู้จักอ่ะโอเค
Texture though with a bit of a spray will be able to find Jemkin, so not too bad.
มีสไลด์อยู่นะ
A bit of an opportunity for GENG.
Yeah, and just waiting to launch that as soon as the attack happens. Smoke going to clear. Kashi still waiting. Turret comes online. There's a recon. It's a quick hit from Xfero, and that should be shutting down.
ถ้าได้กลับกรุงเทพไหมครับจะได้ดิวะมาแข่งไง
And that's going to be the save from Yoman. A bit of an
ถ้าเรามีช็อตไฮไลท์ของพิมมี่ไหมครับมาไม่ทันคนย้อนหาดูไหมมันนะเกมวันนี้ผมแนะนำว่าย้อนดูนะครับ
And that really spelled trouble for GENG. Yeah, Texture, you know, he trades it through spam through the smoke, but
มันเลยวันนี้
so much space.
เจนจีกากลงหรือ RQ เก่งขึ้นแต่ว่าเจนจีกากลงแล้ว RQ ก็เล่นดีขึ้นอะ
Starting things off on a map like this, you know, I was thinking they looked pretty good. RRQ playing against TLN.
แต่ RQ ชนะเพราะถ้าเจนจีชนะสายบนจะมีเกาหลี3ไทย1หรอตอนมี T1 ใช่ป่ะแล้วก็ DRX ก็จริงนะน่าสนใจเหมือนกันนะ
Definitely does make you think, or at least give you a lot of hope for RRQ to maybe find a little bit more.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ continues to just pressure the C.
ย้อนไปดูแมปแรกเลยเหรอ
Is it where Foxy 9 is, and now you know.
แมปแรกคุณภาพจัดทำไมชอบใช้รีคอนแฟนทอมกันอ่ะจัดของมันดีของมันดีมากเดี๋ยวผมชอบชุดแรกเหรอผมชอบเหมือนกันชุดแรกคนคิดถึงเลย
We'll see if they continue to do that right now. Going for a bit of a switch up when they have the weapon advantage, but we'll keep our eye on the next round when it's buys on both sides yet again.
Always playing those mind games. But for now, GENG, you know, hearing that little
ไม่คนโชว์เรานี่นะ
shots now stacking up towards
หันไปมองฮะทำอะไรอ่ะอ๋อขอบปืนมันหัน2 รอบเลยวะ
Thinking of peeking that long.
All right, waiting for it. It's going to be a multi-swing with Texture, and there he goes. He's trying to weave, and there's a good paranoia on the spray down.
Good play จัด Good play จัด Good play จัด
The trap play works wonders for GENG to get their first round on the board.
It's ridiculous and
Damn.
amazing how he's able to swing out like that, even with RRQ trying to set up some kind of a high
โคตรวินโคตรจีนโคตรแซด
the trajectory of the entire area, you know, up around the stairs. But it's that relay bolt, the slide back, the flash out from the other side from Karen as well. Just nothing that RRQ could do when they were pelted with all of that utility.
ท็อป3แพทตอนนี้พี่ให้ใครเหรอ T1 และ1
Yeah, Karen once
นะครับ
again.
ตอนนี้เรารู้แค่ท็อป4ป่าวะ
Just the bells and whistles here for GENG to get them riled up.
ท็อป4ยังไม่ถึงท็อป4นี่หว่า
Trying to get ahead. Okay, focus back onto the A site. No switch up, trying to make sure that GENG has to be on their toes. No attention to Garage or B.
รอดูสายล่างก่อนเผื่อมีใครแบบผุดขึ้นมาแบบว่าแบบเขาเรียกว่าไงอะแบบวันแรกเล่นแย่ที่เหลือกลับมาดีอะจีนคู่ชิงอะไรจบไปแล้ว EDG ชนะตารางแข่งหรอดูในเกมก็ได้หรือว่าดูใน VLR.gg ก็ได้นะครับต้องเข้าถึงรอบไหนถึงได้ไปมาสเตอร์ครับรอบชิงครับถ้าได้ไปถึงรอบชิงอ่ะการันตีมาสเตอร์เลยไม่ต้องแพ้ไม่ต้องชนะขอให้ได้ไปถึงก็ได้เข้าเลยครับและถ้าเราชนะรอบชิงตอนเรามามาสเตอร์เขาเรียกว่า placement เราก็จะดีขึ้นครับการจับตารางอ่ะ
Ready for another. There's the rolling thunder. Munchkin's hit as well. He's trying to hide behind the toxic screen, but they can't get in just quite yet. Munchkin, he's still holding strong by a short not yet taken down. They have to clear out Munchkin, but they have to clear out It's just too many angles. It's just too many GENG as Yoman holds strong on the site, and GENG get a second on the board.
What a way to hold things down.
มันกินบอกผมเองครับพี่ให้จีแจ๊ดได้ฟังสวัสดีครับ
Jemkin getting that opening pick with a peek out against the drone. It just wasn't quite
แชมป์มาสเตอร์ได้โควต้าอะไรบ้างก่อนจัดได้แต้มขนาดเลยได้แต้มเพื่อไปแชมเปี้ยนตอนจบครับคือถ้าเราได้ที่1มาสเตอร์แบงคอกสมมุตินะมันก็จะแบบบวก3แต้มหรือ4แต้มให้เรามั้งซึ่งแต้มเนี่ยมันจะใช้ตอนไปแชมเปี้ยนปารีสครับแชมเปี้ยนปารีสเราไป4ทีมใช่ปะ2ทีมเนี่ยจะมาจากการแข่งขันอีก2ทีมเนี่ยจะมาจากแต้ม2ทีมที่มีแต้มเยอะสุดอ่ะก็จะได้ไปเหมือนกันครับ
So they're holding towards B and then a fast push out of C main as well. The only place to go right now for RRQ is going to be that B site. There's the paranoia, but Jemkin, he's ahead of it. He spots Omen.
โอ้ยสวยอยู่โอ้ย
is back on the site. No one gets through.
2 kills and 1 through the smoke. Nanostorm to continue to fend off and hold as well. RRQ, I mean, what can you truly do? Needing to kind of hang back. I mean, the spike is on the ground. They want to pick it up, but
เขาจัดเทียร์ได้ยังเหรอบ้านเราเหรอหรือว่าแบบทุกที่คิกออฟมันนึงจัดยากเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้เจอกันหมดเลยคิกออฟมันคือแบบจับมาให้แล้วว่าใครเจอใครอ่ะซึ่งมันก็ทำให้เห็นนะว่าใครเหนือว่าใครกากกว่าใครอ่ะประมาณนึงมันไม่เห็นภาพรวมเลยแค่นี้จังก็ทำได้ก็จริงครับ
And I wouldn't be surprised if there was an early timeout because I have to imagine being on the attacking side that you had
แต่
quite
ญี่
a
ปุ่น
few
ก็
plays
คงให้เหมือนเดิม
to get ahead of the game in the first half.
ทีวันมาท็อป
to fruition, the coaches may want to remind their
global
players what they prepared.
ขึ้นมาอยู่
What we saw in the pistol round definitely worked out wonders, but now
ทีวันเจนจีดีไอเครซี่เหมือนโคเรียเนี่ย
Foxy 9 doing his thing.
กวนหนองชิมเนี่ยเราโอเวอร์ไฮป์ไปว่าโอเวอร์เลตเต็ดเลยปะมั้งนะผมคิดกลัว
you're thinking about texture with that op and it's still being hidden. So RRQ just a full save all the way through.
TN เหรอลงเหวไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยพวกไปน้อยเอ้ยโอ้ยฟ็อกซี่9โคตรเวอร์ไอ้เหี้ยนนเด
Yeah, that confidence really starting to come back up, and there is the time.
นนเด
RRQ.
โอ้ยไม่มือ
And I have to imagine that maybe a bit of that macro, right, trying to force their way onto that A site twice in a row. And there was a mistiming there too, where they were trying to push out Munchkin, but the 2 members from short Cushy gets caught, but Magnet pushes out before the main force is able to get in. So lots of small things to retool, but the more important thing is you have 6 rounds left. What does the macro look like round to round? And what have we noticed so far in how we're not able to break through A or B side? The only success they've had is going to be on that C side.
Yeah. After the pistol as well, so that's when they had firepower. But right now, with the full buys coming in from GENG, texture on that op,
แก้แผนไหม
GENG could do. You're also thinking about how you want to work against that
ถ้าเดี๋ยวพอขึ้นเกมเดี๋ยวผมขออนุญาตไปอาบน้ำก่อนนะแล้วผมเปิดทิ้งไว้เดี๋ยวผมอาบน้ำแล้วมา
So that toxic screen, kind of the key part of why they were having trouble getting in through both the A and B site. Which is the B site. I mean, maybe
อาบน้ำน้องอาบน้ำกูอาบน้ำทั้งตัวเนี่ยที่อ่ะ
So now it is going to be pressure on the A side once again, but a bit of a default waiting to see if they can catch.
ไม่ได้ดีก็แค่ไปอาบน้ำก่อนแล้วก็เดี๋ยวมาไงไม่บิดกูบอกเลยว่าอะคาเดมี่เจอทีอะคาเดมี่แบบชิลจริงเตรียมนอนหรอใช่ค่ะเด็กดีครับเตรียมนอนครับนะครับ
There it is, straight down A long, looking for something. Texture peeking out though, so this is still information for GENG.
เช็ดตัวหน้ากล้องได้ไหมจัดโอ้โหถ้ากูเช็ดตัวหน้ากล้องนะตกใจเฮ้ยโอ้โหไอ้สัตว์อนาคอนด้ายาแมนเบบี้อนาคอนด้าแมน
It falls, the Omen gone, no smokes for RRQ on the attack.
Just fatal. Right now, I mean, how do you work your way?
อย่าโดนน้ำนะครับผมกลัวไม่ได้ไปเบิร์ดผมกลัวไม่ได้เบิร์ดเดย์พี่เพราะจมนะเพราะมึงกูอาบน้ำน้องไม่ได้ไปว่ายน้ำ I don't think so bro after this I don't think so anymore man
So you were able to push him away. At least you masked some of that information, but the turret is still there.
วันนี้ออกผจญภัยนิดนึงนะครับไปตามล่าสาเหตุของฝุ่นนะผมวันนี้ครับ น่าอาบตอนตื่นแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอใช่แต่ว่าจะแบบชอบอาบน้ำอีกรอบถ้าออกไปข้างนอก
Bit of a mishap there with the fault line. So they're slowed down just a bit. Fox9 peeks out, but Xpero's ready for it. They shut down the Sentinel, and now sight opened up for RQ. Only 10 seconds. Time being bought. Texture peeks in, and he's going for overdrive. Munchkin able to spray down 3 to get the lead for GENG.
Yeah, good attempt at the mid round, right? You know, kind of slowly creeping back through garage.
What you mean?
But ultimately, the damage was done. The player that got eliminated right early on was Monyet. That means your smokes are gone. So
ห่างต่อพอมาสตรีมรอบหน้าก็จะบอกเจ็บคอเพราะฝุ่นพวกวันพีใช่ครับผมต้องไปหาสาเหตุของฝุ่นครับวันนี้นะครับสาเหตุของฝุ่นนะครับวันนี้เพราะอะไรครับประเทศไทยเราถึงมีฝุ่นเยอะขนาดนี้ครับผมไม่ใช่
Pushing the op out of A main, but afterwards, what do you do? It's going to be a re-clear with the drone, trying to set up texture.
จะเป็นแค่ฝุ่นในสายตาโอ้โหเหี้ยแรงเกินไอ้สัตว์โอ้โห
There's that position.
So RQ's not quite sure if the op is.
Sorry.
That drone, it could just be the Sova re-clearing. It could be somebody else.
20 people
Still don't know. Nobody's checking outside of C main either. So much mystery.
โทษบิมสโตนดิโทษบิมสโตนว่างั้นนะ
Spending that owl drone. This costs quite a bit from RRQ, but okay, majestic shot from Cushy out of nowhere.
I mean, you can't help but feel, but that's going to be a double tap from Fox9.
Crazy.
What in the world?
What is this round?
The 2 new pickups, I mean, they're just so clean with it.
Jemkin at least made it a trade, so we're kind of back to square one with 3-on-3.
Yeah, but no controllers for RRQ. Still double controller for GENG. And now Karon trying for get that transfer.
What?
GENG's pickups have always proven themselves. As the spike is now stranded, Cushy all alone. Karon expects him. He gets the 3rd kill. One by one for GENG.
That's crazy.
I can't math correctly, but I think that was like 1 second, and he got the transfer. Yes, it was a micro flick. They're really close, but still so ridiculously
That's
impressive.
Crazy.
And a bit of an unfortunate way for Jemkin because the trade wasn't quite there. And that is pretty much the round for GENG. You know, pushes out from both sides. Cushy, impressive as well. But down to it at the end.
ทำไมให้ชื่อหนุ่มมาฝั่งเลยจีเว้ยน่ากลัวแต่ที่นี่อะไรอย่างเงี้ยไม่เอา
You don't really have an option, right? Because now you have to worry about the op. But then on top of that,
ไปเจอใครแบบนี้มาทำไงอะ
start respecting that. You run out of time. You can't really push and pull across the map. RRQ struggling with that same idea. This time,
มันจบแล้วอ่ะ GENG มันเอาแล้วหรอ
but they're not getting the information they want. They're not able to bait things out. And the op has repositioned itself onto B. This is GENG being
GENG เพิ่งตื่นเหรอ
from Munchkin, trying to stay 1 step ahead.
ว่าทำไมลาเกียตกงาน เอ้ยออฟเยอร์วันซับแมนฮัลโหลแมนผมจะกลับไปหาคนกับโอ้ยอย่าเลยครับเดี๋ยวหาเลยอย่าเลยดีกว่ามั้งนะครับอยากจะไปร้านนวดเอโย no what the fuck เราจะไปหาตามล่าสาเหตุของฝุ่นครับผมนะครับอุ้ย what
That's a hit that does draw them over to C site.
อ้าวทำไมค้าง
always going to be a retake given the ultimates on both
นะ
sides.
พูดไทยได้4 คำฝุ่นมาจากไหนนะครับฝุ่นมาจากไหนด้านบุกครับด้านบุกช่วงนี้พี่หนักๆเหรอไม่น่าช่วงนี้เราเป็นคนดีนะครับเราเป็นคนดีนะครับ
Jemkin waiting close. Lockdown available for Fox9. Jemkin knows he has to get ahead of it. This is so much pressure on Jemkin, but he has to do it. They're going to try to push them out. Jemkin hiding in the smoke. Does he wait for it? No, he's going to back out. He's waiting for a timing. Okay, it's going to get destroyed by the util.
Okay.
Now he gets to hold close once again.
Flash just to hold as well up to the other side of the fast lane, and there's Jemkin! A bit of a double kill, and Monyet swings back up to the top. It's straight added support as well, and that just is enough to put up a huge roadblock against GENG, who are trying to break through with their ultimates.
All right. So the other util being used.
ผมว่าถ้าปีหน้าเซนชั่นเกาหลีได้คนแยกหลีกแล้วที่ผมก็ว่านะถ้าปีหน้าเซนชั่นเกาหลีได้อีกรอบนะเว้ย
For the future round.
พักก่อน
They don't get baited by a single lockdown.
นะครับ
I thought maybe they would go for the high risk with Jemkin, but they actually just set him up perfectly for the Foxy9 is online though. Jemkin, of course, doing his own thing. Estrella still ready to trade for both of his teammates on either side.
Shows again things
ก็หลีกมันเยอะเกินว่ะในหลีกเฮีย
smoothly for RRQ even when they're faced with adversity. That flashpoint from Estrella giving
เดี๋ยวนะ BTS มันฟรีใช่ป่าววะแล้วถ้า BTS มันฟรีเนี่ยแล้วคนที่ซื้อบัตรทำไงวะซื้อบัตรรายเดือนโดนกินฟรีเหรออยากรู้ว่ะ
I like the late turret from Xfero. Avoid that default spam and then just try to see if anyone's peeking out once again. Shock darts try to clear out Garage, trying to draw a lot of attention. It's going to be two members here, and Temkin gets ahead of the operator.
ไม่มีใครยอมใครวะ
Garage opened up, operator down for GENG.
ได้นั่งบนราคาฟรีเหรอเอาดี BTS มันฟรีเหรอเห็นเขาบอกว่าพอยนี่พวก PM ใช่ปะเขาจะฟรีให้อาทิตย์หนึ่งอะไรสักอย่างเริ่มวันจันทร์ปะวะจะว่าน่าจะตลอดสายน่าจะนะน่าจะไม่ชัวร์นะมันอาทิตย์เดียวนะอาทิตย์เดียว
But the new GENG working a little differently. Munchkin going to go
ตาย
clear, and they're still waiting for it. He tries to find a timing, but RRQ patient. Now going towards Foxy9 again. Foxy9 he gets one, he gets two. How many times will RRQ run into his open arms?
He's just here to kind of give him a good old hug. Unfortunately, that's squeeze him to death.
ได้สิเป็นคนขับอาทิตย์หนึ่งเอาดีเฮ้ยอยากเป็นน่ะ
Oh, this is good.
Do they know about the flank?
Karen from the back.
พี่จัด7 เดือนที่แล้วผมเป็นโควิดไข้สูงมากขอกำลังใจหน่อยครับ7 เดือนที่แล้วเป็นโควิดนะครับครับผมน้องรัก
Unstoppable.
น้องรักครับนะครับ
Foxy9 again. You got to take a look at a replay because they're just kind of walking into him. A bit of an additional support smoke from Karen, and he kind of plays hiding inside of it. And although Jemkin kind of tries to get across, Foxy9 is able to react so darn well. And Karen so quick to kind of come back in with that support.
The thing is just with the two members coming in
from
Garage, it's not that RRQ necessarily played it so poorly, it's just that Foxy9 so ahead of it. And he says, I'll get the first guy first, and then I'll fight you close range, and he's just
วันไหน Foxy9 มากูให้มากกว่า BTR อ่ะใช่ป่ะกูว่าเหมือนมึงอ่ะแต่วันไหนมันไม่มามันก็ไม่มาเลยนะเว้ย
all across today. But right now, back into it, it's RRQ once again trying to break across the defenses. This time it's in with a blade storm, so maybe setting up for the hit.
สายบนทำคู่นี้
Flash does get sent through.
There's the paranoia, but meanwhile you've already sent Texture down sewer, so you have another angle for the retake. Karen backside now taking over. It's a clinical.
Wait, double entry.
Do they have any idea about Texture?
แปลกๆอยู่มีแปลก
He could get a massive multi-kill. He waits, he panics, he's not able to get the double.
ค่าคอน1 ล้านบาท
for RRQ, and it's just going to be Foxy9.
Has been doing so well so far today, but now against
ไม่มีใครยอมใครเลยเหรอวะเอาดี
and it's easily spotted out by Jemkin.
Texture could have had an incredible hit there, but I don't know if you can
วันนี้เจมกินไม่ติดยานะวันนี้ตามันแบบปกติวะ
members already on site.
โคตรแต่เอ็นที่พ่อมึงโคตรเดือดไอ้เหี้ยได้ด้วย
Immediately striking backside, his teammates ready to cover each other on the ankles. RRQ
หนานี่คนบุกได้เท่าไหร่อ่ะจัด
Is it too late? We'll have to see, but they'll want to get at least 6. Round this out to a 6-6 half.
มันด่า3 ไซส์อ่ะมึงคุณบุกได้เยอะ
Jemkin currently 15-9. More than 3 times the kills of anybody else on his team, really trying to drag them across the finish line.
It's ridiculous. Keen now.
8 ตรวจปัวแตรอ่ะ What the fuck man What the fuck โอ๊บโอเคโดนสตันก็ไม่เป็นไรยิงโดน
Manyan and Xfero finding those trades, and now a bit of an opportunity, a 2-on-1.
ตาสุดท้ายลีกจีนคือขาดจัด EDG เอาชิล
Lockdown to make sure that Yo-Man can't approach anytime soon. Yo-Man, does he try to go and delete the lockdown? No, he's just gonna hold back, sees if they push in, but he will just take his time. He'll go for the reset. At the very least, the lockdown was used before it was planted, so he still has some time.
โอ้โหลอง2 ตัวมีมอลลี่ป่าวะ
You can hold with that one way, so even with the pings being nerfed,
มีมอลลี่2 อันครบเบิ่ม
get rid of those nano
ครั้งหนึ่งอัน
one will be popped to deny the second clear.
จบนี้จันแรงต่อไหมหรออยากดูว่าที่เรเดียล่ะว่าที่เรเดียวันนี้ไม่ว่างอ่ะดิ
Where they are now, hit by the flash.
Not sure if there was a reposition there. Yo, man, his sight lines are being bothered. He just hopes that they will peak. He has to tap for another, and Xfero just swings out for that third kill. Tied 6-6. These two teams just can't get enough of each other.
You gotta love it. If anything, it is entertaining Valorant. Between the two teams,
entertaining
Valorant. I think GENG starting to find that huge lead. Foxy9 being able to put up those big performances, incredible holds. But just as it starts to happen, RRQ comes in with some set plays of their own. First it was through the toxic screen, up and over. Then the next round, straight in with a Rolling Thunder down mid. Cushy finds a bit of a frag, and then an opportunity to deal against Munchkin. And once that's gone, all that's left, Yeoman, a 2-on-1. Just masterfully and perfectly played outside of Ceylon.
So now a bit of a reset. Obviously, Haven with the 3 sites, traditionally favoring that attack side. But especially when it comes down to that Viper composition, it's all about control of that toxic screen. We imagine at the very least in the beginning of the half, you'll A lobby toxic screen all the way through A link. And now many teams
ทำไมคนมันดูเครียดจังวะ
I mean, Munchkin, he pilots it very
13-5 13-6 ก่อนทนายสวยเด้
So we'll see what RRQ has prepared.
They did look, again, pretty good against DFN last week, and Jemkin was one of those players who were able to shut down those neons. Back then,
ถ้าเราไม่เคยคิดว่าไหนครับ3-1ครับเป็นเบรกพรุ่งนี้นะ
obviously a different team, but you're thinking
ลาเกียโยมัน
could really kind of
เล่นเน่เหรอ
with the confidence into today.
พี่เล่นเน่กำลังเขาเรียกว่าไง
14 kills right now.
Just 15. Yeah, 15 and 10.
พี่เล่นเน่เขากำลังนั่งสมาธิอยู่นะผมกำลังรวบรวมจิตวิญญาณเนี่ยครับเป็นไปเล่นเจอแหละพรุ่งนี้เจอซิต้าจำไม่ได้วะน้องถือโทรศัพท์เหมือนในเกมเลยเหรอในเกมมันถึงไงวะนี่
Alright, that's a lot of members. Xfero gonna have to play it safe. It's gonna be down to Cushy. There's a cross right against 2 and they're all stuck there. Look at the fault line, just keeping them tied up. Spike down. You can retrieve it, but it's starting to look very tough for GENG.
Yeah, Cushy down low. He doesn't want to give up the alt orb either.
ถ้าเรา3 เอ็นครับ3 เอ็น
back safe. The smoke comes up.
จะใช้14โปรครับ
Look at RRQ just playing the numbers game right now. GENG. Maybe double back or hang back, find another opportunity.
I don't mind this from RRQ, especially given how low Cushy was, and you just weren't sure if they would go for a fast flood in no matter what. But now that they've made up their mind, it does have to become
WK เหรอ WK เหรอ
I mean, I would be a little scared, right? Just because he's still alive. And yo, man, he's had his moments in the past as well.
Let's go มันอันนี้เพื่อนซื้อให้โคตร W เลยเฮียรู้ใจจัด
Caron's gonna try to get ahead of things. He's gonna allow Yo-Man to just go for the plant himself. See if he can cut off that rotation.
Light shield frenzy for Caron too, so that actually is an added potential. But right now, at least
รู้แค่แล้วรู้เลยสะพานพังยังจัดรอเฮียอะไรไอ้สัตว์โอ้ถ้าได้สักตัวก็ยังดีไม่มีเลยครับผมโอ้โหเล่นหนึ่งโอ้โหดูลืมเล่าเลยว่าไงจ๊ะสะพานของเราเนี่ยเขาเรียกว่าพักผ่อนอยู่นะผม
ยิงไล่ชู2 นิ้วหน่อยครับจะแคปไปชักว่าว
อุ้ยน้องไอ้เหี้ยมันก็ทุเรศเกินไอ้เหี้ยรีวิวโกลเด้นเนี่ยเคอรี่โน1แค่นั้นแหละวันตามไปสัมฝึกงานไปเป็นไงได้ไหมกับเบลบอลแก่แล้วไม่ใช่ครับเหมือนว่าจะใกล้ละก่อนจบอะกูอยากเห็นเคอรี่กับเลบอนอยู่ด้วยกันสักรอบหนึ่งได้ไหมวะช่วงนี้ NBA มันเด็กใหม่ไงเด็กใหม่แล้วคนมันไม่ค่อยอินกันแล้วอะอย่าว่าเพย์ออฟเลยเพย์อินให้ได้ก่อนก็จริงไหนบอกไม่ดูโดนเราหลอกอันนี้มันแบบไหนๆก็แมปสุดท้ายแล้วก็ดูให้จบหน่อยละกันไหนดูดิRRQมันตึงขนาดไหน
they kind of identified that the breach is towards the back B as well, thanks to that fault line earlier on. So maybe looking.
กูจะร้องกูเห็นโยแมนยิงแล้วคิดถึงไรไอ้โยแมนออฟซีซั่นโคตรตึงเลยนะเว้ย
Getting broken apart as well.
ออฟซีซั่นมันโคตรน่ากลัว
So a bit of kill against Foxy 9. That was not so bad.
Yeah, and look at the setup on A as well.
เหลืออีกรอบหนึ่งวันอังคารถ้าทำได้ก็ได้อ๋อเขาประกาศหลัง2 รอบรอบนี้อิงล้วนสู้ๆไหวเชียวยุคเลบรอนของจริงอะไรตอนนั้นอะเวมบี้ดาวรุ่งเหรอมันมีน้อยอะแต่กูรู้แล้วกูจะติ่งใครไว้หลังเคอรี่ไปอะกูจะติ่งเอ้าทำอะไรอะกูจะติ่งไอ้นี่ชื่อเชียร์วะ
Against RRQ, 2 members at a 1 hit.
No way.
Do you go for the repeat? Cushy is the one who's taken down. They're trying to push him before the reload. It's
what a troll! Is this a troll?
The spike still gets planted no matter what. Estrella stuck.
What a troll!
Way out from the snake bite. Texture, he's holding close. There's the relay bolt. He catches all of them.
No way.
GENG will get there thrifty.
What an incredible
No way. No way.
GENG.
เว้ยเคสเหรอไม่ใจเชียร์นี่ลาเมโล he's back bro ลาเมโล is back baby yeah man จ้ามันคนเชียร์เยอะแล้วว่ะไม่เอาว่ะขอลาเมโลหน่อยช่วยสอนประโยคนึงที่เอาไว้ใช้3หรอเรา3ไอ้นี่ใช่ไหมโรงแรมใช่ไหมถ้าไปจำไม่ผิด
And RQ, they just kind of slip up on that focus. Cushy leaves that window open.
ตอน3เขาถามอะไรบ้างพี่จะได้ไม่รู้แล้วจริง
Maybe he hasn't really, maybe had that experience against GENG before, so now needing to find that out on the fly. But as it goes through into the next round, we start things off early.
Hello, my name is Yumi, and I wanna be
really carefully.
I mean, tied up at 7-7. You don't want to take those chances.
And I want to do internship here นี่จบเลยง่าย
starting to sense that something is off here. A main completely
ๆนี่เห่ามายูมิ
meanwhile Monyet
ว่าอายุเนี่ย
for a cheeky little kill by C Long. So Munchkin's going to make the call that it might be
พูดยังไงวะเฮียกูลืมละ
but I
ว่าเจ้ายูมิว่าอายที่นี่จังเลย
so thorough. Moment of truth.
ถ้าคุณพลาดเกม NBA วันนี้ผมจะมาเล่าให้ฟัง
Okay, trying to fake that out. I don't know if that was a bit.
ไหนบอกวิธีจัดการทีวันเนี่ยชิลยิงให้หมดเดี๋ยวสัตว์ขนาดแหละ
They still managed to make it through the backside from the long. Cushy now.
Okay.
Oh, there's a kill from Jemkin.
อย่าบอกว่า
Inside the smoke, the shorties will come out, and that's going to be GENG being able to find those 3 kills to capture the site.
เฮ้ยเห็นฮาจีใครชนะครับมีช็อตเวอร์ครับไม่ได้มาดูไม่ทันผมแนะนำย้อนไปดูครับจะตกใจนะผมสเตฟค่าเหนื่อย 55M เลบอน 48M รวมกันเกิน100ไม่น่าพอก็แบบ2 คนลดไงคนละ50นะพอเลยถ้าเราจำมาดูไม่ทันโอ้ยเพราะจะแนะนำย้อนดูเว้ยดูดิมันวันสัมภาษณ์เหรอ fuck everyone เหรอ
just how testament to how GENG is able to stay ahead of the game at times
เชกิลิเกียสอเล็กซานเดอร์ใครวะเฮีย
yes
all right RRQ back with another buy see if they can regroup high-low setup on B side. Meanwhile, the Killjoy
มันดูตึงเกินนะเรียมเชียร์ผมเลยนะพี่จ้าไปครับเรียมรอสั้นเรียมรอสั้นเอางงเลยเย้สะเดย์
Now this is a RRQ that has to be respected. GENG
คนละกีฬาเลยเฮียตัวแบบโอเคซีเหรอกูไม่ได้ตามเลยวะ
Get ahead of it by going inside of the cubby, but it's not quite going to happen. So another smoke comes out.
Bronny and overrated, bro. No cap. Lamelo, bro. Next gen, bro. 76er ไปรอบไหมดูบอลก็มาลามินยามาลก็มาครับจังหวะนี้นะมาเยอะเลยครับ F1 มาบอลก็มาบาสก็มีนะครับช่องผม
closer towards A link just to block off spawn.
Oh, but this
ใคร
is
ยิงเซอร์
not being clear. That might
แอนก็ได้นะ
two members of Gen G. I mean, it's a 2v4
ก็ตึงเลยเหรอ
as well.
ไม่จะดูผ่านๆช่วงนี้ไม่ได้ดูเยอะเหมือนกันเพราะเปิดเทอมแล้วอะพอเปิดเทอมแล้วก็แบบไม่ค่อยได้ดูขนาดนั้น
Is there a spray? There is, but he's not going to take his chances. You have the numbers advantage.
ลาเกียบาดเจ็บใช่ไหมพี่ลาเกียไม่ได้บาดเจ็บครับลาก่อยเลยครับคนนี้เนี่ย
Just out of range.
And maybe a chance for Karen, but no, gets shot down by Jemkin really quick in.
เฮ้ยมันตึงไปปะวะเฮียสองคู่เฮียเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Picking up the quad kill to put themselves back up 8-8.
I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall for how long this map is
เป็น
going
ส
to
ตรีมเมอร์
go.
ทำเราทำไงครับต้องผ่านผมไปให้ได้ก่อนครับ
Trading blows back and forth.
ผ่านนี่ไม่รู้แต่ผ่านนี่ได้ก่อนครับ
Gen G still okay for this next round. Obviously, that thrifty turnaround allows the bank to stack up. Was a good high-low setup from RRQ, but how many more reads can you get ahead of time at the start of the round? That's the big question right now for Australia
On the board because right now Gen G
อย่างนี้เหรอ
is quite a bit of
เดี๋ยวเจอเวมบี้ไอ้เหี้ยทำไมลาเกียโดนเอาออกนะครับพอฟอร์เมนครับผม แย่เกินไป
Judge from Xfero inside the garage.
ถ้าเล่นในปีแล้วปี4ครับปี4เทอมสุดท้ายแล้วครับ
Causes a different setup as well. Turret and alarm bot focused on B and garage. You still have Estrella there to try to buy time, but can he get ahead of the neon is the big question. Here comes Texture. He can't. Oh, he does get the
What?
Gets him on that flick over with the spray. And then the aftershock denied the plant as well. Gen G right now caught within the B site. Munchkin knows he has to push ahead, try to gain a little bit more space. RQ respects it. Cushy trying to push back up with the fault line. He's not able to get it. The flash is late, but Estrella still gets the trade.
Not too bad. Oh, towards the back, spotted out by the alarm bot as well.
จบแล้วครับเรื่องว้าวอยู่บ้านรู้ได้ไงครับเนี่ยเรียกว้าวโรแลนด์ครับผมว้าวโรแลนด์นะครับน้องรู้จักไหมว้าวโรแลนด์นะน้องตอนแชมเปี้ยนเขาไม่ได้ดีขนาดนั้นมันโอเคอะ
The back line and into the site, the defuse for RRQ to come up with a lead.
Yeah, getting back in the lead, and I just want to say, Foxy9 has clearly done enough damage that Jemkin fully respected him in that.
ตานิสอัตตะกุมโปเดโกเหรอตานิสเหรอ
The first shot, he resets with the cloudburst and tries to create another angle. Eventually, he wins out. But I mean, the way Jemkin was playing last week, it looked like he was just ready to duel no matter who came into his crosshairs. But given how many rounds that Foxy9 has gotten for Gen G, the respect given over, and that safety secures the round.
ผมไม่ไปครับน้องพี่อยู่บ้านครับนะไม่ไปไหนนะครับโอเคปะ
All right, Rolling Thunder online for Estrella. Hunter's
Okay,
Fury as well. Big ultimates for the retake. You do have a Hunter's Fury for Yeoman, who's 3 and 10, by the way. Really not able to find that impact here on Haven. A fast hit. Pit available as well.
เซอร์เพนกับสเนกต่างกันยังไงพี่จ๊ะมันเหมือนกันนะครับเทเดอร์คือเหมือนว่าเซอร์เพนจริงๆแบบว่าเป็นแบบคำสมัยก่อนเนี่ยมั้งนะครับ
Cushy still able to find a bit of a frag on through.
I mean, that's everybody down. While Yeoman was trying to scout out and do damage, the
เอา
entire
โรนัลโดเข้า
team
NBA
it starts with Texture just not being able to really expand space and create space on the site. Jemkin holding a high angle, ready to combat any sort of util coming through. Because there's no breach, you're not in danger of a Rolling Thunder. Oh, okay. No see sights like that every day, but the judge still doing wonders for Xfero. And Rolling Thunder
เฟกเกอร์ออกมาแล้วน่ะ JJaz ว่ะ
of RRQ, so now you can use that.
อย่างพี่ลงแข่งต้องโดนเท่าไหร่ครับโอ้โดไปขนาดไหนก็ยังไม่น่าได้เห็นนะครับกากเกินรอก่อนรอพิจารณาจบก่อนถ้าเราปั้นแรงได้นะใครไปรู้แต่วันนั้นมันจะมานะครับ
The rest of the team there ready and able to receive as well. Just a little bit unfortunate for Yeoman to be the last one left alive. That said, next round comes on through. Gen G starting to run out of money. You have 3 ultimates though.
Just waiting for any type of push out, but it's going to be a full-on send. The judge
รับรถแรงเข้าเฮียรู้อีก
hands of Xfero.
เอาไว้สปอร์ตยูโบคำถาม
Seen the judge so many rounds.
โซโลพอดพลิตโอ้ what the fuck wait what
Not taking any chances.
Thanks to one recon.
โยแมนไม่เหมือนออฟซีซั่นจริงไหม
That's a good multi-peak.
น่ามาเดือนหน้านะเทมเปอร์ผมว่าเดือนหน้านะครับแต่วันที่เท่าไหร่ยังไม่รู้ครับผมว่านะเขายังไม่ประกาศผมเดาอยู่
Despite not having the numbers, can RRQ stay true? They'll take out the drone and Kushi will back off.
Yeah, a little bit
โรเทตแล้วจังหวะนี้โรเทตได้แล้วมั้งจีจีมึงกลัวอะไรวะมึงยิงคิวจอยไปแล้วอะมึงเข้าไซด์ดิพี่ไม่ใช่บีอะขอร้อง
If they don't hear the tap until the 30-second mark, we'll see if the delay is going to be something they want to bank on. It could backfire.
30 seconds left.
ดีเหรอวะ
Tap coming through. Not going to happen just yet. RRQ holding on to their ultimates.
Okay.
Still now though, Kushi from the sides, able to find a bit of a double kill. Rolling but Karen jumps ahead of it, takes down Estrella, and it's all up to Kushi. 1-on-2, he tries to go in for that stick, but a little bit spotted early. Half HP, half spike, but Karen out from the other side. Unfortunate for Kushi. Despite his best efforts, it's GENG striking back.
How
much more cosmetic can the stun get? That was a ridiculous drop shot from Karon. Oh, we gotta see it. That has to be part of the replay match. We can't skip forward. We have to see it. Okay, Kushi's, that's great.
ไม่เลิกครับน้องไอ้เหี้ยโอ้โหรอบเตรียมเลยรอบพักก่อน
Just instantly swivels.
ถ้าโคบี้ยังอยู่จะเป็นไงครับ แดมเหรอ
but still.
ไอโยมแมตช์นี้ไป4 ตัวมันไหวปะวะ
Well, you still have the buys, but
เสียพี่นะครับไม่ใช่เมีย
that's relief from GENG, not having to deal with that breach.
อ๋อไม่เลยครับน้องนะครับไม่เลยเลิกยุ่งกูเถอะไอ้เหี้ยต้องกลัวนะเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ยพี่คิดว่าไม่ทัวร์ตัวแทนประเทศไหมครับมันควรจะมีแต่ว่ายังมีไม่ได้ครับเพราะเราจัดตารางเฮี้ยเกินครับผมว่ามันควรมีนะแต่มันมีเช่นอะไร WWC อะอะไรนะไอ EWC ครับผม eSport World Cup อะมีอันนั้นอยู่แต่ว่าไม่รู้ปีนี้จะมีวาโลหรือเปล่าครับ eSport World Cup ครับปีที่แล้วก็มีแต่ไม่มีวาโลถ้าผมจะไม่ผิดนะ
As 5 of them regroup back to look to find that hit against Kushi. There is that kill. Texture instantly.
กลัวอะไรคนกันเองทั้งนั้นโอ้โหน่าวกว่าเดิมนี่แหละรู้เลยแต่ละตัวเนี่ย
Yeah, you are gonna have the credits, so I imagine you go for another attempt here. Also would expect another timeout, but Munchkin holding the flank. Sparrow not suspecting.
มึงกล้าเล่นสุดเลยใช่ไหมเนี่ย
Fault line will be used for an attempt, but Monyet he just doesn't find any targets just yet. Waiting for Munchkin to re-peek onto Igmate. He gets taken out from below. And Texture, he's warming back up.
Slowly but surely.
ถ้าลองย้อนไปดูเวลาในเกมราว10-8 นาทีตอน1 นาที 31 วิอ่ะได้แป๊บนึงนะมีอีสเตอร์เอ็กเหรอเอาดิอะไรวะขออนุญาตเช็คนะครับ1 นาที 31เหรอเอาเฮียค้างเลยสัตว์37 35 34 33 32 ไหนอีสเตอร์เอ็กวะใครเห็นไหมจอฮะอ๋อต่อ
Gonna be a full-on send. The judge once again in the hands of Xfero. I mean, they've seen the judge so many rounds.
อีสเตอร์เอ็กเลยวะ
Hey, they hear it. Yeah, there's the spam. They're not taking any chance.
เอากูข้ามเหรอ
Just waiting for any
หลอกกูปะเนี่ยโอ้ยไอ้หัวมังกรหน่อยสัตว์ผมมันเกิด
It's also Karon getting slayed down by RQ.
Really great call from Monyet to get prepared over C main, reading that it was an entire fake.
ถ้ามีโชว์แมตช์มาสเตอร์แบงค์ฮอลจะมีชื่อJJazในนั้นไหมครับรอดูกันครับจะมีไหม
Exactly what the plan was off of the from the shadows.
หวังว่าจะมีนะ
From the neon. Munchkin still gets a kill. There's still a chance. It's GENG 2v4.
eSport World Cup จะปีนี้ปีนี้ไม่มีวาโลเหรอแต่ยังเขาบอกเขาจะทำนะอุ้ยเอางั้นก็ต้องรอครับถ้า EWC ไม่มีก็รอเข้าไป หรือว่าไลออนจะจัดเองหรือว่าปีหน้าเขาจะให้ EWC จัดหรือเปล่าอุ้ยทำไมมันกระตุกวะขอพอแป๊บ
This should be the pit used. I would assume there's not really any better chance to use it on attack as
ต้น
that
หน่อยค
Viper.
รับสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลตแรงกว่านี้สกินบินดีตอยเลตสกินบินดีตอยเลต
โอ้ยเฮียเอาคุณเนี่ยเหรอนะแป๊บนึงไอ้เฮียมันอยู่วะ
It's going to be a full drop. They recognize that the pit is only for a link. The spike, if it's planted on default, it's going to be outside of it. Yo, man, they should have suspected the turret pinged him earlier on A short. Now they realize their mistake. Munchkin, does he find the timing? Jemkin gets one. Munchkin, he peeks out, and X-Sparrow's ready fishing for the Viper in the pit.
พี่ว่าสกินงูกับเอ็กโซอะไรสวยกันนะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้พี่มารีวิวสกินงูนะ
They had the numbers, they had the plays against an attempt at a fake from GENG. Early slides in.
เดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มารีวิวนะผม
Caron in with the from the shadows towards the back as well, but not yet. Just so quick, so ready to respond.
So skibidi.
And down to the final moments as well. Just able to counter that pit.
เอาแล้วไอ้เหี้ยหรือว่าตาแบบนั้นมันกลับมาแล้วว่ะแชท
Truly shining right now in this moment.
มันแบบกระพึกอะร้องเพลงงูเลื้อยที่เอวหน่อยเหรองูเชี่ยแมวงูมันเลื้อยเข้ามาอยู่ที่เอวกูร้องไปหนึ่งครั้งเดียวสกินงูมันน่ากลัวแต่ตรงมือมันเท่นะต้องแบบจะรีวิวสกินงูไอ้สัตว์อย่าให้กูรีวิวงูเดี๋ยวตกใจ
So GENG has the read, right? If the turret is here, that's really just hampering our ability to create these lurks with that toxic screen to mask that information. So now the question is thrown back to RRQ. Will you go for a reclear? Will you come back out into our sights? And Cushy answers with a drone first. Left a little bit open, but the alarm bot there to guard A main.
Okay.
แล้วบอลไปอาบน้ำเกมมันตึงอะดิมันน่าดูเนี่ยเฮ้ยทำไมอ่ะ
At least able to land one kill straight up from the back as well. Cushy on for the next on the third, and then Redford the quad. Cushy just coming in to slay everyone.
That's crazy.
X-Sparrow plants the bait and rails him in, and Cushy is able to secure the kills. I mean, anytime he's in these frantic fights, just look at how locked in he is, and there's the transfer. Match point for RRQ. Can they stay patient enough to finally get their long-earned revenge?
It's always been GENG taking
งูจ้าเสี่ยวใช่ไหม3-5 ครับ
5 losses against the Korean Tigers, but right now, right at the precipice of crossing that finishing line.
Oh, you can tell Yo Man. I mean, we all saw the score.
Yo Man ดูดิโอ้โหมันดูเครียดจัดเลยอะ
He's being really harsh on himself right now, but you don't have time for that.
Yo Man มันเครียดจัดเลยอะ
Munchkin, you know the core.
Caused by org.jetbrains. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? จะไปอาบน้ำอย่างไรอย่างมันไอ้นี่เกินอะมันตึงเกินจนเราอยากดูอะ
The Killjoy setup, while noted, again at the end of the day, wasn't successfully broken thanks to that lockdown. So presumably they go for something similar. But the real question is GENG, do they have an answer for the C site? They haven't really paid attention to it in the past several rounds.
Not too much except for one round with a bit of that fake play.
เจ็บคอเพราะกินฝุ่นหรือเปล่าวะ
Deal with that early pressure again.
Half armors, regen armors, Judge, Guardians.
สกินใหม่จัดป่ะเดี๋ยวมารีวิวพรุ่งนี้โอเคป่ะสกินใหม่พรุ่งนี้มีใครไหมครับมีครับเปเปอร์เร็กซ์ครับพรุ่งนี้นะครับงูอินเดียแบบจะต้องเป่าปีก่อนไหมรู้ได้ไงวะคิดสิว่าถ้าทางจะ RRQ พี่คิดว่าไงชนะวะ
Yeah, but look at this setup. I mean, RRQ, they just want to fight them here. They want to deny the lockdown at all costs. And GENG, they want to fish for this information, but will they survive the scouting? Estrella gets ahead as well. High risk play.
มันเล่นเหมือนโกลบอลไว้
Oh, this is a fast reclear. You know that they're not set up anymore for it.
Straight up. All three reading the map right now. Some pings from GENG as well, though. Trying to call for a quick mid round in towards.
ถ้าแข่งยังโบแข่งแล้วครับ
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be ready for this fast
round, ขอหน่อยดิ
especially the turret is watching mid. There is nothing to signify that there is an absolute wraparound. Overdrive comes out. Monyet, is he going to stay on side? I imagine he would have to leave.
Inside the smoke, though.
Doesn't have much of a chance. He's getting sprayed down. Monyet down. No controller, but the fast wraparound. Can they get a kill? Munchkin gets taken down. Now realizes they're trapped on the site. They have to push out and create space. They haven't planted just yet. Planting for backside.
And the lockdown.
ใครอันตีอ่ะ
A bit more time.
ไอ้
Push
คุ
them
ชิ
off. I mean, that was
คุชิ โอ้โห
was going even faster than RRQ, but the Hunter's Fury being pulled out in time now. RRQ finding the numbers against them.
Caron with the read. He realized it's a full wraparound as they didn't even care about the lockdown. Can he hold?
ถ้าแข่งทีวันที่31ครับ
Close range. They have to suspect this. It's a pinch coming in from Garage. Jemkin ready for it. Caron gets traded by
The
Xferro.
trade is insane, man.
Texture alone in the backside. Foxy 9 now refilling it. Two members of
3v2
GENG left up against the three. It's a crossfire. Estrella last alive as the IG.
มึงเล่นมอลลี่ได้คิวจอยมึงวันในไซน์ทำไมวะ
Beat out Foxy 9. He cannot. And Foxy 9 will breathe life back into GENG once more.
Just dragging them
เจอ
back
ที
into
วัน
the
ครับ
depths. Just even with the spike ticking away as well.
HRTM มันทำให้เสียงเบาขึ้นไหมพี่จันไม่ชัวร์เหมือนกันนะ HRTM พี่จันก็ไม่แน่เหมือนกันวะ
Maybe they didn't quite have the read against the back, right? But still, going that quick.
Foxy 9 the boss จริงเว้ย
Putting down that spike so far towards the back. In with the lockdown as well. Just keeping things ahead of RRQ as they try to set up
ไอ้
that
เหี้ย
flank.
กูลืม วันนี้เราลืมว่ะเราลืมดูกลุ่มวาโลไอ้เหี้ยไม่อยากรู้เลย เดี๋ยวกูไปเลยดู
Timeout. I mean, this always feels like a bit of a gamble, but RRQ cooling things off, resetting. So close to being able to actually be ahead of GENG, knocking them down. It's not about the match win anymore. It's about stay in the running as we push GENG close to the cliff. One round left, one last chance before overtime where everything goes back to square one.
That's what it all comes down to, at least. Calling a timeout on the defensive side, not too
ขึ้นเลยวะ
bad. They got to rethink, some of the decisions and how GENG
นี่
play out the next
มึงดูแมปแรกมันพิมพ์นะครับ4 ชั่วโมงที่แล้ววลีมีเมียน้อยนะครับ พิมพ์ไม่ไหวแล้วออกไปเถอะ
We'll see what the discussion is, because
1 ชั่วโมงต่อมาพิมพ์ที่สุดของผม
Killjoy is a bit of a gamble. You still trust in that default? Yeah, they do.
ไอ้เหี้ยไอ้กูกวนตีเลยอ่ะอย่างรั่วไอ้เหี้ยหน้ามือเป็นหลังมือจัดไอ้สัตว์โคตรเหี้ยเลย
into Jemkin's crosshairs. That's really the only option, because
มันแบบ2 แข่งจัดมันเปลี่ยนสีโคตรไว
with that operator, it's gonna spell trouble for RRQ.
แบบแล้วสุดจริงไอ้เหี้ยแต่ไอ้เหี้ยมึงก็สุดเกินเหมือนกันนะมึงก็เปลี่ยนสีเร็วเกินเหมือนกันไอ้เหี้ยคนเราใจมันเปลี่ยนกันได้อุ้ย
Full flash, but Texture able to slide on through. Estrella, he's trapped. Which has to watch too many angles. There's backup now with Monyet. But it's a 3v4. Smoke will dissipate soon. Look at the positioning of GENG. They're spread out.
Bye.
They're ready for it, and they're gonna gut him down. Down to 2 members. Monyet tries to re-clear, but now it's just Jemkin with an operator.
Are we going overtime?
2 members. One standing in the cubby. One of them has to enter outside. Meanwhile, Spike still being held in hell. The patience from GENG waiting. And Jemkin also waiting himself.
Spike planted.
Did he spot him? Yo-Man seems to have. Waiting for it, waiting for a timing on the arrow. No, GENG doesn't know just yet. Munchkin spots
สู้
him.
ไงวะไอ้เหี้ยปืนใหญ่จัด
There's so few options. Can you pick up a rifle here right at the entrance? They're ready.
ไหนพี่จ๋าเจ็ดบอยสวัสดีครับผม What's up man
Munchkin swings out, and it's overtime. We go again.
อนาคตในวงการ F1 เหรอว่าที่แชมป์โลก20 สมัยติด That's crazy bro For Red Bull okay bro Only for Red Bull though
continuously strafing just to throw off Estrella. Even with Cushy being able to gun down at least 1 or 2, still wasn't quite enough against this GENG, who are able to stay on top.
No timeouts from either coaches. We go straight back in. RRQ on the Chemkin at 26 kills. Munchkin slowly catching up.
คูชิแตกกระจกอันนี้แข่งเอาชิมแชมป์โลกกูว่ากันว่าฟูลบลายมันสไลด์ไม่ยิงไอ้เหี้ยมึงว่าโดตามหลังคำพูดอะไรครับว่าแต่ครับผมแหม
Just fate is signaling once again. But can RRQ take their destinies into their own hands? Monyet being downed.
I mean, this is
hurts him so much.
Oh, he hides away. Drone hasn't spotted him yet. It will. He gets pushed out. That's the site opened up. But they have no smoke.
กูไม่อยากให้เกาหลีชนะแล้วใจหนึ่งอะไม่งั้นเกาหลี3 ทีมมาสายบนมึงบ้าเปล่า
Fight is what they do best.
Chemkin holding that angle on the boxes, ready for the recons as well. Drone comes out first. Who's ready to eliminate that information? Chemkin will get spotted. Nano Swarm gets popped. Second one cleared.
Time continuing to tick. The rest of the team holding out from the short just to mark that heaven angle.
จะดูยากว่ะคราวนี้โอ้ไม่มีนอตไม่มีนอตโอ้ยโอเค
GENG will absolutely clean the site and get ahead with 13 rounds.
VCT Pacific no VCT Korean kick off yes แต่กูเชียร์เจนจีอะจ๊ะมันไม่ใช่ถูกๆนะก็ดูทรงว่าเหมือนมึงจะชนะสินะเพื่อนถ้าเราต่อไปได้นะRRQก็ไม่เกาหลีแต่มันไม่ใช่เกาหลีล้วนไงฮะถึงนั้นมันก็มันกว่ามีน้องม่อนอะไรเงี้ยมีเอตล่ามีคูชี่อย่างเงี้ย
Recognizing that it's going to be a hit because you saw that he uses the slide just to get ahead. It was always meant to be a blind shot.
เจมกินยิง28มอนเย็ดยิง8มันกินยิง21โยเหมือนยิง8
Turret used on B side. Alarm bot just to check for information in garage.
Still though, GENG comes back straight in towards the A.
Kashi holding a dangerous position. If he drones here, there's no backup, but there's no one to follow up from GENG just yet. Counter drone being used. They recognize the elevation. Chemkin gonna have to show that he's dropped. Oh, look at the fast clears. GENG, they've picked things up. They struggled a lot with that macro, but now both sides pressured already. RRQ doesn't have much of an option but to hold the default.
Just need to keep those players there because if
ใครเกาหลีอ่ะเอ้ยเอตล่าปะเอตล่าเกาหลีครับRRQ อ่ะกูจะจีกูเยี่ยวเหนียวแล้วน่าจะได้แล้วนะเราเนี้ยเล่นช้าโอ้แต่ว่า4มันกัน2
Any sort of plan. There's a snake bite.
Smokes as well.
Sphero waiting for the peek out. Still no information. Estrella still holding, but GENG, they're all here. It's going to be an absolute flood in if they choose to go. There's a paranoia. They're jumping in, jumping to the back of sight. Karon gets
it's over, chat.
He opens up the sight. The fault line finds no value. Estrella trying to get ahead of things, but it's going to be Karon with 3. The rookie is back, no longer a rookie. Experience under his belt, already an international trophy, and he holds close. Could it be the ace to close things out? He gets the spray eventually, but texture will finish it.
ไลฟ์สกอร์ RQ ชนะจัดไอเหี้ยมัวทรงจัดเลยแค่นั้นแพ้สายล่างครับ N team and RQ N team เหรอ RQ เจอใครวะคูชิยิงโหดมากคูชิยิงแบบ crazy VCT ไอ้แบกเจอเดี๋ยวนะเจอซีเคียจ้ะแล้วก็อ๋อเขามาอยู่ตรงนี้I see โอเคครับแชทพรุ่งนี้เจอกันคู่แรกนะครับหนองชิมนะครับเจอบูมคู่นี้แบบว่าถือว่าวอร์มมือนะครับคู่ต่อไปเนี่ยครับเปเปอร์เร็กเจอเซต้านะครับพรุ่งนี้นะครับมันนะครับผมมันนะครับแล้วก็ส่วนสายบนนะครับเกาหลีแดกล้วนนะครับ3 ทีมนะครับ T1 DRX GENG นะครับผม ไอ้นาฮีก็ไม่รู้แล้วตอนนี้เราโดนซุกี้หม้อรวมแล้ววะเกาหลีล้อมเลยเฮียเกาหลีสวัสดีเพื่อนมันแก๊งเลยสัตว์พี่เคยใส่วิกตอเรียซิเกตแพ้ห้างไม่เคยน้องนะอีกที่อะไรเนี่ยเจอพรุ่งนี้นะครับปะออกมาดูนะครับในคลิปนี้สำหรับทุกซับทุกบิททุก follow ทุก donation นะผมดูแลสุขภาพร่างกายกันด้วยใครมีเรียนใครมีทำงานอะไรพรุ่งนี้ก็สู้ๆเป็นกำลังใจให้แล้วเดี๋ยวไว้เจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้เวลาบ่าย3กันนะผมบ่าย3นะแชทมาดูบูมหล่องชิมรอแล้วก็มาเชียร์เปเปอร์เอ็กซ์นะครับตึงๆนะครับผม6 โมงนะครับผมเจอกันกุนนายเซียวแมน